This young man just happened to grow a strange apple tree in another world. Unexpectedly, it became a rare treasure, causing the whole world to go wild searching for it. Its flavor was irresistibly delicious, and it was also regarded as a miraculous medicine curing all kinds of illnesses. From husbands with weak physiques, often scolded by their wives, as long as the wife ate this apple, everything between husband and wife would become fulfilling. Even for middle-aged men whose hair had started thinning, after eating it their hair grew thick again like in their youth. Therefore, each fruit was pushed by capitalists to prices reaching tens of millions of won. But they had no idea that the profits had long been swallowed by him. He took over more than 90%, making even the capitalists yield. It turned out that in his garden there were so many apples. Harvesting them all was impossible, and some even had to be fed to pigs. Everything stemmed from the fact that he was the only person on earth to become an apostle of the goddess of prosperity. Under the gloomy sky, a great tyrant was devouring its prey with pleasure. Meanwhile, a group of hunters silently crossed the bushes to approach the target. Suddenly, a red-eyed beast appeared right behind the young man. The battle immediately broke out. He drew his sword to face the charging beast. A cold, sharp blade flashed through the air. The monster immediately fell, its head severed from its body. But that heroic scene was actually an advertisement shown on a large screen in the street, accompanied by the message, "Another world, your future, apply today." Below the screen, Chansu looked up with sparkling eyes, enchanted by the dream of becoming a hero. That dream immediately vanished when a hand slammed hard on his shoulder, accompanied by a shout, "Hey you! Not worrying about work, standing here doing what?" Chensu flinched in surprise. He quickly bowed an apology. "I apologize." The boss scolded that kids these days only dream of illusions. Chansu could only flusteredly accept the order to clean up the dense vines. Grabbing the sickle and working, Chensu sighed, regretting making a bad impression on his first day. He gritted his teeth, telling himself, "No, this time I absolutely cannot get fired." Afterwards, he cleared all the tangled vines in a short while. The sight left the boss standing beside him with his mouth agape in astonishment, seeing the pile of debris neatly gathered into sacks. The old man did not spare praise. "My God, there are still young men like you these days. Today, just throwing that there means your shift is over." Yet in Chansu's heart, thoughts about another world weighed heavily. It was a place he always thought he could only dream of. In reality, Earth was now almost collapsing, and the only solution from an anonymous omnipotent being was to send humans to another world. Heroes leaving their homeland for another world were called pioneers. Thanks to the vitality they brought back, humanity could barely survive. Looking at the image of a powerful pioneer on the large screen, Chansu clenched the sickle in his hand, quietly wondering if he could become such a person. Night gradually fell. He strolled along the empty street, his heart filled with anxiety. Soon, he stood in front of the reassignment dispatch center crowded with people. Chansu pushed through the noisy crowd, quickly saying, "Excuse me, let me through a little. It's my turn, please let me pass." Reaching the reception desk, Chansu was coldly asked by a staff member wearing glasses, "You are Chansu, right?" He confirmed and anxiously asked about progress in the search, but in response to his expectations, only the mechanical clatter of keyboard typing answered. On the screen, over 4 million points Chansu had accumulated to find his pioneer family were still marked by the system as insufficient. He coldly told him to return when he was ready with enough investigation fees, then casually rang the bell for the next person. Chansu desperately clung to the desk, awkwardly pleading, "At least give me some news, isn't it possible? If not, please tell me the location of the gate." The plea was immediately brushed aside when a burly man behind him roughly pushed him away, and the surrounding crowd also murmured complaints. Chansu could only slowly walk away into the darkness. His heavy sigh mingled with the chaos of people scrambling for a glimmer of hope. He returned to the dark, cold boarding room. Chansu wearily removed the straps and softly said the familiar phrase, "I'm home." The sound of an empty can rolling on the floor made the room feel even lonelier. In the darkness, memories of long ago days suddenly surged back. When he was little, his father had been the highest-ranking time manipulator, a proud hero. He smiled brightly, holding a ball, encouraging him to try again. But as Earth's situation worsened, his father was forced to become a pioneer once more to save humanity. The image of father and son playing ball under the sunset now remained only as distant memories. Then the harsh truth struck: his father could never return. Standing alone in the vast field, young Chansu called out bewilderedly, "Father." When the pain of loss overwhelmed him, his mother stepped forward, holding the trembling hands of her son and softly said, "I will find your father and return soon. You only need to sleep alone for a few days, patiently waiting for me, understood?" That promise from his mother became the final memory before Chansu truly became an orphan. Time swept everything away coldly, wearing it all down. Even the faces of his parents had now become nothing more than a few blurred fragments of memory in his mind. Huddled in the dark room, he suddenly noticed a stream of light shining in from outside the window. Right in the heart of the city, a gigantic golden pillar of light descended from the high sky, radiating a terrifying pressure. The force from that source of energy was so fierce that it made the entire room tremble without end. Chansu was blasted backward. The violent impact sent him crashing down onto the floor. After being unconscious for a while, Chansu LM slowly opened his eyes. He clutched his splitting head, bewilderedly wondering what the hell had just happened. His head felt as if it was about to explode. At that moment, the phone on the floor kept vibrating, signaling that it was already 8 in the morning. The screen was flooded with breaking news about a major incident, caused by the aftershock of an S-rank false returner coming back. Seeing the news that such a powerful figure had suddenly retired, Chansu was stunned. Right after that, a strange notification appeared, confirming that the Vanguard team had sacrificed themselves because they had failed to protect the god, and that he had to begin the journey alone. On the screen, the S-rank false returner had returned with a body covered in wounds, bitterly declaring that he had lost both his abilities and his qualifications as a false vanguard. Before the cameras, he choked up as he begged everyone to protect Earth and not lose courage. Chansu stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. Gloomy lines of news about the declining population and the heroes gradually disappearing appeared, leaving him only able to mutter in despair, "Impossible." Chansu let out a weary sigh. As if the mission failing was not enough, now there was retirement too. Suddenly, a frantic knock at the door shattered the silence, making him jolt in surprise. Someone was still coming to find him at this hour. He trudged toward the door in suspicion, since almost no one had ever come looking for him before. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, a strange creature was holding a tablet that displayed his exact personal profile. The moment he cracked the door open and looked out, Chansu instantly froze when he saw a rabbit. The white rabbit, dressed in an elegant suit, stood there and asked in a clear voice whether this was Chansu's home. Chansu went dead silent. Rabbits could really talk. He even thought he must have been unconscious for more than 180 minutes and started hallucinating. As soon as the rabbit saw him, it cried out excitedly, "Ah, Mr. Chansu, there you are." Chansu screamed in panic and toppled onto the floor when he realized the rabbit could truly speak, even though he was still mentally disoriented. Rabbit still walked over with a radiant smile, telling him to calm down and listen to some extremely delightful news. It brought the tablet close in front of him and announced in a clear voice, "Congratulations, you have become a false vanguard." Chansu stared blankly, unable to believe his ears. He wondered to himself what nonsense this rabbit was talking about. Noticing the confusion clearly written on his face, the rabbit took out a card from the World Dispatch Support Center, affirming that Chansu was the one chosen. If he still had doubts, it suggested that the two of them move somewhere else to talk. As they passed through the dark stone corridor, the rabbit curiously asked whether Chansu had any special talents. Chansu repeated blankly, "Special talents." The rabbit explained that someone qualified to become a false teleporter usually had at least one ability. Hearing that, Chansu broke out in a sweat. In his mind appeared the image of himself diligently cutting grass and trimming flowers, because that was the only thing he was good at. Seeing his awkward expression, the rabbit could only exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" To reassure him, the rabbit hurriedly recovered its smile. It was all right. Surely everything happened for its own reason. It affirmed that the fact Chansu had been chosen would not change, so he'd not need to worry too much. Chansu softly thanked it. When he truly set foot in the false teleporter center, many emotions surged in his heart. He told himself that his chance had finally come. Before the enormous stone door carved with intricate patterns, the rabbit told him to go inside and continue talking. Chansu looked up in awe, unable to stop himself from saying that the door was huge. Chansu placed his hand on the door, full of hope that it would open an entirely new world for him. He was ready with the mindset of a main character, but the door did not budge even when he pushed with all his strength. When Chansu asked in confusion why it was not moving, the rabbit behind him said in puzzlement that the entrance was over here. Chansu looked awkwardly in the direction it pointed, and saw a small passage just large enough for a rabbit. He shouted helplessly, "How am I supposed to crawl through that?" The rabbit calmly walked in and replied that it could get through, leaving Chansu only able to yell that it was because he was a rabbit. Chansu turned away in disappointment, wondering what he had even been expecting, then intended to leave, but the messenger rabbit immediately spoke to stop him. "Are you sure?" It reminded Chansu that he had failed every test and been judged unqualified to become a false teleporter. Did he really think a chance like this would come again? Chansu stopped short, sweat rolling down his cheek because it had struck his weak point. Seeing him tense up, the rabbit quickly waved its paws and explained that it meant no harm. It was only repeating Chansu's own words. It advised him not to give up, because after countless trials and hardships, he was still the one chosen in the end. Hearing that, Chansu had no choice but to humble himself and struggle to crawl through the tiny entrance meant only for rabbits. He gritted his teeth and wondered what exactly he was doing. Even he himself was not sure anymore. Seeing how slowly he moved, the rabbit inside urged him on. "Hurry up, Chansu. I am trying my hardest to crawl faster already," he said while struggling to squeeze his head to the other side. He was surprised to see that inside was a modern office, complete with desks, chairs, and computers. Chansu remarked that this place was more ordinary than he had imagined, making the rabbit calmly ask what exactly he had been thinking of. Getting straight to the main point, the messenger rabbit reported that there was currently a world very suitable for Chansu. He immediately asked whether every world was classified separately like that. The rabbit enthusiastically lifted the tablet and introduced it. Of course, this is the cubic world system called territorial conquest. Chansu shouted in astonishment, a cubic world. Seeing his reaction was too intense, the rabbit asked suspiciously whether he had heard of it before. Chansu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, saying this was the first time he had heard of it, and asking whether that place surely was not strange. The naive question made the rabbit snap. Then why act like you knew? After that, it burst into laughter and explained that this was a current hot spot, with the special advantage of being protected by a god. Chansu asked in shock, a god, truly a god? He suddenly remembered that the injured returner on the news had also once served a god, so the messenger rabbit reassured him that this world had nothing to do with the recent incidents. Looking at the glittering golden coin symbol on the screen, Chansu asked curiously who that god was. The rabbit explained that according to the rules, the arrangement of the gods was decided completely at random. However, it suddenly tossed out radiant magic cards and declared in a clear voice, if Chansu decides right now, he will receive the privilege of choosing for himself. The messenger rabbit spread the cards before Chansu, urging him to make a decision, asking what he thought. Chansu scratched his head in confusion, telling himself he did not know who was better than whom to choose. The rabbit moved closer, using persuasive words, stressing that this was a rare opportunity. Chansu fell into thought, realizing the rabbit's words were absolutely right. Knowing this chance would be hard to repeat, memories of the days he played ball with his father surfaced again in his mind. He felt he could no longer keep hesitating like a fool. Making a quick decision, he chose a card and said firmly, I will take this one. The messenger rabbit cried out in surprise, oh. Chansu swallowed nervously, slowly drawing out the card with extreme anticipation. Unexpectedly, a dense surge of black resentment burst from the card. The images of dried skeletons and the Grim Reaper appeared in terrifying form. Chansu was horrified and blurted out, what is this? The words on the card became clear, God of Negation 44%. Seeing Chansu collapse in fright, the rabbit calmly reassured him, it is only an introduction, why are you so shocked? Chansu trembled, his face pale, what kind of god has an introduction like that? And it is the God of Negation too, the name alone already feels unpleasant. Looking at the suspicious percentage, he shrank back and asked, may I draw again? Hearing the rabbit calmly agree, he breathed a sigh of relief, thank you. But the moment the card had just been shuffled, no wait, seriously. Chansu gritted his teeth with determination, believing this time would be different, pouring all his hope into the next draw. But when the card was revealed, he still received the same old card, God of Negation 45%. Overwhelmed with disappointment, Chansu shouted, it is the God of Negation again, is this a scam? Why is it the same every time? The messenger rabbit answered steadily, these cards are completely normal, do you understand? Sudden seriousness made Chansu tremble. No, I do not mean there is a problem with the card. Why is its voice so serious? The rabbit held out 3 cards, its eyes flashing with a strange light. This is your final chance, choose carefully. Chansu clutched his head tensely, sweat pouring down, praying, no matter who it is, please do not let it be that man. Please do not, his heart pounded as he touched the final card. A gentle green light suddenly burst forth. Chansu stared blankly downward, then exploded with joy, I got it. In his hand was a card printed with a pure flower and the words, Goddess of Prosperity 0.1%. Chansu felt intoxicated by the gentle energy radiating from it, thinking to himself that he had finally met another god, an ultra-rare one. The image of a beautiful goddess with flowing green hair appeared in his mind, exciting him so much that drool began to spill out. Seeing Chansu's strange expression, the messenger rabbit could not help curling its lip. What are you imagining? That look is truly unsightly. It cleared its throat softly and asked, do you want any more chances? Chansu was stunned, huh? Was that not the final chance? After hesitating for a while, he asked, what happens if I choose this card? Messenger rabbit answered generously, then you must depart at once. Chansu was startled, right now. Seeing him hesitate, the rabbit immediately added, why hesitate? This is a chance to become a teleporter, later a regressor. Everyone will respect you, Chansu. He could even be regarded as a savior, and the image of standing on a stage while tens of thousands cheered made him enchanted. The rabbit smiled meaningfully, think carefully, a completely different life will open before you. Right, if I keep going like before, I will only run errands for the rest of my life, I have to decide. Chansu told himself as he looked back on his years of hard labor. At once, a notification appeared, congratulating him on officially becoming a servant of the Goddess of Prosperity. Amid radiant rose petals, the god's form was revealed with long, flowing green hair and authoritative beauty. Welcome, apostle bearing the duty of a teleporter. When the goddess's energy affected him, Chensu's CPU temporarily froze. When the dazzling light on the desk gradually faded, he was still dazed, wondering whether that had just been the goddess of prosperity. Confidence surged within him, and Chensu could not hide his smile. With that god by my side, it feels like I can do anything. He clenched his fist and asked the messenger rabbit, "All right, where do I need to go?" The rabbit smiled and praised his excellent choice. At once, a bewitching purple vortex of energy appeared. Then shall we set off? Looking at the violently swirling black hole, Chensu retreated in panic. Whoa, wait, are we really going in there? Chensu trembled as he looked at the dangerous black hole that seemed ready to swallow him. But he quickly cast aside his fear. I will not back down anymore. I will show everyone I can do it. He stepped forward decisively. Before he could step inside, he was shoved from behind by the rabbit and shouted in fury, "Oh damn it, you bastard rabbit." On the other side of the teleportation gate, the rabbit still waved calmly. "I will wait for you, Chensu." Chensu was flung out of the gate, falling into a ruined land filled with danger. He clutched his aching head and muttered, "Why are you only telling me about the influence level now?" Seeing nothing around him but rubble, broken stone pillars, and a desolate scene, Chensu sat down on the ground in a daze. He laughed in despair, his face twisted with fear, tears and sweat streaming down as he realized his current situation. Damn it, I am probably dead. It was all because of the faith he had placed in the goddess of prosperity, when in truth there was only a level. Full influence was only 0.0%. Looking up at the lonely ruins beneath the desolate sky, he muttered with biting sarcasm, "So this is the goddess of prosperity. Where was the prosperity in land this barren?" Just then, a tiny system window suddenly appeared. "Welcome to the Cube World, the war for territorial occupation. Chensu, you are the apostle of importance. Protect as much territory as possible through occupation." Chensu narrowed his eyes at the tiny notification panel, and could not help grumbling that his sect was so small even the system window was hard to see. He sighed, then forced himself to his feet, telling himself he could not sit here forever. He had to look around and search for the goddess while he was at it. After only a few steps, his foot suddenly struck something hard. He looked down, then cried out in surprise. Is this a sickle? Picking up the old sickle, he wondered why it was here. Had someone dropped it? It felt rather familiar in his hand, but he was still bewildered. All of a sudden, a dark shadow appeared behind him, staring fixedly at Chensu and sending a chill down his spine. He turned his head back trembling, horrified to see a pair of blazing golden eyes glaring at him from the darkness. No way was it a monster. His heart pounded wildly with fear. Damn it, I have not even met the goddess yet, and I have already run into a monster. I cannot die here. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and raised the sickle high, intending to use it to frighten the other party. But right after that, even he panicked and asked himself. Chensu froze when he realized the thing before him was only a tiny hamster. Looking at the little creature trembling with tear-filled eyes, he blankly wondered whether this was really a monster, because it was not ferocious at all. A dark thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chensu smiled sinisterly, thinking that it was still a monster anyway, and catching it would probably bring a reward. The change in him frightened the little mouse into tears. Chensu sighed, then decided to spare it, thinking that as long as he was not surrounded by real monsters, he was still temporarily safe. Looking at the hamster backing away step by step, he gave a faint smile and admitted that it did look rather cute. Seeing it suddenly stop and cry out as if urging him on, he gradually understood the little creature's intention. Chensu hurried after it when he realized it wanted to lead the way for him. Wait, you want me to follow you? Though he was utterly exhausted and could not understand how a hamster could run so fast, he still forced himself to keep up and see where it was taking him. At last, a beautiful scene appeared before his eyes, leaving him stunned as he shouted, "Water!" It was a cool, clear stream babbling through the ruined wasteland. Chensu immediately filled his water bottle, then drank deeply with refreshing delight. It felt as if all his fatigue had melted away. Ah, this feels unbelievably refreshing. Looking around at the scene before him, Chensu wondered why a hamster would live in such an unsuitable place. He bent down and curiously asked the little mouse whether it knew where the goddess of prosperity was. Chensu looked at the little mouse, then sighed and muttered to himself, "Ah, well, talking to it is useless anyway." Yet the little mouse kept tugging at his clothes as if urging him on. "Again, you want me to follow you." Seeing its persistence, he clicked his tongue and agreed. "Fine, let us see where you take me this time." Two of them crossed a withered field of dry grass together. They headed toward a gigantic ancient tree standing tall between heaven and earth. Standing before the massive trunk, Chensu could not help marveling. Wow, this tree really is huge. But it has withered too, just like the trees on earth. He reached out and touched the rough bark, sensing that the life within the tree was slowly running dry. Suddenly, he froze when he felt that he had stepped on something beneath his foot. Looking down at the sandy ground, he saw that he was stepping on something like a withered ginseng root. Ginseng? Why is there ginseng here? Once the hamster beside him screamed in utter panic, making Chansu jump in fright. Seeing the small animal crying miserably beside the flattened ginseng root, Chansu awkwardly said, sorry, was that ginseng root your pet? The mouse cried until it had no tears left. It had kindly invited him home, yet he had flattened its friend. What a total disaster of a man. Just then, a bright blue system notification suddenly appeared. Tip, you have discovered the god of this region. Chansu scratched his head in utter confusion. What in the world? A female tip? Does that mean I have found the goddess? Where exactly is she? While he was lost in thought, the little mouse suddenly charged over and bit hard into his shoe. Ooh, what is going on? Thinking it only wanted to play with his shoe, he lifted it up and snapped, I am very busy right now. I will play with you later. Despite the little mouse struggling and crying out nonstop, Chansu still intended to turn around and continue on. But the small animal's strange behavior made him freeze. A jolt of electricity shot through his mind. His face gradually turned pale, cold sweat pouring out as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. No way. Trembling, he turned his head back to look at the tiny ginseng root. The shriveled thing lay flattened beneath his footprint on the ground. Could it be that the withered ginseng root was the god? Chansu froze, sweating heavily as he could not believe the truth before his eyes. No way. Our goddess should have been overflowing with prosperity. He cried out in despair that she could not possibly be a withered ginseng root like this. But at that very moment, a flash of blue light suddenly burst from the ginseng root, astonishing him. What is that blue light? Seriously. In his mind, the image of a beautiful goddess appeared, completely different from the withered thing on the ground. He collapsed beside the ginseng root, clutching his head in agony. No, my goddess. Only then did he understand the true meaning of the numbers the messenger rabbit had mentioned when choosing cards. Influence was proportional to territory size. Thinking back to when he had drawn the card, the 44% or 45% numbers belonging to the other gods had actually been enormous territorial advantages, but he had mistaken them for system errors. Chansu was filled with endless regret. Who would have thought those gradually increasing numbers were the good cards? His card choice had truly been an advance of self-destruction. Looking at his goddess shriveled up with an influence of only 0.001%, he painfully realized that, because her territory was far too small, she had weakened so much that she had become this pitiful figure. Seeing the goddess still lying motionless, Chansu turned pale and looked toward the sobbing little mouse. Do not tell me I just dealt the finishing blow. To salvage the situation, he hurriedly pulled out his water bottle. Maybe I should give her some water first, since she has withered so badly. Chansu began pouring water over the ginseng root. Seeing it emit a bright blue light, he cheered excitedly. Oh, it actually works. Alright, let's drink a bit more. He poured the entire bottle down, startling the little hamster to the extreme. At the same time, the goddess began to feel the cool water soaking in and thought silently. This feels so good. Is it raining? It's been so long since I've had water. Wonderful. But that joy didn't last long. The overwhelming amount of water poured continuously made the goddess panic and cry for help in her mind. Too much water. Stop, that's enough. At this rate, I'll drown. I'm really serious, not joking. After the overwatering, the ginseng deity finally woke up, drenched and dizzy. Chansu cheered in delight. He's awake. The hamster also jumped in celebration, because the goddess had survived the crisis. Chansu immediately adjusted his clothes, bowed solemnly, and introduced himself. Hello, I am O Chansu, disciple of prosperity. However, seeing his supreme deity only able to stand there with a laughable expression, he couldn't help but worry since the deity neither moved nor spoke normally. Chansu scratched his head and ears in helplessness. He truly had no idea what to do next. Immediately after, a system panel appeared, offering tips to use skills to become stronger. Chansu curiously touched the screen and discovered he had the Prosperity Blessing Skill 1. He guessed it helped crops grow faster. Yet his smile froze instantly when he saw the accompanying skill. Execution. His moral compass plummeted uncontrollably, and Chansu's face turned pale gray. In his mind appeared the image of a chilling guillotine. Chansu panicked, shouting, "Execute the bourgeoisie and live in prosperity." Is this the meaning of prosperity? Sweat poured. He couldn't understand why the goddess of prosperity had such a terrifying skill. He trembled as he turned to ask the goddess standing motionless. Goddess, this execution skill isn't literal, right? In response to his unease, the goddess merely raised her hand in a decisive gesture, as if to say, deal with it. Chansu swallowed hard, trying to explain further. I mean, you're not telling me to execute others, are you? He suddenly remembered agriculture includes both farming and livestock. Then a terrifying thought flashed. Does it include slaughtering as well? Chansu froze, his eyes suddenly dark and cold as he looked. He looked toward the hamster still dancing happily not far away. He clenched the sickle, the murderous aura from the new skill gradually enveloping the atmosphere, tense as a drawn bow. Chansu thought desperately, if that's the case, don't tell me it includes this kid. Seeing his frightening expression, the tiny creature trembled and squeaked once. Chansu coldly raised the sickle, whispering softly, "Sorry, after all, I am still a disciple." Chansu growled and swung the sickle down forcefully, terrifying the little hamster to the extreme. The hamster immediately triggered survival instincts, faster than even the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Cold strike descended, making the poor creature only manage a scream before running frantically while crying. Facing him were the goddess and the tiny hamster, clinging to each other, trembling nonstop. He spoke gravely, "I don't want to do this either, but it's all for our goddess." Suddenly, strange sounds echoed from behind, making Chansu freeze. What was that? At that moment, a dark, slimy foot suddenly stomped heavily on the ground right behind him. Chansu turned in shock, his face pale, seeing a gigantic creature appear. What the hell is that? Seriously. It was a shadowy entity with 6 glowing eyes, emanating a terrifying pressure. Seeing the real enemy, Chansu realized he had been mistaken. Ah, so that kid wasn't a monster. I misunderstood. He suddenly understood that the hamster earlier was completely harmless, and his hostility had been misplaced. Now, before him was a powerful dark monster, seemingly ready to devour everything. Chansu gripped his weapon tightly. Sweat rolled down his cheeks. So now I have to defeat this guy. Can I do it? Gritting his teeth and tightening the sickle, Chansu told himself, "No, I must succeed." Instead of retreating, he bravely charged toward the gigantic monster blocking the sky. In that life-and-death moment, his eyes became unusually sharp. He thought silently, "I see it, the exact spot I need to strike." He didn't hesitate for even a second. A brilliant blue energy surged violently. The strike cut straight into the shadowy entity, shattering it into countless tiny black fragments. Witnessing that terrifying power, the little hamster and the ginseng goddess could only cling to each other, trembling at Chansu's destructive force. When the danger had passed, Chansu rushed over to check on the goddess. "Are you alright?" Seeing the little hamster spread its arms to shield the withered goddess, he froze, deeply moved. That little guy, in that moment, it tried to protect the goddess. Realizing he almost harmed his benefactor, Chansu knelt in torment. "I'm so sorry. I made a huge mistake." He looked up at the hamster with guilty eyes. "Can you forgive me?" "Thank you so much, Hamden." He excitedly explained that the 3 of them would live together from now on, so he named it Hamden. The little hamster was ecstatic, its whole body glowing brightly with happiness at the new name. As the goddess and Hamden danced joyfully, a system notification suddenly appeared, confirming that due to the skill effect, the loot had automatically converted from the immortal demon hunt. That was called an immortal demon. Chansu muttered while looking at the system panel that had just appeared. A system tip immediately appeared, indicating that the breeds would automatically be bound directly to the goddess. He turned around in amazement and saw that the ginseng goddess, once withered, was now shining brilliantly. Her outer layer also became smoother, visibly full of vitality. Chansu cheered excitedly. "Huh, goddess, your skin looks smoother. Aha. If it continues like this, she will soon return to her prosperous form." Without wasting time, he declared boldly, "Excellent, I'll go hunt some more, goddess." With that, Chansu charged into the dark forest, leaving the tiny trembling goddess and Hamden scuttling after him. The deeper he went inside, the gloomier the air became, silent wisps of purple smoke blanketing every corner. Chansu came to a halt, carefully scanning his surroundings as he sensed currents of resentment drifting among the dried, withered trunks. Another system window appeared, notifying him about unidentified points used for features within the system world. Chansu scratched his head in confusion. Points? How did I even get things like that? But then, he immediately regained his focus when he saw black cloaked specters slowly approaching. Chansu's gaze turned icy. He thought to himself, they look decent enough. First, I need to deal with this bunch. Chansu tightened his grip on the scythe, secretly pleased that his skill was both powerful and easy to use. The mud monsters moved far too slowly, completely unable to keep up with him. Right after that, Chansu swung out one powerful slash after another. The monsters were instantly hacked apart into countless pieces right before his eyes. A system notification appeared, suggesting that continuing to hunt monsters would help him obtain even more reward points. Chansu's eyes shone like a grinder who had just found an infinite EXP field. He smiled smugly, his sharp gaze full of determination. Perfect. His current goal was to catch 100 of them. The number on the immortal demon hunting quest panel quickly soared. His lone figure advanced deeper into the dark land. The mouse Hamden bounced excitedly on his shoulder, making Chansu burst into laughter. "Anyone looking would think you did all the work." As he teased his little friend, he wondered about the name of the immortal demon hunting war given by the system. Looking at the number that had already surpassed 101 targets, he muttered doubtfully, "They do not look very immortal. They die so easily. I will probably know if I keep hunting." Chansu leisurely walked beneath the tree canopies, heading toward his deity. As soon as he saw the goddess's figure, Chansu cried out excitedly, "Goddess, you are even more radiant than before now." The ginseng deity had now grown many fresh green leaf buds, giving off a sparkling halo, showing that the effects of the items were even greater than he had imagined. Chansu blushed, lost in the thought of the day she would regain her true beauty. Then he quickly returned to reality and asked, "Oh right, what do we need to do now?" Seeing the goddess wave her hand in signal, Chansu immediately suggested, "Let me carry you up the tree." He carefully lifted tiny deity, then brought her to touch the bark of the giant ancient tree, glowing in the middle of the forest. Under the goddess's intent-focused gaze, Chansu asked in a daze, "Hey, do I have to go up too?" Following her guidance, he slowly placed his hand on the tree trunk. System notification suddenly appeared, stating that Chansu could use the Prosperity Blessing skill, but it would cost accumulated points. His mana bar had not even had time to warm up before it was about to run dry. He shouted firmly, "Prosperity Blessing." A brilliant green light immediately enveloped Chansu. Both Hamdan and the goddess stared in shock at the surging stream of energy. Chansu concentrated completely, deciding to pour in all the points he had just earned from monster hunting. He went all in, without even bothering to read the instructions. He pressed his hand against the ancient tree trunk, channeling the powerful energy into its dry bark. In that very instant, an intense burst of vitality erupted. The withered branches began to sprout and grow leaves, green spreading across an entire stretch of sky. In the blink of an eye, the giant tree had revived in dazzling splendor, its lush canopy heavy with ripe fruit. Chansu let out a relieved sigh. Then it is done." He froze when he saw a strange object appear on a high branch. "Is that an apple?" A vivid red apple, glossy and shimmering with light, appeared before his eyes, leaving him stunned. Chansu lifted the apple and held it firmly in his hand. He was so excited his face flushed, because he had never seen any fruit this large and heavy on earth. Though he wanted very much to taste it right away, he quickly pushed that desire aside to fulfill his duty. "Offer the first sweet fruit to our goddess." He knelt reverently and presented the apple to the goddess of prosperity. That made her extremely happy, and she hurriedly hugged the precious first gift tightly. Chansu watched the goddess hug the apple, inwardly hoping she would soon regain her former form, though her current appearance was also rather adorable. Suddenly, the apple in her hands began to shrivel, leaving him stunned. In the blink of an eye, the plump red apple had turned into a bluish-purple, wrinkled, bizarre lump. Chansu froze when he saw the goddess absorb it in such an intense way, her face flushed red and even drool running down. He cried out in horror, "Why is she absorbing it like that?" Trying to steady himself and telling himself not to pay attention to those oddities, Chansu climbed back up the tree to pick more apples. Chansu carried a whole pile of apples over to Hamdan and called out excitedly, "Hamdan, you eat too." The two of them now looked no different from an otherworldly survival mukbang duo. The little mouse happily answered with squeaks. In the end, Chansu still could not hold back and took a bite of the apple. Right away, his eyes shone brightly. "It is so good." The two of them feasted happily, while Chansu wolfed it down and roared in bliss. "This apple is insanely delicious." Chansu sat flat beneath the tree, constantly stuffing apples into his mouth until tears streamed down his face. Looking at the scene, it was hard to tell whether he was eating or recovering health. Watching from afar, the ginseng goddess could not help but wonder in shock, what is going on? She was astonished by the fact that in just one day, this young man had hunted monsters skillfully with a scythe and grown an entire giant tree in an instant. She looked at the vivid red apples on the branches, then turned back to Chansu's crazed eating. The goddess could only stand rooted in place, her face pale with horror. The Baotai tribe, those who held the source of food, had once been a formidable force with high-quality agricultural products. But when the corrupt tribe began expanding and devouring other forces, Baotai was forced to flee before that overwhelming power. To survive, they had no choice but to shut down their business and turn to monster hunting. However, a tribe like Bao Ti, which had never been accustomed to fighting, could not win a single victory. In a final effort, they recklessly transformed the basic harvest skill into Take the Head. Even so, the collapse of the Bao Tai tribe remained an unavoidable end. In truth, head-taking was not a combat skill used to bring down living monsters, but had only been modified to collect the heads of dead creatures. The combination of farmer and warrior was never a good fit, so that was already the limit of what they could do. Of course, things would take a different turn if someone with overwhelming power appeared. Chansu's gaze suddenly turned cold, reflected on the sickle radiating a terrifying killing intent. Seeing him like that, the ginseng goddess could only tremble and sob in sheer terror. Yet in the very next second, Chansu smiled innocently and asked, "Can I pick more apples?" The little goddess stared blankly, wondering why such a frightening child had come here. But then she realized, no matter what, this child was now hers. Chansu looked down in confusion when he saw the ginseng goddess clinging tightly to his leg, refusing to let go. He began to suspect he had just unlocked the legendary pet-raising storyline, while she silently vowed never to hand him over to anyone. Then Chansu turned pale as he looked at the half-eaten apple in his hand, afraid she might be planning to absorb him too. Night gradually fell, and Chansu ambled through the ruins under the brilliant sunset, carrying a basket of apples. He looked at the goddess who had fallen asleep from exhaustion in the palm of his hand. He carefully placed her on a flat stone so she could rest peacefully. Turning to Hamdan the mouse sitting on his shoulder, he smiled and stroked its head. You worked hard today too. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, startling them both. Chansu looked around in confusion, wondering whether it was thunder on a clear day or the goddess waking up. The truth was far more absurd. His face turned green as his stomach began to rumble fiercely. He painfully realized that eating only apples all day could never fill his stomach. Right then, a blue system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. The notification about an ongoing delivery event left Chansu puzzled. An event? After carefully reading about the large-scale summoning event meant to occupy territory, he thought perhaps the system had organized this activity because too many people from Earth had come here. Though he still wondered how anyone could deliver goods to such a remote place. Seeing Hamdan dozing on his shoulder, he decided the group should sleep first. Chansu thoughtfully covered the little goddess with a layer of leaves and softly said, "Please keep yourself warm, goddess." At Distribution Trading Company, a skyscraper blazed beneath the sunlight. The peaceful atmosphere there was suddenly broken by hurried footsteps. Sujin, the apostle of distribution, strode in fiercely with a face full of killing intent, frightening all the colleagues around her. She went straight to her superior's desk and slammed her hand down, startling the man who was taking notes. "What are you doing here instead of making deliveries?" Hasujin's sharp, icy gaze answered that concern. "Are you joking with me?" The boss hurriedly waved his hands. "I do not know what you mean, but calm down first." But Hasujin immediately shouted, "I'm already busy to death, so how can you still say things like that?" The system panel confirmed she was Hasujin, apostle of distribution. She angrily questioned the 3-day business trip outside the management zone, where no one was paid a single coin for the free delivery event. Yet the customer only bought one damned apple. On top of that, because the other side has no money, we even have to accept apples in exchange. She slammed the desk and demanded loudly, "What did I do wrong?" He hurriedly denied it. "No, you did nothing wrong at all," he sighed, trying to soothe her in a gentle voice. "In fact, it is the opposite. Our subordinates are simply too enthusiastic." He advised Hasujin that being diligent was good, but staying up late continuously would exhaust her body, so she should treat this business trip as a true rest and clear her mind. He gently placed a hand on Hasujin's shoulder, making her lower her head in silence, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Hasujin turned away irritably and snapped, "I know full well you only need someone to go on a business trip in your place." The insight was so accurate that his business smile almost collapsed, leaving that man scratching his head with an awkward laugh. He hurriedly put a hand on her shoulder and quickly pushed her along. He did not forget to paint a beautiful picture, saying perhaps she might find a rare Vistaland with a special effect. Even while being pushed away, Hasujin mocked him, "Rare land in that godforsaken place. Do not make me laugh." The boss stopped and waved, wishing her a safe trip while hinting that there would be a surprise when she returned. Hasujin flushed with anger and sighed in exasperation. "Fine, I get it. I will go. All right." As she walked, she ran her finger across the virtual screen to check the order list, her face filled with astonishment. Why are there this many orders? Just looking at the number, it was clear the system was acting like it had a personal grudge. Realizing she was about to leave the familiar management zone, she told herself she had to prepare carefully. Hasujin's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, and she gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, and threatened, "You had better not waste my time, otherwise I will not let you off." Meanwhile, in Chansu's land, a peaceful atmosphere covered the apple forest heavy with fruit. Chansu ambled between baskets piled high with apples and teased aloud, "Ready or not, here I come." Behind a giant apple, Hamdan the mouse was trying to hold back excited giggles. Chansu smiled faintly and reminded his little friend, "Hold it in, or everyone will hear your laughter." Beneath the hazy moonlight, Chansu wore a sinister smile, his eyes flashing strangely like a hunter's. "Where are you hiding? Are you behind the apple?" Immediately after, he lunged forward and caught the trembling little mouse. Hamdan only had time to cry out before being seized by those large hands. Chansu laughed brightly in triumph. "Caught you." While holding the struggling Hamdan, he grumbled, "I told you not to eat apples and to focus on hiding, did I not? At least help me out a little." Chansu gently pinched Hamdan's cheeks, repeating over and over that these apples were for trading, not for eating. He turned and told the ginseng goddess that a guest would visit today, so she should not behave carelessly and leave a bad impression on someone who had come all this way. According to what Chansu learned when registering for the delivery event, this world truly was just as its name suggested. The entire territory was divided into separate blocks. Though from the outside, they still looked like ordinary lands. But at the edge of every block there was always a shimmering wall of light dividing them. This boundary operated even more strictly than a dormitory with a curfew. To move to another block, everyone was required to have a pass, and the system only issued exactly one pass each day. Looking at the map, Chansu realized the surroundings were completely empty, and only his land at coordinates 36N, 10E still had life. Even the nearest town was a full week away, so he had no choice but to live on apples these past few days. Looking at the system screen, Chansu marveled that the delivery service could reach this place in only 2 days. It truly was a miracle. He flopped down on the grass among the apples, silently hoping the sleeping bag would arrive soon, or better yet, a soft bed. Chansu was not only thinking of himself, he had also thoughtfully prepared a small cushion for the ginseng goddess, leaving her extremely excited. He told himself he had to keep raising this goddess's affection, unless he wanted to be turned into a dried-up corpse. Suddenly, a surge of dark purple resentment accompanied by a strange sound echoed from the deep forest, making Chansu immediately alert as if facing a boss warning. He quickly drew his weapon, feeling strange, because since yesterday, the monsters seemed to have been delivered directly, continuously coming on their own. Before Chansu, a group of immortal demons cloaked in black slowly advanced through the mist. Watching the monsters surround him, Chansu muttered that they were called immortal demons. Perhaps they were hard to kill, but calling them resurrectors would be more accurate. Without overthinking, he tightened his sickle and said decisively, "No matter what they are, just deal with them quickly." Chansu stomped on the ground and charged forward with Hamden on his shoulder. The sharp sickle slashed through in the blink of an eye. It cut down a shadow, stretching bony hands toward him. The monsters screamed helplessly, one by one being overwhelmed by Chansu's power in an instant. Chansu squinted, observing the battle, and everything unfolded just as he expected. Their movements had become slightly faster. Could monsters level up like skills? He stomped his foot, continuing a flurry of strikes that scattered the demons. Still, this level was not worth worrying about. Monsters turned to dust in midair, restoring calm to the forest. Chansu stood in the open, hoisting the sickle onto his shoulder, and exhaled in relief. At that moment, Hasujin descended from above on sparkling winged shoes. Seeing the ruined scene, she froze, her face pale with fear. What just happened, damn it? In Hasujin's eyes, Chansu looked like a demon with an unreadable smile and murderous eyes, leaving her stunned and bewildered. In fact, the monsters Chansu had just faced were immortal goblins, once hunted by apostles, because their reward points far exceeded normal. But as their name implied, no matter how many times they were destroyed, the next day they would revive and be stronger. They were extremely persistent, able to follow targets across hex blocks and leave curses that drained enemies. Being so dangerous, everyone tried to avoid them. Yet Hasujin was witnessing the impossible, Chansu wildly swinging his sickle, creating powerful strikes. She was horrified, wondering, who is this madman? Does he not fear consequences? Looking closer, she realized Chansu showed no signs of being affected by the curse. A shocking hypothesis flashed through her mind. Could he be a sword master? But she quickly noticed that all he held was a grass-cutting sickle. Hasujin grew even more anxious, thinking it best not to anger this terrifying person. That moment, Chansu excitedly opened his system panel to check. He exclaimed with excitement, "I have gained points again. Up by 5%, now at 10%. With a blessing cost of 1,000 points per apple, he was confident he could manage 100 today without issue. Looking at the distant ruined site, Chansu pondered. Initially, I wondered why there was a temple here. Could this be a special block? His concentration was interrupted when a figure suddenly landed right behind him. The young girl bowed politely. "Sorry, are you customer Chansu? It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hasujin, from the Transport Trading Company. Your order has been delivered." Chansu asked in surprise how she found him so quickly. Hasujin smiled brightly and replied, "Ah, haha, 'cause you are quite easy to recognize." Yet inside she trembled, recalling him slicing immortal goblins like toys. She resolved never to underestimate this death-type customer. However, her caution instantly melted when Hasujin saw Hamden on Chansu's shoulder. "What is that tiny cotton ball?" Hamden lifted its head and squeaked. Its cuteness nearly made Hasujin lose control, her mind filled only with the desire to touch and squeeze. Seeing her blush and tremble, Chansu anxiously asked if she was uncomfortable. Hasujin was startled, hastily keeping a calm expression. "Ah no, I am fine." She said so. Inside she screamed, wanting to touch the little mouse. And then they walked together, passing baskets of ripe red apples. The fresh fragrance made Hasujin pause. "They smell really good." Chansu smiled proudly and nodded in confirmation. "Yes, they grow well and taste delicious." And Hamden snorted proudly. Hasujin approached the giant tree, astonished, wondering if this was really an apple tree, its size so unusual. Seeing her amazement, Chansu offered a particularly large red apple, and kindly asked if she wanted to try. Hasujin froze and asked, "Can I try it?" Holding the heavy apple, she was even more stunned. Not only the tree, the apple itself was unusual. Yet she thought, overly large fruit is often less sweet. Maybe it just looks good on the outside, but the quality is poor. Yet the moment she bit a large piece, the flavor exploded strongly, leaving Hasujin stunned. "What is this?" Her eyes lit up and she erupted in joy. "Delicious." The sweet taste balanced with just enough tartness made her unable to stop, eating continuously despite Chansu standing shyly nearby. One bite felt like entering a trance. In her mind, Hasujin immediately calculated the real value of this fruit. With that level of flavor, it had to be at least 50,000 gold, even over 100,000 if negotiated. She regained seriousness, looked Chansu straight in the eye and asked, Customer Chansu, you said each apple costs 2,000 gold, right? Chansu timidly replied yes. Instantly, Hasujin's expression changed, coldly saying that no matter how you look at it, that price was unreasonable. Her words made Chansu sweat, nervously scratching his head. Was my price too unreasonable? Perhaps I should sell cheaper in the store. Seeing his misunderstanding, Hasujin held up 2 fingers decisively. Chansu guessed 200, but she immediately emphasized 20,000. You should sell at least 20,000 gold per apple. Chansu and Handam were shocked, mouths agape, and he exclaimed 20,000 gold. Hasujin casually added that supplying the department store could fetch over 30,000 gold, selling like a local market. Who knew it would be luxury goods? Chansu was stunned, unable to believe it. An apple costs that much. Just one apple, yet it can go to a department store. Hasujin thought she could hide the truth, but did not want to deceive a potentially valuable customer, especially since she only had one life and had just witnessed his terrifying power. She seriously affirmed, this is absolutely not an ordinary apple. This is the first time I have tasted a product so delicious, even though I have tried many fruits in my life. Seeing the apple glittering like pure gold, she believed its value surpassed all other specialties. Therefore, for now, 20,000 gold per apple. Speaking of which, Hasujin took out a roll of magical paper. She spread the bright blue contract before Chansu and suggested paying the rest through the official contract. What does he think? Chansu stayed silent for a moment, then picked up the pen and focused on reviewing each clause. He smiled faintly and nodded. Alright, but let us do it this way. Looking at the figures, Hasujin exclaimed in surprise, I think you are mistaken. The percentage we receive has increased. Chansu smiled brightly, hugged the little mouse on his shoulder, and answered sincerely, because I want to cooperate long-term with a good person. He held out his hand, his gaze filled with trust. And you honestly told me the value of those apples earlier, right? His words left Hasujin stunned, her heart aching at this unexpected kindness. Hasujin smiled and shook his hand in return. Thank you very much for signing the contract. Right after that, she began her main work. Now I should give you the things you ordered. She took out the magic cards, and they quickly transformed into a large crate filled with seeds, food, and cooking tools. Not only that, Hasujin also handed over a nest holding a golden egg. This is a familiar egg, a commemorative gift from the company, and it may be useful for your farming. Looking at the little mouse on Chansu's shoulder, Hasujin wondered aloud. You already have one, so do you need another? Chansu asked back in surprise. I have a familiar. She explained that little Hamdan looked far too friendly compared to an ordinary monster, so it was surely his familiar. Hasujin instructed him that if he poured many points through a blessing, the familiar would grow stronger, but he had to be careful or the egg might crack. Chansu accepted the gift, silently telling himself he would sense its vibrations on his own. Hasujin curiously asked about the apple yield and harvest time, so she could make plans. Chansu answered frankly that he planned to plant many more kinds of trees, with an estimate of about 50 apples a day. The number left Hasujin stunned. You said every day. The two quickly coordinated the supply cycle, quantity, and schedule, ending the first harvest season smoothly. Chansu began considering buying a warehouse, while the tiny goddess lay relaxing on a bed of lush green leaves. He was glad he had hidden the goddess's presence before Hasujin arrived, though she seemed kind, caution was still better. Looking at the pile of necessities and equipment around him, he secretly marveled. Selling just one batch of apples made me rich this quickly, all thanks to the goddess. He smiled and asked whether the goddess liked it, then suddenly froze when he heard a strange sound. Turning around, he saw the goddess tenderly hugging the familiar egg in its nest with an affectionate expression. Chansu realized that to use a blessing on the egg, he needed to accumulate more points, and for now, he had to find more customers. He looked at the system panel displaying the number of 101 immortal goblins eliminated. He raised the corner of his mouth in a confident smile. Everything was going better than expected, and he was no longer afraid of the future. In fact, Chansu was filled with eagerness for what was to come, his face radiant with a hopeful smile. Meanwhile, at the trading company's office, a rugged man slowly savored a delicious slice of apple. As he ate, he speculated about Chansu's identity, a pioneer, a believer, or perhaps someone from the alchemist side. Hasujin sat opposite him and reported solemnly, I am Korean. His force is war or violence. I do not know what their intentions are. Analyzing an apple, this intensely feels like a strategy meeting. The man concluded that from the beginning, all pioneers had been Koreans, so it was not strange for someone who could produce this to belong to a combat class. He was astonished that with only a sickle, Chansu had cleanly taken down over 100 immortal goblins. Sitting beside him, Hasujin was still stunned, trembling as she recalled the scene, while the man judged that he was training with the sickle to become a swordsmanship master, like Rohan. He decided it would be better to hide him instead of focusing on protection, and sell the apples at the department store. Hasujin agreed. I think so too. We should do it. However, the serious atmosphere suddenly vanished. When the man tried to take the last slice of apple, it made Hasujin furious, and she pulled her hand away. Her eyes flashed as she roared terrifyingly. "You ate all the apples by yourself." A comical chase broke out inside the skyscraper. The senior ran while making excuse, "I am your senior," while Hasujin chased close behind. "This one is mine." Back in Chansu's forest, he sat quietly beneath the lantern light, placed his hand on the familiar egg, and wondered what it would hatch into. Looking at the ginseng goddess and Hamdan curled up beside him, Chansu smiled happily. Both of them were wonderful. The egg shook violently with the crisp sound of its shell cracking. Chansu was amazed. "Oh, it is hatching." It was hatching. Chansu held his breath, his eyes wide as he witnessed a vast surge of energy filling the space. A mystical creature revealed itself, accompanied by a shocking notification from the SSS rank familiar system. Chansu held his breath and watched every crack in the eggshell, crying out excitedly. "Ah, it hatched." A tender chirp rang out from inside, making him wildly excited, and he shouted loudly, "Come out." When the light faded, a golden chick leapt out the shell chirping. Chansu froze, disappointment on his face. A chick. Remembering the 120,000 points he had spent, he was truly stunned. Looking at the chick that was slightly larger than normal, he sighed. Even if he raised it, it would only become a rooster, while he had been hoping for something more useful for farming. The irritation made a dark idea rise in Chansu's mind. Could he just raise it and eat it later? He sat hugging his knees in the middle of the room, smiling bitterly as he thought of his 120,000 point fried chicken. To avoid feeling too much regret, he gave it a simple name. "Hello, from now on you are Ari, and I am Chansu." Suddenly, another egg began shaking violently, startling him. "Oh, another one is hatching." Chansu regained his interest and prayed that this one would definitely be a worker. A dazzling pink light burst forth. What appeared was a tiny piglet. Oink. Chansu went numb, named it Doji, and collapsed to the floor in utter despair. He shouted in grievance. Why are they all food ingredients? He felt if the system had scammed him, and that the SSS servant magical beasts were actually just ordinary livestock. That night, beneath the full moon, Ari and Doji solemnly knelt and performed the ceremony of audience with the goddess of prosperity in exact serial number order, preparing to open the family farm. Under the quiet moonlight, the ginseng goddess looked at the two little creatures with eyes full of affection and sorrow. "It has been so long since we last met. I hope you two can forgive me for being unable to protect you until the end." Ari and Doji knelt down in emotion, replying that they were the ones at fault for not serving her properly. Doji promised to do his utmost so the goddess could soon return to her majesty. However, the goddess was worried and reminded both to be cautious, warning that Chansu had not yet realized they were her kind. If he found them useless, they could be sold or worse, risk becoming their own meal. Immediately, the image of Chansu with a dark face and the question, "What should I cook?" appeared in their minds, frightening Ari and Doji pale. The goddess emphasized that until they had communication skills to understand each other, both must strive to prove their value through every action. Doji still trembled, asking if the goddess's words were true, while Ari, though afraid, doubted the disciples' cool-looking abilities and decided to observe a bit longer. In the bright morning sunlight, Chansu leisurely carried the sickle, telling himself each new day always began by facing monsters. Seeing a shadowy entity appear, he immediately swung the sickle coldly. The night creature was destroyed in the blink of an eye. From afar, Ari and Doji watched the scene in astonishment. They saw the sharp sickle slashes fly continuously with whistling winds. Ari, trembling, uttered, "What is that?" Seeing Chansu swing the sickle frantically with a piercing gaze like an executioner, the two tiny ones could only cling to each other, trembling in fear. The scattered monster pieces made the disciple appear even more ruthless in their eyes. Ari suddenly understood why Chansu had always looked at them with longing. The image of him sitting cross-legged, smiling wickedly, mumbling about not having fried chicken for a long time appeared in Ari's mind. Ari shivered in despair, thinking perhaps he really would eat them. Meanwhile, the system panel coldly ticked numbers, confirming Chansu had slain 202 immortal goblins. Wiping sweat from his brow, Chansu exhaled after a hard morning, finally completing the task. The silence didn't last long as rustling came from the bushes, making him alert. He was surprised to see Ari and Doji standing there. Chick Ari still wore a piece of eggshell on its head, showing concern. "Chip chip, the disciple worked hard, are you tired?" While Doji also cheerfully chimed, Haha, disciple, good morning." Seeing Doji slightly stiff, Ari urged, "Chip chip, smile quickly." He replied, "Oh, thanks, really cute." Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Chansu brought out a neatly cut plate of apples, excitedly inviting, "Hey, do you want to try?" Doji's eyes lit up at the delicious food, drooling, give me, give me." In contrast to the gluttony, Ari remained cautious, reminding his comrade, "Chip chip, don't eat too much, keep dignity. One side sees food and sells its soul, the other maintains principles." Watching Doji eat heartily, Chansu nodded, "You really eat well, eat a lot to grow fast." But his smile darkened as a practical thought occurred. Maybe pigs fed with apples are trendy. Would the meat taste better? Chansu's sharp gaze made Ari shiver. Immediately after, Chansu shouted threateningly, freezing Doji, "Stop eating, piggy. You'll become my grilled pork belly." Turning to Ari still standing motionless, Chansu softened his voice. Ari, will you eat too? Though afraid, the fragrant apples made Ari unable to resist, realizing their tremendous value. What flavor is this? Over 500 points, insane. Is this the normal disciple's daily income? Despite craving crazily, Ari still tried to maintain some last pride. I won't be fooled. Chansu scratched his head blankly, not liking red apples. To please the little friend, he continued to bring out a bowl of premium cereal. So will you eat the cereal? Seeing the bowl shine like jade, Ari completely surrendered. Tears and drool fell as it ate, thinking, I'm different from that pig, I won't become fried chicken. Watching Ari and Doji each in a corner eating, Chansu thought, Ari eats less than Doji. After being full, he began a rapid farming lesson for the two new students. Following instructions, Doji dug the soil while Ari sowed black bean seeds into the holes. Just one morning felt like opening a farm trainee class. After carefully covering the soil, Chansu concentrated energy to cast prosperity blessing. Blue light enveloped the sprouts, helping them grow rapidly. Chansu gave a proud thumbs up. Very easy, right? Our goddess is amazing. He held an enhanced seed in hand, eyes full of confidence, the growth rate so fast that farmers would probably quit out of jealousy. Chansu held the shiny black seeds, wondering if the chicks liked the sparkling ones, then thought Ari probably isn't a fool. Seeing Ari about to pounce on the produce, he quickly stopped him. No, must offer to the goddess first. He carried the basket of apples to where the ginseng goddess waited. Watching them eat fruit so roughly that day, he could only observe with his eyes. That eating style still took time to get used to. Let's eat quickly, later we'll plant potatoes and sweet potatoes, Chansu said, while scattering live seeds on the fertile soil. While Doji ate ravenously with satisfaction, Chansu noticed Ari. He thought Ari ate little, but in reality it was completely the opposite. Ari pecked continuously at a dizzying speed, eyes shining brightly, astonishing Chansu. Ari isn't eating little? Shortly after, both lay sprawled on the ground with full bellies. Ari regretted too late, ultimately losing to his appetite. Chansu smiled in satisfaction, looking at his disciples. Eating well is good. Must quickly plant more so you can continue eating. The group walked under the bright sunset. Chansu suddenly remembered something important. Today we start selling these apples. Wonder if they'll sell well. Meanwhile, at a luxury shopping center, the buying and selling atmosphere was extremely bustling. One side worried about selling, the other nearly went broke from shopping addiction. Staff checked magical charts, muttering, finished cleaning, only apples left? He looked at the stall labeled Imperial Apples, attracting a crowd of curious onlookers. Many gathered discussing excitedly, but no one dared to pay as the item was too luxurious. Each apple was placed elegantly in premium silk boxes, dusted with glittering gold, and set on rare winter bird feathers, priced 200,000 gold, stirring the crowd. They began to complain, why is a single apple so ridiculously expensive? The manager inside also worried, knowing the price caused offense but couldn't allow tasting. He thought, just one bite and their prejudice would vanish. Suddenly, a customer's thank you startled him. The crowd outside panicked, asking what happened. Did someone buy all the apples? Gossiping about the high price, the rich silently paid. The manager rushed out to check the commotion. Staff excitedly reported, Seigneur, look, Imperial apples are sold out. Manager stared in shock at the empty stall. What did you say? It was full just now. The staff explained someone tried one apple and bought the rest, leaving the Rohan signature. Crowd pointed at the red-haired man's back as he left. That's Rohan. Right on his back were apples. The manager was stunned, recognizing the customer. Rohan. If it's Rohan, then... He was the pioneer of the harsh training method, an unprecedented legendary swordsman, buying out the entire stall. Such a top-tier figure deciding to buy all the apples left everyone astonished. In the distance, Rohan casually chewed a delicious apple as he walked, blurting out how good it was. A piece of news sure to shake the agricultural world. A legend like Rohan buying up all the apples immediately created a media storm. Headlines flashed everywhere, while netizens believed this fruit helped masters train to become sword experts. At the Ryu Hoan Company office, manager Ryu Hoan desperately wrung his hair in frustration at public pressure, then shouted angrily over the excessive news articles. The phone rang incessantly. Just picking it up, he was met with the absurd question, eating apples makes one a sword expert. Ryu Hoan shouted angrily that it had nothing to do with them. Exhausted, he slumped onto the desk, but the phone bell rang like torture. Today the switchboard was even busier than a fast Riverway livestream. Ryu Hoan warily lifted the receiver. Yes, this is Ryu Hoan from Ryu Hoan Company. However, seconds later, he sprang up, his face flushed red. What, ordering hundreds of crates of apples without notice? He realized current market demand far exceeded his ability to manage. Meanwhile, in Chansu's land, a week had passed since he arrived in the new world. Life was now fairly abundant. Hamden and Ari leisurely ate cereal, while Chansu carried a basket of produce, smiling as he prepared the meal. On the temporary kitchen table, golden potatoes and deep purple sweet potatoes were ready. Chansu picked them up excitedly, eyes shining with pride. These are just as good as the apples. He quickly peeled them, then chopped the ingredients evenly on the cutting board. The knife striking the wood rang rhythmically, sounding very professional. Chansu poured his passion into the hot pan, flames bursting brightly as he cooked skillfully, under the admiring and hungry gaze of Hamden and the ginseng goddess. While taking a break, Chansu felt tickled as the pig Doji kept nudging him and oinking. Seeing Doji drool with desire, Chansu sternly reminded him this was not their portion, but with those pitiful eyes, he sighed and fed it temporarily. Just as Chansu fed Doji, Hasujin came running from afar, calling loudly. The speed alone suggested a matter hotter than a midnight flash sale. Chansu turned back cheerfully to greet her. Seeing the new duo, Hasujin's eyes lit up with hearts, praising Chansu for raising all the magical beasts to serve and noting how cute they were. Meanwhile, Doji and Ari tensed, guarding the ginseng goddess to ensure strangers could not see her. Chansu forced a smile confirming, then asked why she came. Hasujin excitedly rummaged in her bag, saying she brought good news. She immediately opened a glowing electronic chart and declared clearly, "Don't be surprised, each apple sold for 200,000 gold, sold out for 2 consecutive days." Chansu was shocked, clutching his head and shouting that each apple was 200,000 gold, and sold out 2 days straight. Hasujin was also astonished, saying there were not enough apples to sell. Chansu pondered, thinking that apples here were not expensive, yet unexpectedly the rich were numerous. Chansu's financial brain processed the data as fast as a cash register. With 30% profit, each apple earned 60,000 gold. Selling 50 per day is 3 million gold. Chansu's eyes lit up as the final number appeared in his mind. Then, annual income of 1 billion gold. He immediately immersed in visions of becoming a tycoon. In his imagination, he wore gold chains around his neck, held a money-shooting gun laughing joyfully, while Doji also wore sunglasses, holding money elegantly. But the excitement quickly gave way to deeper thoughts. With money, he could trace clues about his parents. Memories of being belittled and pushed around on Earth made him even more determined to seize this opportunity. Seeing Chansu silent, Hasujin said the mall commission was quite high, but because the product was hot, she would try to negotiate a lower fee for him. Chansu looked at her seriously. "I don't want to discourage you, but how long do you think the fame of Emperor apples will last?" Looking at the plump red apples in the basket, he realistically assessed that although very popular now, they could not always sell for 200,000 gold. Hasujin understood Chansu's concern, but quickly pointed out huge potential. With 1 million customers, selling 100 apples a day would take 27 years, not counting repeat buyers. Chansu gaped in astonishment at the enormous potential customer base. Hasujin reassured him that compared to Earth it was large, but the current market was as wide as China. She suddenly leapt forward, grasping Chansu's hand, eyes sparkling with excitement. "So Chansu, do you want to increase apple production?" Chansu blushed awkwardly, quickly withdrew his hand and stammered, "The other crops are also grown, do you want to try them, as they are as good as the apples?" Hearing this, Hasujin's eyes shone like headlights, shouting with joy that there were treats as good as apples. She grabbed Chansu again, leaving him torn between laughter and tears. After preparation, Chansu carried the steaming pot of food out, gently saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Then first, let's try the boiled potatoes." Hasujin sat at the table in proper attire, eagerly replying she wished to try. She carefully speared a piece of golden potato with her fork. She brought it to her mouth, blowing lightly to cool. As soon as she bit down, Hasujin seemed transported to a fairyland, her face glowing with satisfaction. She continuously praised the sweet flavor, combined with salt, as perfect. She sensed the lightly roasted aroma of the skin, while the interior was soft and sublime. Seeing the customer react well, Chansu exhaled in relief. He said he also prepared fried dishes and cakes, then happily brought out 2 golden plates to serve. Hasujin immediately picked up a piece of fried potato, the crispy skin separating to reveal the hot interior. This potato elevated emotions as much as a Michelin review. Hasujin ate enthusiastically while praising the flavor worthy of high-end restaurant sales. She confirmed potatoes were not just side dishes but could be main attractions. Chansu smiled brightly, happy she liked them. Finally, he presented Doji's favorite specialty, golden roasted sweet potatoes, fragrant and warming, making the sunset feast cozier. While Hasujin enjoyed the food, Doji oinked gleefully and Ari the chick waddled around Chansu's seat. Doji could not hide his greed, jumping up asking for more. Chansu looked at Ari in surprise, asking why he ate so quickly. Looking at the pig devouring food beside him, he suspected, "Doji, you surely ate Ari's share already." Meanwhile, Hamden nimbly climbed Hasujin's arm to beg for food, startling her to shout loudly. Seeing the cute little creature nibbling sweet potato, Hasujin immediately softened. She hugged it tightly, exclaiming at its cuteness and softness. Riding the joyful atmosphere, Chansu asked her opinion about selling these crops. After finishing, Hasujin wiped her mouth contentedly and said first she had a very satisfying meal. But when Chansu mentioned increasing apples and planting more crops, his concern showed, as lacking points prevented focusing entirely on farming. Hasujin looked him straight in the eye, grateful yet candid. I am very thankful, but please focus on growing the apples first. She explained that since all disciples were Korean, the local culture was strongly influenced. Though other foods were delicious, other crops were harder to sell at high prices and less profitable than apples. Ha Sujin suddenly bowed earnestly. Chansu, the demand for apples will continue to rise. I sincerely hope you consider our situation. Given Ha Sujin's enthusiasm and the High Mall Commission, Chans felt conflicted. Understanding how much effort she had put in, he hesitated, asking if 100 apples would be enough, startling Ha Sujin. Chansu took a deep breath and clarified he would supply 100 apples daily. Hasujin was stunned, her face flushed with extreme joy. Really? Seeing her surprise, Chansu gently nodded with a smile, thinking to himself that since she was enjoying the meal, it was entirely worth it, and he did not need to choose the hard path alone. Overjoyed, Hasujin hugged Hamdan tightly and shouted with delight, "Thank you, customer Chansu." The next day, a new scene unfolded in the cold land. Chansu hesitated as he stepped through the dark forest, with Ari and Doji silently following behind. Pig Doji mumbled doubts about the need to follow every day, but Ari barked, "If you don't supervise, that knave little mouse Hamdan won't manage." Chansu glanced back with puzzlement, wondering why they kept tailing him. Though he hoped the two beasts had special combat abilities and did more than just eat, their expressions made him doubt it. His doubt quickly turned to despair when a goblin suddenly appeared, Ari and Doji fleeing with pitiful cries. Chansu held his head, blaming himself for having too high expectations of these SS-grade beasts. But the situation became critical when the shadow monster appeared. Darkness extended sharp claws toward the exhausted, trembling Doji. Chansu yelled in panic, urging the pig to run, but the distance was too great to help in time. In the critical moment, Chansu roared to get away from Doji and gathered energy to unleash the scythe. A dry slashing sound made Ari startle and open its eyes. It stared in shock at the energy streak that passed, not understanding what had happened. The giant monster was sliced into pieces, and though Chansu had not touched it directly, he was stunned at the much longer range than before. Chansu realized his skill had upgraded to a new level after the training process. He began to focus on experimenting, adjusting angles, positions, and the speed of the scythe. With a powerful shout, Chansu swung the scythe, the sharp slash clearing everything in its path. The system panel announced that maximum decapitation had been activated, widening the skill's attack range. Chansu looked at the scythe and muttered, "Maximum decapitation, what a name." Despite the strange name, he smiled, realizing the new power would attract more customers. Witnessing this, Doji and Ari hugged each other, trembling, tears streaming at their master's sudden surge in power. Terrified, they both ran desperately toward the goddess to seek help, shouting in fear, "Goddess, something terrible has happened." Seeing their panic, the goddess asked in surprise what happened. Ari gasped that the disciple could now chop off 4 to 5 heads at once. It felt wronged, thinking that instead of growing stronger this way, it should have prioritized communication skills. The goddess reassured, but had to admit she had never granted such a skill before. Ari burst into tears, screaming from fear of being eaten, losing all appetite. Doji trembled, asking for confirmation that the skill's name was maximum decapitation. "Did you really grant this skill?" The goddess's reply chilled the air, leaving all three stunned, not understanding where such power came from. At this moment, Chansu appeared from behind, his face dark, eyes gleaming and wearing a sinister smile. His imposing presence made the goddess pale, trembling as she looked at the scythe, wondering if he was human or a messenger from hell. However, after careful observation, the goddess realized the nature of the matter, calling her followers together. "Children, I think I understand the situation now." Doji shouted in excitement, thinking the goddess had secretly granted Chansu a skill. Immediately scolded by Ari, who banged to keep it quiet, Ari curiously asked the real reason for this change. Goddess Leonanton explained that the apostle's skill developed spontaneously based on innate ability. She said decapitation was an improved version of harvest, able to be performed on a wide area. Chansu's combat skill had evolved into maximum decapitation. Ari still trembled in disbelief, since only veteran apostles with over 10 years' experience could reach this level. The goddess admitted Chansu was formidable, but smiled fondly, affirming he was a precious child. Despite rapid evolution, thanks to his strength, her followers could survive and converse peacefully. The goddess patted Ari's head, promising that when Chansu returned, she would grant communication skills to prevent misunderstandings. Ari bowed in apology for being timid and thinking ill of his master. Chansu ran frantically toward the goddess, waving and shouting, "Goddess, I'm back." The goddess secretly thought to quickly converse with the apostle. She planned to take the opportunity to officially introduce Ari, Doji, and Hamdan as her subordinates. At this time, the system announcement lit up, the goddess of prosperity granting the apostle a new skill. Chansu stared blankly at the green control panel, being interrupted by the system right after reunion. The goddess thought limiting the apostle's development path would violate the rules, so she let Chansu choose. 2 skills appeared: prosperity promise and communication. Goddess confidently thought the apostle would choose communication. She dreamed of the moment of direct conversation with him, intending to advise against dangerous fights and, most importantly, to thank him for choosing her, but in reality faced the god directly. When Chansu touched the screen, the system coldly announced that skill selection had ended, granting him the Prosperity Promise skill. Goddess froze, eyes wide, face contorted in shock, unable to understand why he had rejected the chance to communicate so bluntly. The root cause was Chansu's extremely refined thinking, as he hesitated between the two choices, unsure about Prosperity Promise, not knowing what it entailed. Communication meant being able to converse with animals and plants. Immediately, a terrifying vision appeared in his mind. Chansu imagined Ari crying tragically when being cooked, wondering how he could do that, having trusted them like family, his mind playing like a survival horror game. Then the scene of Doji being roasted, screaming for revenge. Even the old apple tree appeared, lamenting for being overworked. Chansua, you once picked more than 100 fruits a day. My shoulder hurts too much. Chansu turned pale, sweat pouring like a shower from fear. Oh, just thinking about it is terrifying. Chansu shivered, telling himself it was better not to know, and decisively chose never to select the communication skill. He reached out to the screen and selected the remaining skill called Promise of Prosperity. As soon as the system announced that the selection process was complete, a gloomy atmosphere immediately enveloped the room. The ginseng goddess Doji and Ari all collapsed, wailing in despair. Chansu looked at them in confusion, not understanding why the group suddenly seemed so sorrowful. Pushing aside his bewilderment, he told himself he must first check the new skill. Chansu opened the status window, but aside from head-taking and Promise of Prosperity, the system offered no further explanation. He sighed in frustration and resolved to experiment to understand the skill. Chansu took out a plump red apple and silently thought, I will apologize to the goddess first. He solemnly held the apple before the little goddess. Here, goddess, this is for you. Yet, in response to his kindness, the ginseng goddess silently turned her back. Her entire being radiated a sorrowful resentment. Chansu exclaimed in shock, goddess. Just then, the system displayed that usage points would accumulate depending on how the skill was used. Chansu vaguely realized that even without eating he had already given to them, so had it succeeded, he guessed that if he kept his promise, the points would increase as if completing a quest, so he decided to try a small promise. This time I will pinch Hamdan's cheeks. He gently pinched the plump cheeks of the little mouse, making it squeak in surprise. Immediately, the system reported points. Chansu excitedly patted Hamdan's head and had the next idea, should he try more? He looked at the sleeping pig and thought, I will fill Doji's belly. Seeing his master overly enthusiastic, Ari the chick chirped in panic, while Doji remained asleep unaware. Chansu brought the apple before the little pig. Eat this. Doji immediately woke up, happily devouring it. Oink, so delicious. Hee, thinking it was an optimal strategy, it turned out to be an out-of-control pet-raising point chain. But after Doji finished eating, Chansu frowned in confusion. Why? No points. System glitch. He squatted to watch the pig rolling on the floor. A cruel truth shocked him. Could it still be hungry? I already gave more than 10 apples. Doji blushed, still looking greedy as if wanting more. Chansu resolutely stood up and gave up. Fine, the cost exceeds the profit. He clicked his tongue at the initial capital but knew there was no other choice. From afar, a voice called urgently, Customer, oh Chansu. Seeing Hasujin return after just one day, Chansu asked in surprise. She only came back yesterday. What is going on? Hasujin panted, urging him. Now is not the time to talk about this. You must quickly seize this block and defend it. Chansu asked in shock if someone was coming. She immediately confirmed it. The allure of the Emperor Apple was too strong. Even with purchase limits, there were still 5,000 people pre-ordering. Hearing the number 5,000, Chansu was shocked, almost falling over, while Hasujin said they were willing to wait as long as necessary as long as the apples were delivered. Hasujin warned that thieves were targeting both the apples and this land, yet there was no way to stop the criminals. She worried that if there were protection, it would be different. Chansu pondered, are the only protectors the withered ginseng goddess and these two tiny companions? He realized that if he failed, not only the goddess but also the budding prosperity would end. Swallowing his tension, Chansu resolved to at least seize this block and install an entrance. From a farmer growing apples to a territory-owning shopkeeper, in an instant, he planned to capture surrounding blocks to build a camouflage base, and to facilitate movement to Hasujin. He immediately agreed, as access restrictions would disappear. Yet Chansu still wondered why there were so many pre-orders. Clearly this was unusual. Hasujin smiled brightly, revealing that everyone had gone wild over rumors about the miraculous effects of the Emperor Apple. From boosting skill experience, curing illness, preventing disease, beautifying skin, losing weight to improving memory. Hearing this, Chansu gaped, are you kidding? Why not just call it an elixir? Though a tiny hope lingered in his heart, Chansu knew the truth was not so divine. He could only sigh, how could such a thing exist? Disregarding the absurd rumors, he told himself to first seize this block quickly to ensure safety. Seeing Hasujin still look at him with anticipation and asking if the rumors were somewhat true, Chansu helplessly growled, "No way, it's just me." In a quiet hospital corridor, a rugged-looking man passed the gaze of a lurking reporter. The reporter hid behind a wall, hand ready on the camera, grinning. "Who is that? Today I found a big scoop." Quietly followed the target until the man entered a special hospital room. Inside, the great alchemist Yunsu was focused on his tablet, raising his head slightly to ask, "Just arrived now." The newcomer was Rohan. He placed a gift on the table and casually said, "Get well gift." Yunsu frowned and asked, "Do you know I am being discharged today?" Seeing the box, he curiously asked, "Is this the apple?" Rohan only asked in return with hidden meaning, "Which apple?" Yunsu opened the box, seeing the plump red apples glittering, thinking of the rumor that Rohan had discovered and bought up all of these mysterious apples. He picked one up and carved a small piece with suspicion. "I knew it, all nonsense." Yet the very moment he bit a piece, a surge of energy erupted, making Yunsu's eyes widen in astonishment. He froze, shouting, "My god, the taste and nutrition are pushed to the limit." Yunsu savored the apple, face lighting up with excitement. He urgently asked, "Are the others this good? Do the flavors differ?" Rohan casually chewed and replied, "I am not a culinary god." Yunsu used his alchemist senses to analyze, realizing even he could not tell how these apples were grown. He pondered the piece, as even special fertilizers could not enhance the full flavor and aroma like this. Yunsu's focus immediately turned into rage, seeing Rohan casually eat through the precious apples. He shouted, "Madman, you brought apples as a gift and are eating them all." Rohan replied calmly, "Then you eat quickly." Unable to sit still, Yunsu immediately called the chain store as a VIP client. "I do not have time, but I have money. I will buy and taste." The reply from the other end made him grind his teeth in frustration. "Sir, we sincerely apologize. There are currently too many pre-orders." Yunsu growled into the phone, his eyes bloodshot. "You still have many, right? Sell them to me, I will pay double, no triple." Even as a high-level VIP out of stock, instantly losing control. Seeing his friend go crazy, Rohan only smiled triumphantly. "I have money and also time." Yunsu shouted angrily, "You dare play such a low trick?" Rohan casually admitted, "Yes." The entire dispute and Yunsu's strange recovery were captured by the reporter outside the window. Immediately, a shocking news report appeared with the headline, "Breaking news, Great Alchemist Yunsu discharged immediately after eating Emperor Apple." Rumors that this apple is an elixir curing alchemy side effects spread rapidly. A single photo sent the world into myth mode. At company headquarters, Ryu Hon slammed the table. His face twisted in anger reading the absurd news. He bellowed helplessly, "Are they joking with me? This is like pouring oil on fire." Ryu Hon shouted, "This is not an elixir." Back in the forest, Chan Su declared proudly, "Your goddess. It seems we must occupy the surrounding blocks. I will set out tonight." He turned to his two small companions with trusting eyes and said, "Doji Ari, you must protect the goddess well." Meanwhile, the ginseng goddess looked worried, thinking that he had only just learned the skill and already wanted to leave, even though that skill was not meant for combat. Seeing Chansu resolutely turn away, the goddess could not hold back, rushed over to cling tightly to his leg, and shouted in panic, "You cannot go." Chansu looked down in surprise. Chansu's gaze sharpened and he thought to himself, had the final moment finally come? Looking at Hamdan the mouse happily gnawing on a snack, Chansu began reviewing the poor menu he had endured all this time. From the starch and bread to the potatoes in his meals, and the plant protein from the pile of black beans. He nodded softly, telling himself it was time to add some protein, though things were already tasty enough. But he did not have the courage to eat meat in front of them, his gaze sweeping meaningfully past Ari and Doji. He gave a bright smile to reassure himself, beef should be fine. For the sake of the goddess's wish, Chansu quickly ran to the pile of cargo boxes that had just been delivered. He rummaged through them feverishly, searching through the supplies with an eager expression. Finally, he cried out in delight, "Found it. The beef I ordered before is here." In his hands were fresh, delicious cuts of beef, their perfectly marbled fat gleaming. Chansu was so moved that he drooled, thinking this was real meat he had only ever heard of. On Earth there was only cultured meat, and even looking at pictures had made his mouth water. Chansu quickly turned on the stove and placed the rosy piece of meat on it to grill until piping hot. A stimulating sizzle of fat rang out, and he closed his eyes to enjoy the spreading aroma. Just the smell alone was completely different from cultured meat. Doji the pig was so tempted that hearts appeared in his eyes, drool running down as he tried to rush in for a share. Chansu immediately stopped him, his voice stern, "No, this is for the goddess." Ari stood beside them and sighed in exasperation, "Chip, oh that pig, you just ate and already want to eat again." When Ari saw the ginseng goddess standing motionless with a solemn face, she trembled and realized that perhaps the food was not enough. Ari reminded him that the goddess might be hungry, and Chansu hurriedly replied, "Ah, it is almost done, please wait a moment, my goddess." He carefully offered the hot piece of meat to her. "Here, please eat first, goddess. It is hot, so please be careful." Instead of eating, the goddess used her leaf to fling the meat away. Not this, I told you not to go. Chansu stared blankly at the meat that had fallen to the ground, worried. Has the meat gone bad? She probably is not angry. It had not been long since he bought it. To check, Chansu tasted a piece. Though it was delicious, he still felt regretful, because it did not make as strong an impression as the apples. He realized, so that was why the goddess would not eat it. The flavor must not be appealing enough. Meanwhile, the ginseng goddess was screaming in her mind, begging him not to take the risk. Do not go, you are my disciple. Listen to me. Seeing the goddess look sad, Chansu gently comforted her. I will find tastier meat for you, goddess. Please be patient. The promise made Ari and Doji hug each other and cry in fear. Near midnight, while his two small companions were absorbed in eating until they were stuffed, Chansu quietly prepared his belongings for the journey. Ginseng goddess could only stand there watching his back with overwhelming worry. Chansu stopped before a glittering wall of light and realized in surprise that this was the boundary of the block. Even though the scenery still looked seamless from a distance, when he touched it, space trembled strangely. Immediately, a system panel appeared, asking whether he wanted to move to block 35 antennae. Chansu answered firmly, yes, let us go. The moment he stepped across the boundary, the storm lantern in Chansu's hand went out, making him panic. Strange sounds rang out one after another, then a burst of light carried him into an entirely new space. Chansu realized in a daze that he was standing in a dense forest, completely different from the ruined land before. The roar of insects shattered the silence. Chansu was horrified to see a pitch-black cloud rushing toward him from afar. It was a swarm of giant insects with blazing red eyes attacking wildly, leaving him only enough time to blurt out, huh? Faced with the ferocity of the insects, Chansu could only run in haste. Good heavens, what kind of insects are those? Although he had already drawn his sickle to fight back, their small size and extreme speed made things terribly difficult for Chansu. They were too small, making them very hard to hit. Realizing the situation was critical, he decided he had to retreat at once. However, the moment his hand touched the boundary wall to withdraw, familiar black shadows suddenly rose from the ground. Chansu was stunned to realize they were the immortal goblins he had once hunted. The immortal goblins, why are they here? However, instead of attacking, they looked at him with strange eyes, friendly symbols surrounding them. Chansu wondered whether they had come to protect him. The goblins growled, declaring that killing him was their privilege, and they would fight alongside him to drive the insects away. Immortal goblins plunged into the chaotic battle, using overwhelming strength against the insect swarm, until the insects gradually disappeared. Chansu was amazed. Good heavens, the immortal goblins really made the insects disappear. Realizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he poured his strength into a decisive slash to open a path. Chansu quickly rushed away, telling himself he had to use this chance to retreat first. He threw himself across the boundary and tumbled onto the grass. His breathing was ragged from having just escaped danger, while he was still collecting himself. A system notification appeared. Tip: eliminate mature monsters to receive trial points. Chansu was stunned by these points, then realized an astonishing truth. All the points from the monsters killed by the immortal goblins were added directly to him. Standing outside combat, while still receiving full EXP, was perfectly legal. A sinister smile slowly appeared on Chansu's face as he realized this place was actually a massive gold mine of points. Looking at the immortal goblins risking their lives to fight in order to protect him, he silently called them regular customers one could not bring oneself to hate. As the shadow entities gradually dissolved into nothingness, Chansu looked at the pile of spoils with extreme excitement, completely captivated by the overly tempting rewards. Meanwhile, at the company headquarters, the atmosphere was strangely gloomy. Hasujin collapsed onto the desk buried under complaint forms, feeling as if she were going mad because the baseless rumors about the imperial apples had gone too far. Ryu Huan was no better. That man slammed the table and roared, ordering that from now on, all comments related to the imperial apples were forbidden. Do not take any more inquiry calls or interview requests. For every question, just stay silent and ignore them. Sujin asked anxiously whether doing that would throw the situation into chaos, but Ryu Hon still answered firmly, of course. He insisted that even with a sword at their throat, they absolutely could not reveal anything, because these curious people needed to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, Hasujin trembled as she pointed behind him. Senior, what are you going to do if there really is a sword at your throat? Ryu Hon still thought she was joking around, so he snapped that it was all nonsense. He turned around, about to scold Hasujin for daring to scare him, but his smile vanished when a freezing blade was already pressed close to his neck. A low voice full of pressure rang out. Sorry for startling you. This is only a gentle question. Ryu Hon turned deathly pale when he realized the person standing behind him was sword god Rohan. He stammered, unable to understand how he had gotten all the way in here. Rohan said coldly that the former director had been too tight-lipped and made him go through the trouble of searching, and he hoped Ryu Hon would not repeat that mistake. He slammed his hand down onto the desk. His sharp, cold eyes stared straight at the trembling manager, then pressed him on where the person growing the emperor apples was right now. Ryuhon stammered for a long time before finally forcing out a few words, "That matter," and he suddenly slipped behind Hasujin. He pushed her forward and shouted, "Come on, you explain it," leaving her stunned. She shouted in grievance, "Are you kidding me? Why are you hiding behind me, senior?" But he ignored her anger. Behind her, Ryuhon was still crying as he defended himself, saying no one could have expected the Sword Saint to bring a real sword all the way here. Hasujin could only sigh helplessly, realizing that there was no senior here truly worthy of her trust. She regained her composure, looked straight at Rohan, and said clearly, "If you have met our boss, you must understand the company rules. We never sell customer information." Even though her whole body was still trembling with fear, she still tried to hold firmly to her professional principles. Rohan pondered for a moment, then said softly, "So that is how it is." He coldly declared that he had originally wanted to settle this peacefully, but it seemed that was impossible. When Rohan began drawing his sword, Hasujin and Ryuhon could only cling to each other and cry in despair, repeatedly begging him not to act. A loud crash shook the entire room as the blade stabbed hard into the floor right in front of the two of them. Rohan muttered the east, then calmly turned and walked away. He left Hasujin and Ryuhon staring after him in a daze, completely unable to understand what had just happened. He declared decisively that he would find his target himself using his intuition. Ryuhon only managed to blurt out in shock, "What?" Hasujin stared blankly after Rohan's figure and asked what he meant by intuition. Ryuhon answered pensively, "The life of a sword saint is entirely different from that of ordinary people." Hasujin still could not shake her doubt, wondering whether someone with such extraordinary ability truly existed in this world. As night fell beneath the bright full moon, a solitary door stood towering in the deserted wasteland. Chansu was already waiting with Hamdan the hamster on his shoulder. He anxiously looked toward the entrance and murmured, "He still has not arrived." Chansu recalled Hasujin's panicked warning that the Sword Saint was about to visit this block, making him even more worried. He wondered inwardly whether someone of the Sword Saint's caliber would be restricted in movement like ordinary people, while the package would still take 2 more days to arrive. Suddenly, the system notification panel rang out, "Jin, someone has entered this block." Chansu flinched and immediately grew alert. "Speak of the devil and the devil arrives." He held his breath and watched the door radiating a faint blue glow in the silent space. But even after waiting for a long time, the door remained still, and no one stepped out. Chansu wondered in surprise whether there was an error, because visitors usually had to pass through this entrance. He hurriedly checked the control panel floating in midair and realized it was probably not a technical error. A sense of unease immediately rushed over him. He hesitantly stepped into the dark forest, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding bushes. Suddenly, Chansu froze. That was a dazzling white pillar of light descended right in front of him, carrying a terrifying pressure. Chansu was stunned to realize that the Sword Saint had not gone through the usual entrance at all, but had crossed the boundary of the block. Was that even possible? Amid the powerful rift in space, a man with blazing red hair, holding a long sword in his hand, slowly stepped out. So this was Sword Saint Rohan, Chansu thought. Immediately, Rohan shattered the tense atmosphere with a direct question. "Are you the one growing the emperor apples?" Chansu hurriedly confirmed, "You are Rohan, right? I am Chansu." "Ah, what brings you all the way here?" Rohan looked at him and affirmed that he had found the right place. His purpose was very simple. He had only come to buy apples. Rohan's answer nearly made Chansu fall backward, 100 or 200 if possible. He shouted in alarm that the maximum was only 50. Seeing Rohan's face suddenly fall with disappointment, Chansu wondered in bewilderment whether this hero was truly sad just because there were not enough apples. When it came to money, Chansu hesitantly asked, "What about the price?" "I know each one is 200,000 gold, but there is no packaging service here." Rohan replied calmly that it was fine, because he already knew that was the very high price at the department store. Chansu began to waver, secretly weighing whether he should try to create enough for 100 apples. The two of them walked deeper into the garden beneath the hazy moonlight. Chansu secretly observed Rohan, unable to help admiring the Sword Saint's absolute composure, because his expression had not changed at all. But when he looked more closely, he suddenly realized Rohan was gazing at the apples in fascination, almost to the point of drooling. Chansu softly repeated to confirm, "As I said, 50 apples is fine." "Right." Seeing Rohan nod, he immediately got to work. He reached his hand toward the ancient tree, gathering his strength to activate the skill Blessing of Prosperity. A brilliant green surge of energy burst from his hand. It quickly covered the entire garden. Under the effect of the skill, plump red apples began forming in clusters on the branches. Chansu turned to Rohan and said, "I need to harvest the apples. Please wait a moment." However, Rohan suddenly drew his sword, his gaze turning sharp. "Please step back." Before Chansu could understand what was happening, the Sword Saint had already shot forward as fast as the wind. A display of supreme swordsmanship immediately unfolded right before his eyes. Every apple that fell was perfectly caught in his bag. Chansu watched this sword-harvesting spectacle, frozen in thought. At this level, it was truly extraordinary. Immediately, the system notified that 10 million gold had entered the bag. Chansu still stood dumbfounded holding the sickle, not yet understanding what had happened. Rohan raised the pass and said coldly, "Next time I will return." Seeing his savior prepare to leave, Chansu called out quickly, "Wait!" He worried about the insects in the previous block and the danger awaiting in the next block. He thought about wanting Rohan to come along to assist, especially since he had a free pass. Chansu struck up a conversation. Are you interested in other crops? I grow them myself. I'm sure you would like them." He excitedly introduced the delicious potatoes, but Rohan quickly declined, showing no interest. Chansu continued offering sweet potatoes and black beans, but Rohan still refused harshly, clearly uninterested. "I will return here." Watching Rohan's hurried back, Chansu panicked, realizing that letting him go now would ruin all plans. "Apple!" Chansu shouted, making Rohan stop immediately. Seeing that the other paid attention, he quickly presented a tempting scent. "I will give him more apples." Despite the strange aura of the sword saint, Chansu believed he was not a bad person. He honestly expressed the difficulty to provide stable royal apples. "I need to capture another block, so I ask for your help. I will pay with apples, Mr. Rohan." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Rohan remained silent with a darkened face, making Chansu anxious. He wondered if his request was too much. The sword murmured, "Provide stable A after consideration." Rohan silently raised 2 fingers. Chansu hesitated, then confirmed, "You mean 20 apples, right?" Receiving Rohan's nod, the apple protection contract was officially established. Without hesitation, Rohan swung his sword to break the block boundary. Chansu ran after, marveling at the incredible speed, never expecting the destination to arrive so fast. Watching the solid back of the guide, Chansu thought, "Rohan is so strong, could he really be the undefeated war god?" Stepping onto the new land, Chansu felt that this land was far more fertile than his barren land. Chansu trudged through the muddy puddles, groaning slightly, full of discomfort and regret for not preparing better boots. Seeing Rohan move straight ahead, he anxiously asked, "Are you okay, Rohan?" Suddenly, a dark shadow dashed forward. From the wide bushes, Chansu screamed in horror, "A monster!" In the moment of danger, Rohan swiftly grabbed Chansu's shirt and pulled him back, helping him avoid the sly attack from the creature hidden in the deep forest. Rohan immediately blocked in front, reminding Chansu, "Stay behind me, danger." Chansu got up and silently marveled, "This sword saint is truly the most dangerous here." Looking at the bizarre creature with sharp teeth and entwined vines, he wondered if it was a monster due to its plant-like shape, despite its ferocity. Chansu calmly stepped forward, reassuring, "It's okay, Rohan, this is also a block I manage." A system notification appeared suggesting Chansu could activate a hidden skill. He smiled confidently, "Clearly, leave it to me." Immediately, the Prosperous Blessing skill was activated. Brilliant green energy along with flying leaves filled the space. Meanwhile, Hasujin struggled across the damp land. She regretted her precious sandals being smeared with mud, complaining about always being soaked, especially when she couldn't open the teleport gate. Exclaiming, Hasujin stomped and flew up quickly to find Su. Doing missions felt like combat in extreme weather. Seeing her, Chansu excitedly called, "Hasujin." She happily intended to respond but suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the unbelievable scene. Before her, the sword saint knelt majestically, gently patting the grass, concentrating seriously. Hasujin was stunned, stammering, "What is happening? What is this strange scene?" Watching Rohan act as pampering a pet, Hasujin held her head in confusion. What on earth is happening here? Seeing Hasujin, Chansu scratched his head and explained with a forced smile, "Didn't you tell me to capture the neighboring block? I thought to capture a block and ask you." Hasujin immediately objected. He pulled Chansu aside, whispering worriedly, "Why did you go with that man?" Chansu tried to explain, actually." After everything was cleared, Chansu turned and smiled, "Finally done. You've been waiting long, right?" Rohan remained cold, uttering just one brief word, "Apple." Seeing Chansu confused, the sword saint explained further, "I'm curious about the taste of the apples grown here." Chansu looked around the damp forest, apologetically saying, "But there is no soil here for planting. Everywhere is puddles. The target is only apples. The journey feels like an agricultural survey." Rohan remained silent. He swung his sword forcefully, sweeping away mud and obstacles in an instant. Witnessing the overwhelming power, Chansu gaped, silently marveling. So this is what the overbearing feeling is. Seeing Rohan's enthusiastic help, he smiled and suggested, "We will meet often, you can talk freely with me." Chansu placed his hand on a newly sprouted plant. The system announced the Prosperous Blessing skill had been cast. Chansu explained everything. Hasujin just stood frozen in her mind, screaming, "Why is this happening? I don't understand at all." As they walked past the base of the giant ancient tree, Hasujin asked curiously, "This is an apple tree, right?" She paused, bringing her hand to her nose, squinting, "It smells strange." "No, very strange." Chansu replied casually, "Yes, it's somewhat unusual." He explained that the special environment might make the apples here twice as fragrant and rich as usual. Since growth points affected flavor, Chansu was still experimenting. Excitedly, he held the plump red apple radiating a deep purple aura in front of her. Did she want to try one? Hasujin hurriedly covered her nose and dodged back. I do not. It is a fresh apple, yet its purple aura looks like a cursed rare item in a game. Her gaze suddenly stopped on the plant monster corpses scattered across the ground. So these were the man-eating plants he had caught. Chansu asked blankly whether they were called that. Hasujin explained that this was an ostrich-like monster, active only at night and extremely hard to catch. She lifted the test tube containing the vivid pink solution to examine it, then murmured softly, "The quality is good. But why has it reached this standard? Even after the monsters were farmed, they still met laboratory-grade quality." She turned to confirm whether Chansu had hunted all these plants himself. When he nodded, she asked again whether the holy sword Rohan had helped. "No, is there a problem?" Suddenly, Hasujin rushed forward and grabbed Su's hand with terrifying strength, making his bones creak. Her face was both thrilled and frightening. "Then you will definitely sell them, right? This is not my specialty, but they are very valuable." Chansu was in so much pain that tears sprang to his eyes, and he shouted that he would sell them right away. A long while later, Chansu finally hugged his numb arm and groaned. "Good thing it is not broken." Behind him, Hasujin was dancing in celebration with wild excitement. Watching Chansu speak with Rohan from behind, Hasujin fell into thought. She realized this young man was not only skilled in combat, but also very proficient at farming, and even had the holy sword beside him. From the very first time they met, he had far exceeded all common sense. Yet deep down, she truly felt lucky to have met him. Sujin drifted into a dream of the 100 apples and the pile of man-eating plant sap, things that could bring great profits for the next crops. Her excitement was cut short when Chansu kept calling her name. Startled back to her senses, she awkwardly asked what was wrong. Chansu mentioned the supplies he had ordered, because he wanted to plant insect-repelling plants and build a new house before leaving. Hasujin hurriedly rummaged through her item pouch, then handed him the bags of seeds and the construction toolkit. No sooner had she awakened from her dream of getting rich than she was dragged back into the urgent task of arranging the base. Chansu told her to wait a moment, then quickly got to work. After a barrage of construction sounds, a sturdy mobile house for explorers appeared beside the ancient tree root. Without stopping there, he immediately sowed the seeds, making fields of insect-repelling chrysanthemums, mint and catnip bloom in an instant. Hasujin was stunned, telling herself that using the construction toolkit was still understandable, but plants growing immediately was far too bizarre. She looked at Chansu with suspicion, wondering who this person really was. Seeing her staring, he asked in confusion what was wrong with her. He had finished building a house and farmed an entire ecosystem in one go, exactly like a survival speedrun. Although the temple was still shabby, today was still a historic day for Chansu. Under the witness of the ginseng goddess and the familiars Ari, Doji, and Hamdan, he decided to take an important step forward. A system notification window appeared asking whether he wanted to buy ownership of this block. Chansu immediately selected yes. The system quickly confirmed that Block 3610E had officially merged into Prosperity Block. Chansu jumped in excitement along with the little familiars. After 10 days of persistence, because the limit allowed him to buy only 10 tokens a day, he had finally used his own money to own a piece of land worth 100 tokens. He looked at the system map displaying his absolute ownership. Chansu smiled faintly with pride. In real life, he could only afford a small room, so the feeling of owning this vast land was truly satisfying. Now that he owned the block, he excitedly explored the new functions, especially the block attribute system that depended on the nature of the land. Looking at the tiny goddess clinging to his shoulder, Chansu realized that according to the instructions, this block was originally very suitable for her. Faced with the two choices of growth and death, he thought he could not be careless for even a second. In the end, he chose growth because it sounded better and would also help the goddess develop quickly. A ding rang out, signaling that the growth attribute had been granted to Block 3610E. Chansu looked around and muttered that the grass seemed greener. Even so, he did not notice any major change. But when he saw Ari Doji and Hamdan cuddling around the goddess with adorable expressions, he still felt extremely satisfied. Chansu told himself that perhaps because the new attribute was only at level 1, its effect was not yet obvious. Even so, this system could definitely still be upgraded. He continued opening the system window to view effects such as plant growth. When he reached the animal and skill sections, the smile on his lips suddenly froze. Chansu was so shocked his mouth fell open. Monster growth. The notification stated that monsters also benefited from this attribute, making a chill run through him. That night, as he trudged through the dark forest with a sickle over his shoulder, Chansu realized that this powerful attribute always came with both good news and bad news. The bad news was that the immortal goblins also received the growth effect, making them bigger, more ferocious, and more frightening, with eyes glowing brightly in the night. However, the good news was that with his current strength, Chansu still felt he had the situation completely under control. He turned the monster's growth into an opportunity to earn more bonus points for himself. After finishing the cleanup, Chensu breathed a sigh of relief and trudged away, while behind him, a mysterious figure holding a sword was silently observing his every movement. Chensu was surprised to see that Rohan had appeared at some point. He hurriedly asked after him, only to receive the brief answer that he had just arrived. Chensu reminded him that the two of them had agreed to drop honorifics, but the Holy Sword admitted that he still was not used to such casual speech. Guessing the purpose of the visit, Chensu asked directly whether he had already eaten all the apples he had just bought. Rohan corrected him, saying he had not used them all, but Chensu was still worried because the second batch of apples had been sold less than a week ago. He secretly wondered whether the Holy Sword might collapse from eating too many apples, even imagining a shocking newspaper headline about the absurd death of a legend from eating 10 apples a day. Chensu asked how many apples he needed this time, and the answer was still as many as possible. He said that because of the block's new attribute, the flavor of the apples had changed slightly, then offered to let Rohan taste one for free. After considering it for a moment, the Holy Sword nodded softly in agreement. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest flooded with golden sunlight, a peaceful afternoon was passing by. The ginseng goddess, along with Aridoji and Hamden, enjoyed a relaxing picnic with delicious food. The scene was truly peaceful, but would they still keep smiling when the next event occurred? Unfamiliar footsteps suddenly drew near, instantly changing the atmosphere. The moment he saw the group of familiars gathered in the grass, Chensu shouted in shock, asking why the goddess and the others were here. He was extremely worried when he saw them leave their safe hiding place and appear in front of a stranger. Meanwhile, the goddess and the familiars trembled as they looked at the strange man accompanying Chensu. They sensed an ominous feeling radiating from the other person's aura. Even Ari the chick wondered in terror whether this person was a butcher coming to catch him. The moment Rohan lightly drew his sword from its sheath, the little chick screamed in utter fear. Rohan stared at the tiny creatures with dark, icy eyes, then suddenly said that Chensu was truly lucky to have such interesting pets. Seeing Rohan suddenly draw his sword, Chensu shouted in panic, "Wait, Rohan." Chensu hugged the familiars tightly in his arms, squeezing his eyes shut as he waited. The only thing that fell was a shower of plump red apples. When he came back to his senses, Chensu realized the Sword Saint was only helping him pick apples in an extremely brutal way. He frowned and snapped, "Would it kill you to warn me first?" Seeing the other man's calm attitude, Chensu understood that Rohan still did not know the goddess's true identity, which was why he called them pets. Rohan suddenly asked about the growth attribute of this land, then made an unbelievable offer, "Let me stay here, I will pay while I train." Chensu froze and asked back, "Huh, you will pay." The moment he heard the word salary, the tense atmosphere instantly turned into a startup-style negotiation. He swallowed hard, his heart pounding, then hurriedly asked, "How much do you mean?" Rohan looked straight into his eyes and calmly gave a clear number, 9,929,421 a month. The sum was so huge that Chensu was stunned stiff, while the familiars behind him toppled over in shock. Chensu's eyes immediately lit up as if coins had been printed in them. He clasped Rohan's hand tightly and cried out, "Welcome VIP customer." That excessive enthusiasm made Ari Doji and Hamden all stare in astonishment. Chensu secretly thought that all the apple money he had earned so far was nothing but spare change compared to this payment. He smiled so happily that his eyes grew misty, as if he had just struck a real gold mine. With just a handshake, he went from farmer straight to CEO, hiring a sword full-time. Though excited, Chensu still carefully asked again to make sure. He imagined the sword master's terrifying power accidentally cutting heaven and earth in half, or shattering everything around during training. But Rohan only answered coldly, "There is no such thing." When Chensu asked whether any monsters would be transferred here, Rohan also confirmed that he did not have spare points for such a troublesome task. The Sword Saint's only request was a small, quiet corner where he could focus on training. It sounded so simple that Chensu even doubted how dangerous he truly was. Chensu was still a little wary. "Is that truly all you need?" Seeing Rohan nod firmly, he sighed in relief and replied, "Then that is fine." But immediately after that, Chensu suddenly changed his tone. "Actually, besides money, there is one more thing I want. I want to ask Rohan to protect us." He understood that this world was inherently harsh, and conflict could break out at any moment without warning. If Rohan, one of the strongest people in the world, stepped forward to protect him, nothing could make him feel more at ease. Although 1,000,000 points was an enormous number, he still silently calculated carefully for his future. In his heart, Chensu told himself that he absolutely had to become a regressor. Rohan pondered for a while, then stated his condition. "If you increase the effectiveness of my skill growth, I will consider it." Chensu immediately seized the chance and eagerly offered terms. "Every day, I will enhance it by 50,000 points and give you 10 extra apples." The Sword Saint still cared especially about that fruit, so he asked if apples could be bought separately. Chensu nodded yes, of course, but looking at Rohan's craving expression, he could not help wondering how many he ate in a day. Behind the bushes, Doji and Ari were trembling as they watched the entire negotiation. Ari the chick chirped anxiously, wondering what that man was talking about. Doji also oinked suspiciously. It seemed that now that man intended to live with that person. Paying no attention to the worries of his familiars, Chansu turned back to reassure them with a radiant smile. The sword master will protect us. The goddess will surely be satisfied too. But what answered that excitement was the dispirited look of the ginseng goddess and the two familiars. The rear line had shifted into a state of losing faith in their master's choice. Chansu stared blankly at the group and wondered whether everyone was really that timid. He pulled Rohan closer to introduce him. Would you like to greet them? They are my messengers. Doji and Ari were so shocked that their eyes bulged, sweat pouring out when they saw the famed sword saint standing right before them. Chansu still urged them innocently, come on, you have to greet him too. Rohan looked down at the tiny creatures with a sharp, cold gaze, his overwhelming aura instantly making the atmosphere freeze with a bone-chilling dread. Too terrified by the killing intent of their new guest, the goddess and the familiars screamed together, then frantically fled to find a place to hide. Chansu could only give an awkward laugh at that excessive reaction. It seems they are a bit shy around strangers. Haha. Right after that, he regained his serious expression, looked straight at Rohan, and spoke firmly. By the way, Rohan, I have my first request. The two began advancing toward Block 35N9E, known as the territory of carnivorous plant entities. They walked through the muddy water. Chansu glanced at Rohan, who was calmly chewing an apple, and secretly sighed, obsessed with apples again. He opened the system control panel and excitedly planned the expansion of his territory. If he bought ownership of this block as well, this place would become fertile land. The moment the notification confirming official ownership appeared, Rohan had already coldly drawn his sword from its sheath, ready to begin a new sweep. Is there something there? Chansu looked after him blankly and asked, what is there? A strange sound rang out from the grass, causing both of them to immediately raise their guard. But the thing that stepped out from the cluster of flowers was a tiny black cat, rolling around in an incredibly adorable manner. He told himself that he had never seen any other normal animal here, so it was certainly some kind of monster like Hamden. Seeing the cat lying there enjoying the peaceful atmosphere, Chansu thought it did not look very dangerous either. He realized it was far more obedient and cute than he had imagined, so he immediately crouched down closer. Chansu gently reached out to stroke its smooth black fur. The cat narrowed its eyes, seeming to greatly enjoy the head pat. But immediately after that, its eyes suddenly rolled upward in a terrifying way. He trembled and clutched his chest, thinking that he had nearly lost his life under the claws of this bizarre creature. Just then, the system alert rang out with a chilling sound. Chansu stared in shock at the control panel that appeared before his eyes. What is this now? A line of blue text immediately appeared. An unlawful messenger has declared war on Block 35N9E. Looking at the cat growling threateningly, Chansu broke out in a cold sweat and wondered, did it declare war just because I touched it once? He turned to ask Rohan whether this cat was an unlawful messenger, but Rohan only replied coldly, why are you suddenly saying something so absurd? Chansu fell apart when he realized he might have accidentally caused a major problem, just because of an unauthorized touch. Thinking about having to duel this creature, Chansu could not help feeling uneasy. But Rohan quickly corrected him, it is not that side. He explained that once war had been declared, the enemy would definitely appear through the boundary of the land block. The most frightening thing Rohan revealed was that the coming opponent would be human. Chansu was stunned, his face pale and drained of blood, a real person. He trembled before the grim reality. Monsters were still one thing, but did I really have to bring down a human? Faced with his hesitation, Rohan calmly affirmed, you can do it. Seeing that, Chansu still had not recovered from the shock. He also added coldly, if they are unlawful, they can be dealt with. Chansu only silently looked at the sword saint, shuddering at that frighteningly decisive attitude. Rohan calmly explained that the unlawful ones would revive at the shrine. Chansu asked back in surprise, revive, like a save point in a game. Seeing Rohan nod, he grew even more furious at this unfairness. Others ended the moment they stumbled once, while those people could come back to life, so that was why they acted so recklessly. Chansu gathered all his resolve, his eyes burning as he turned to ask Rohan, can you help me fight? The sword saint replied calmly, yes, if you need it. Then let us go, Chan said decisively. Immediately, a blazing blue vortex of energy erupted, opening a gigantic teleportation gate in the depths of the forest. In that stream of light, an army of skeletons in tattered robes stepped out. They carried a deathly aura that enveloped the entire area. A man holding a megaphone shouted, he looked like an emperor, reveal yourself. Behind him, his companions with fierce appearances were ready to attack. Meanwhile, at the Kimlian headquarters, Sujin sat dazed on the long chair, her face showing exhaustion and deep thought. She recalled the earlier conversation with Rohan, I am not very knowledgeable, so I asked, but is that special? Sujin pondered as she remembered Chansu fighting. She realized he was a formidable fighter recognized by the Sword Saint. She wondered how a 20-year-old could be both skilled in swordsmanship and deeply knowledgeable in agriculture. The image of Chansu with sharp eyes and brilliant green energy radiating from the sickle in his hand appeared with authority. Ha Sujin contemplated Chansu's true identity, thinking that if he came from the second or third grade aid without rejuvenation, it would be illogical, so the secret must lie in a moon relic. These were divine artifacts or relics of lost gods, allowing the owner to borrow the power of that god. However, if not compatible with the god, using a holy relic also became extremely difficult. Ha Sujin held her head, sighing helplessly, unable to understand. She collapsed onto the sofa, anxious about what would happen. Thinking of Chansu living with a sword master, she felt everything was beyond control. At that moment, a man wearing glasses appeared. His scholarly appearance approaching startled her. Hasujin trembled before his sharp, threatening gaze. She panicked, wondering why he was moving toward her. Before she could react, the man suddenly grabbed the test tube she held. Hasujin realized it contained multi-bird herbal resin she had just brought from Chansu. The alchemist Yunsu shouted excitedly, "Where did you get this?" The suddenness left Hasujin stunned, tears streaming, unable to explain, her heart screaming in despair. What now? A swirl of green energy erupted in the space, signaling the appearance of invaders. Back in the forest, Chansu and Rohan spotted the uninvited guests. Hiding behind bushes, Chansu anxiously asked Rohan. They came to spy. Right, the sword saint nonchalantly chewed an apple. Who knows? Chansu's mind appeared the absurd scenario imagining the undead possessing modern civilization with heavy firearms. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. His concentration was interrupted when the leader shouted through the megaphone, "The one who opposes my empire, show yourself." The commander stepped into the swamp, annoyed by mud on his boots. Why is it a flooded area? He continued urging through the megaphone, "Come out and cooperate for mutual benefit." Observing from a distance, Chansu wondered at the enemy's carelessness. Why aren't they defending? Rohan bluntly explained, perhaps they are too strong and complacent. Despite lacking information about the enemy, Chansu still felt a solid support. His gaze turned to Rohan. This person still radiated a master's aura amidst the brilliance. Chansu smiled confidently. Even if the situation is bad, everything will be fine because I absolutely trust the sword saint by my side. Chansu decisively held the sickle and stepped out of hiding, making the leader wonder, is he alone? Facing the invading army, Chansu advanced boldly. His hand gripped the old sickle, emitting brilliant green spiritual energy. The leader glared at him, raising the megaphone to shout, "Are you the master here? Don't waste time, bring out the imperial apple." Chansu remained calm, silently observing, realizing they were not summoning more enemies, nor preparing a long-range attack. Seeing him silent, a subordinate sneered, "We outnumber you. What will you do with that old sickle?" The commander angrily roared, "We are disciples of Denial God, specializing in tormenting others to death." Yet Chansu only smiled cleverly, replying, "I worry because you are the largest faction, but you are just a bunch of thugs relying on connection." Even knowing the Denial God is stronger, Chansu was confident because the sword saint protected him from behind. The leader gritted his teeth. "This is the last chance, bring out the imperial apple now or else." Chansu cut him off with a knave look. "If you want an apple, go to the department store. Why cause trouble here?" Commander's anger peaked, ready to face the consequences. Chansu remained unbothered, looked directly into his eyes and said sharply, "If you need answers to all questions, ask my mother." Seeing his face darken in shock, Chansu quickly waved his hand. "Oh, sorry, she's probably not in this world." This flimsy explanation only poured oil on the fire, leaving the subordinates stunned. Thinking their boss was seriously insulted, Chansu frantically explained as he felt the aura rising, "Wait, no. I didn't mean that. I mean the world. There's no way she was taken to the same world. I mean that. And so did I." But it was too late. The commander frantically shouted in a rage, "Kill him." In the office, the alchemist Yunsu approached Hasujin, his gaze scrutinizing. "Please, tell me one thing." He held the test tube containing sparkling pink resin in front of her and asked about it. Rohan collected it. Under Yunsu's pressure, Hasujin awkwardly denied, revealing there was a mysterious figure behind. Noticing her embarrassment, Yunsu slightly stepped back, showing understanding. "Customer information is confidential. I apologize for asking unnecessarily." He quickly shifted to work matters to ease the atmosphere, and in this situation, there would be no additional costs. Right? Asujin nodded in confirmation. Yunsu smiled in satisfaction, believing she had just landed a highly valuable opportunity. Behind those intellectual glasses and friendly smile lay enormous ambition. He secretly vowed not to let this matter slip from his grasp. Unsu began explaining the true value of the item. Ordinary carnivorous tree sap deteriorated easily, was difficult to keep pure, and harvesting it was a dangerous challenge. He cradled the test tube, astonished as he judged that the sap she had brought back maintained a higher purity than anything he had ever seen. Yinsu admitted she did not know how it had been collected. He immediately brought out a glowing electronic contract. "Will you continue supplying us?" Even so, she needed to ask Chansu for his opinion again. Susie judged that this was a beneficial agreement, so she agreed to sign a temporary contract. Before leaving, Yunsu sent an implication-laden message with a confident wink. Tell that person the alchemy world always welcomes him. Meanwhile, in the swamp, the confrontation between Ao Chansu and the Cult of Denial reached an extreme level of tension. The undead and the ferocious apostles charged forward together under the commander's order. Punish those who mock the god of denial and our pride. Chansu stepped back defensively, helplessly explaining, I did not mean it like that. Watching the enemies close in with madness, he realized any explanation was meaningless now. Perhaps he would have to clear this group out first. Chansu's strange calm in the face of danger left the commander confused, gritting his teeth in shock because he did not waver at all. Why was he so confident? Looking at the undead surrounding him, Chansu calmly wondered whether they had all been mass-produced in the same place, since every one of them looked exactly alike. Immediately, the system rang out with a notification that the mass head touch skill had been activated. Chansu swung his scythe, creating brilliant slashes. The edge of the blade shattered the undead's heads like plaster dolls. He leisurely drew the weapon back behind him, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to train his skill. Seeing that scene, the commander of the Denial faction shouted in disbelief, "This is absurd." Shattered skulls flew everywhere, leaving the leader stunned. The scene looked as if it had been wiped clean by an area skill. He trembled and stepped back, unable to believe his eyes as the entire army was swept away in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Chansu leisurely walked through the pile of white bones. He realized the monsters were weaker than expected, perhaps because they were all bones. He stepped on the remains and looked at the pale-faced commander, asking, "Have you surrendered yet?" Humiliated, the leader gritted his teeth and cursed his useless subordinates. "I never expected I would have to support this thing, but you should feel honored." He raised the radiant necklace high. He poured energy into forming a huge magic circle beneath his feet, his smile crazed as he shouted, "Summon Heracles!" A colossal entity slowly rose, radiating terrifying pressure that shook the space. He laughed triumphantly, "Kuhaha, have you seen Heracles now?" A famous lion-headed monster with bulging muscles appeared. Instead of fear, Chansu felt disappointed, thinking the form was far too different from what he had imagined, and worrying there might be a lawsuit for defaming a hero's honor. That attitude drove the commander mad, and he roared, "Do not insult my masterpiece. This is the ultimate weapon, built with 30 million gold and 100,000 points." Then ordered, "Corpse construction, hack win." The giant monster swung its fist and charged straight at Chansu. Chansu calculated silently, 30 million gold and 100,000 points, equivalent to about 200 imperial apples, while he was still calculating. Entity Heracles roared, then charged forward. Chansu only pressed his lips together slightly. "How fortunate that you lowered your head yourself." The colossal entity's head was severed from its body in an instant. Seeing his masterpiece collapse, the leader of Denial was stunned. "Impossible, my Heracles, 10 years of effort." He shouted at the purple-haired woman standing beside him, "Why are you just standing there watching? Things have already gotten this bad." In response to his panic, Kim Soo-jae, a fourth-generation apostle of the god of Denial, smiled. "You were the one who confidently stepped forward, so why are you complaining now?" She clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Seriously, overtime it is, right?" Soo-ji affirmed her role as the guide, narrowing her eyes at Chansu beside the monster as she asked, "Are you done?" Chansu stiffened when he sensed the pressure change. He judged that this girl was not simple, though he had thought she was only a side character. Suji's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie red light. A sharp aura spread from the center of her body. Chansu's widened in horror. An urgent system notification appeared, warning that the opponent was using the life denial skill on the target. A thick purple-black energy enveloped the space, signaling an enormous danger. Chansu broke into a cold sweat as he realized she was the truly important character. Meanwhile, the system window kept flashing with blazing red words. Seeing Chansu collapse and lose the ability to resist, the commander of the Denial faction laughed triumphantly. "Exactly," he sauntered forward, mocking him, "a person should know his own limits. This is the consequence of touching Denial." Looking at Chansu's lifeless eyes and blank mind, the leader believed victory was already assured. However, the purple-haired woman stopped and coldly reminded her comrade, "Have you forgotten the objective?" Her blazing red eyes glanced at the commander with oppressive force, her urging decisive, "Are you moving quickly or not?" The commander clicked his tongue in irritation and turned away resentfully, but still shouted, "Wait a little. I will take revenge on Heracles right away." He rushed madly into the deep forest, sniffing constantly for traces. Suddenly, he stopped as he caught a familiar scent, a faint apple fragrance, and he eagerly crossed the swamp, his eyes bright with ambition. As expected, "It is here." Before the roots of the ancient tree, he gave a victorious smile, finding it was only a matter of time. His smile instantly froze when he realized a mysterious figure was standing silently right behind the tree. "Someone, is there another one hiding in the bushes?" The Denial faction commander roared when he heard the strange sound. He looked around suspiciously. Damn it, where did it go? Suddenly, an icy wave of killing intent rushed at him, terrifying him. when he saw the figure with blazing red hair and a pitch-black sword approaching. The leader choked. That red hair and black sword, impossible. The commander only had time to let out a miserable scream before the sword saint dealt with him cleanly. Just as the battle reached its climax, Chansu suddenly felt his vision blur. He vaguely woke up in the middle of a bustling street. He clutched his splitting head and groaned softly, "Ooh, my head." Looking at the crowds moving among the high-rise buildings, he wondered in shock. What is going on? I was clearly fighting the denial faction. Chansu staggered forward in a daze, touched the glass wall, then realized an unbelievable truth. This is Earth. But this place was completely different from the ruined Earth he once knew. Everything shone with life, and children were still playing carefree in the street. Suddenly a familiar affectionate call rang out, shattering the silence. Chansu. He froze and turned around, unable to believe the two familiar figures behind him. "Where did you go? Your mother and father were so worried, son." Dad," Chansu choked out. Chansu rushed over and embraced his parents, bursting into sobs like a child after years apart. "Mom, Dad, I missed you both so much. Where have you been all these years?" In that warm embrace, his mother gently touched him and asked meaningfully, "You will not go anywhere anymore now, right?" Chansu suddenly stiffened, looking up at his mother's face as a sudden unease surged within him. "Mom." Chansu stared in shock as his parents' backs gradually grew distant, his throat tightening in disbelief. The fear of being abandoned once more came flooding back, seizing his mind. He shouted in despair, "No, do not go, please do not go." Watching them step into dazzling light, Chansu reached out to hold them back in vain. "Do not leave me alone again." Right at that moment, a steady hand landed on his shoulder, making him flinch. Chansu woke with a start, drenched in sweat and tears, his breathing ragged with terror. Rohan held his shoulder firmly and reminded him in a cold voice. "That was only her trick, calm down." Across from them, the purple-haired woman collapsed to the ground, trembling when she saw Rohan. "Why is the sword master in this place?" Chansu trudged forward, his darkened eyes filled with fury as he stared at the one who had just toyed with his painful memories. He tightened his grip on the sickle, his body still trembling with anger that had yet to subside. Rohan silently observed every movement of the young apostle as he gradually regained his senses. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps stomping into the muddy puddles shattered the quiet atmosphere. Without the slightest hesitation, Rohan swung his sword and ended the woman. Ada only had time to scream in terror before being struck down. Chansu lowered his head, his breathing still heavy after the mental shock he had just endured. He looked toward the muddy puddle where the enemy had vanished without a trace. Rohan asked in a low voice, "Did I interfere for nothing?" Chansu wiped the tears still lingering on his face and answered honestly, "Not at all, thank you, Rohan." Rohan suggested going back first and leaving the cleanup for later. Standing amid the forest strewn with the dry bones of the undead, the sword saint turned and asked what the next plan was. His eyes blazing with ambition, Chansu declared loudly that his goal was to become the strongest force, and he would first seize the neighboring land blocks. Chansu proposed continuing to rely on Rohan's support and promised to pay him generously with more apples. He even excitedly called the sword saint the cemetery manager, making the atmosphere feel more intimate. As they were discussing, they unexpectedly came across a black cat lying belly up, relaxing in the grass. Chansu suddenly paused. "Ah, the chain, I forgot." Looking at the small creature that seemed harmless, Chansu curiously asked about its true identity. Rohan revealed the shocking truth in a low voice, making him shudder. "It is one of the 7 great calamities, the territory devourer." Chansu froze in shock, his face stretching with astonishment. "Huh, a calamity." Right then, the system panel glowed brightly, announcing that the invading faction had officially failed in the battle of possession. The image of a man imprisoned behind iron bars appeared, along with text confirming that the amount of war reparations had been decided. Because the gap in strength between Chansu's faction and the denial cult was too great, a harsh increased penalty had been applied. The system demanded 1 billion gold in compensation, making the commander in prison roar bitterly, claiming the other side only won because a sword master backed them. The electronic panel displayed rejection and announced it would collect the debt directly from the denial god. He shouted in panic, "No, I will pay. Somehow I will pay." He struggled, gripping the iron bars tightly. But right behind him, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out, sending a chill down his spine. 2 giant skeleton soldiers with blazing red eyes appeared imposingly. They roughly dragged the commander away, ignoring his struggles as he resisted, and kept shouting for them to let go. A mysterious woman slowly stepped forward. She looked at the man collapsed miserably on the floor and coldly mocked the pointless stunt he had just caused. The commander looked up in shock and blurted in astonishment, "Hey, why are you here?" That mysterious woman was Daha, the 4th-generation apostle of denial, sitting cross-legged on a chair with commanding authority. She ordered in a cold voice, "You had better explain clearly what happened, or it will become even more miserable for you." The commander knelt flat on the ground and shakily confessed the whole truth. The imperial apples. I found the region where imperial apples are grown. Yaha narrowed her eyes suspiciously, not believing him and assuming he was only lying to escape. The leader frantically insisted it was true, even mentioning that lunatic Rohan, who was obsessed with emperor apples. He explained that the compensation had skyrocketed precisely because the sword master interfered, and that the one who took down the Andes was actually Rohan's disciple. But Kim Soo-ji had made everything a mess. The moment she heard the name Kim Soo-ji, Daha's expression immediately changed. She asked back, Kim Soo-ji, you mean that girl was there too? Then she coldly guessed that the other side must have hired mercenaries as guides. Even as the commander was dragged away amid screams, Daha still smiled in satisfaction, believing that Chan-su had surely tasted the pain of the curse. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through her mind. I have thought of quite a good method. Aha stepped closer, lightly touched the commander's face, and murmured, farming never rejects extra manpower, does it? Immediately, the system announced that the negative faction had proposed negotiations. Daha choked the commander threateningly, her icy gaze ordering them to bring all of those people back to repay the debt. The system confirmed that the losing side would become prisoners until negotiations ended. The man could only gape in shock. What? How could outsiders possibly enter the emperor apple growing area? Dahe leaned close to his ear, her radiant golden eyes exuding a chilling pressure. But they can, are you not curious? What would happen if humans were turned into Andes? She lightly swept her hand across the commander's eyes, then gave a warning with absolute finality. If you do not want to experience it yourself, you must get inside no matter what. Daha's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through his heart, signaling that a dangerous scheme was about to begin. At the same time, on the other side, Chan-su looked at the small black cat before him and asked curiously, then what exactly is that cat? Rohan answered with a grave expression, it is one of the 7 great calamities, the ruler of the territory. Hearing that, Chan-su stared in shock at the animal calmly licking its fur among the grass. He stammered, almost unable to believe his ears. A calamity. Worry showed clearly on his face, and he hurriedly asked whether something dangerous was about to happen. Rohan reassured him that if it had malicious intent, things would have happened long ago, so there was no need to be too afraid. But Chan-su was still doubtful. What if it became greedy? Rohan then revealed that if so, it would devour the landowner's possession rights whole. Chan-su cried out in panic, Why would it devour possession rights? Since when could that thing be swallowed too? He hurriedly checked the system panel. When he saw that his possession rights were still safe, he finally sighed in relief. They have not been eaten yet. Looking at the harmlessly curled up cat, he wondered what it had come here for. Rohan calmly answered while chewing an apple, to eat perilla leaves. Chan-su looked at the cat with deep suspicion. Stop it, it is not a real cat. That gaze clearly carried the scent of someone who had once been deceived by online advertising. Seeing it lying tiny and nestled among the dry leaves, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chan-su held out his hand, focused his energy, and activated the skill, Blessing of Prosperity. A brilliant green light spread through the space, making white chrysanthemums bloom brightly and lush green perilla beds sprout everywhere. The black cat looked utterly delighted, its eyes shining with happiness amid the field filled with floral fragrance. Chan-su leisurely approached, watching the creature known as a calamity play happily. Seeing the cat stretch out and act spoiled, Chan-su asked softly, do you want me to touch you? He gently stroked its smooth black fur, a feeling completely different from Hamden, soft and glossy. Though its current appearance was very cute, Chan-su still reminded himself not to let down his guard, because a calamity surely had to possess a terrifying form. He imagined himself and the tiny familiars being swallowed whole by a gigantic monster cat, then could not help shuddering. To protect the territory, Chan-su made an enticing offer. If you guard this place, I will let you eat perilla leaves to your heart's content. How about it? The black cat immediately agreed, rubbing its head against his hand and meowing in deep satisfaction. Realizing this was an unavoidable bond, Chan-su decided to live together with this black cat. He thought of a suitable name. Ruler of the territory is too long, so let us shorten it to Yang Sik. The moment he finished speaking, the cat's attitude immediately changed. It bared its fangs, raised its claws, and growled fiercely. Chan-su cried out in surprise, but quickly explained that Aang Sik meant night sky in his language. Seeing that the cat had calmed down and begun rubbing its head against him again, Chan-su smiled in satisfaction. Fur as beautiful as a night sky dotted with stars and eyes sparkling like a wise moon. What do you think? Cat Yang Sik seemed very pleased, leisurely licking its fur before meowing in an extremely adorable way. Chan-su turned to Ron with a radiant smile. It seems everything is fine now. But when he saw the Sword Saint's cold and solemn expression, He suddenly stopped, slightly furrowing his brows. So this really is serious. Just then, the system panel lit up and displayed a notification. You have won the battle. Before Chansu could even rejoice, another line appeared. Victory grants a compensation privilege of 1 billion. His eyes widened in shock, and he shouted in disbelief, 1 billion. Then he immediately turned to show Rohan the enormous compensation he had just received. But before his joy could fully bloom, a notification requesting negotiations appeared. The system confirmed that the losing side would become prisoners until negotiations were completed, meaning the 1 billion gold had not yet reached his hands. What is this, my 1 billion? Give it back. That night, beneath the quiet moonlight at the temple, Chan sat quietly, looking at his familiar Ari. Doji and Hamdan were sleeping soundly beside the ginseng goddess. He looked at the small deity sunk deep in sleep. Chansu wistfully recalled the first days after he had been dispatched to this place. Back then I was afraid of so many things. Thanks to the goddess, I can now enjoy a happy life. His eyes suddenly grew sad as he remembered those 3 days. In truth, during those 3 days, I met my parents again, though they were only illusions from the curse. Chansu smiled softly, peaceful in the night, but I was still happy. He realized just how much he missed his parents, and his family's warm embrace became the motivation for him to make a major decision. Chansu's gaze became firmer than ever, and he told himself he had to turn the Prosperity faction into the strongest organization in the world. Looking at the small goddess sleeping soundly, he silently promised that he would recover her true form as well. Chansu believed that even if the road ahead was difficult, it would be entirely worth it. Next morning, the peace was shattered by the sound of Chansu pounding the table. He looked helplessly at Rohan and pressed him. Are you really planning to keep doing this? Why are you only eating apples? Before them was a lavish feast filled with all kinds of delicious dishes, but the sword saint still calmly gnawed on the red apple in his hand. Chansu lectured in frustration, do you not know nutrition? Meals have to be balanced. Seeing that he was about to interfere, Rohan hugged the plate of apples tightly and shouted, I am not stealing your food. Chansu looked at the pile of delicious dishes left untouched and could only sigh in exasperation. Meanwhile, the trio Ari, Doji, and Hamdan were enjoying themselves to the fullest. They competed to eat the other crops deliciously, and the ginseng goddess was also very satisfied with the abundant meal. Chansu gritted his teeth and looked at Rohan. With so many delicious dishes here, you will not touch anything except apples. Even such a rich feast could not save an apocalyptic-level apple-addicted soul. He clutched his head and groaned, unable to understand the stubbornness of this VIP guest, while Rohan continued calmly chewing apples as if nothing had happened. Seeing Rohan reach over to taste his food, Chansu immediately shouted, not even one bite. I am not doing this because I want to eat it, and besides, I grew all of these things myself. After a useless argument, Chansu could only click his tongue and let it go. Fine then. Since you are a sword master, take care of yourself. He leisurely walked closer to the familiars, looking at Doji and Ari sprawled out from overeating before smiling softly. Did you enjoy the meal? He looked at the two little ones with their bellies swollen round, lying out like salted fish at the end of summer. Finally, Chansu sat down beside the ginseng goddess and gently asked whether she had enjoyed the meal. Chansu looked at the goddess worriedly and calculated inwardly. To Rohan, the goddess's identity was still a secret, so surely she would understand if he spoke a little vaguely. Confusion immediately triggered a fierce reaction from the familiars. Ari shouted angrily, how dare you call yourself the goddess's husband and praise her again? Ari continued scolding without restraint. Chansu could only sweat nervously, telling himself he would explain after escaping the circle. Meanwhile, Rohan calmly enjoyed a glass of pure emperor apple juice. Doji suddenly stopped Ari and casually put on glasses, wearing a scholarly expression as if intentionally doing so. Ari was bewildered by his new appearance and wondered aloud, where did you get the glasses? Doji clicked his tongue at Ari and explained that the swordsman did not know the goddess's identity. But the messenger spoke formally to the goddess, isn't that a contradiction? Piglet's stubbornness made Ari furious. Hey, try mocking him with a shout one more time. Even after being hit, Doji still daydreamed, wanting to eat him badly. Ari did not hold back, scolding him to his face. Crazy swordsman Doji, despite looking scholarly, was still captivated by food and ignored dignity. Amid the chaos, Chansu turned to the ginseng goddess and said, let's go now, leaving the small goddess stunned, her eyes brimming with anxious tears. Seeing the goddess about to cry, Chansu gently reassured, Hasujin will be here soon, so stay inside. The goddess strongly objected, waving her hands wildly, making him embarrassed as he called out goddess. Chansu realized her worry about his safety, understanding she already knew about the war. He gently stroked the small goddess's head. I will return immediately, can you wait a little? Then walked with Rohan, leaving the goddess looking on with longing. Rohan paused, solemnly saying, I have something to tell you. Chansu looked puzzled. What is it you want to say? The holy swordsman explained thoughtfully that time flows differently across worlds. He reminded that even between Earth and this place, the timeline was distinctly different. Rohan advised Chansu not to be too hasty. Chansu beamed, excitedly asking, can I really go now? Meanwhile at the temple, the ginseng goddess Ari and Doji wiped their tears, preparing for farewell. Chansu had prepared beforehand, extending his hand to reassure. Hamdan has agreed to come along. He rummaged through his bag and took out a special item. This one is worth it. It was a specialized travel cage for hamsters. It allowed owners to carry their pets anywhere safely and conveniently. Hamdan excitedly crawled into the cockpit, exuding a tech-savvy driver vibe. Chansu carried the cage at his side, officially starting the journey through the sunlit forest with Rohan. The radiant space gate opened amid the void. He stepped out from the dim blue light. He realized that even without movement rights or Rohan's assistance, traveling between lands was no longer an obstacle. Seeing Chansu return, Hasujin hurried over to check on him. "You're back, I heard you fought the negation," Chansu replied cheerfully. "Ah, you came back early." Seeing me safe, she exhaled. "Luckily you are unharmed." Chansu beamed, mentioning the savior. "Thanks to Rohan's help, it wasn't as difficult as expected. He agreed to protect me for a while longer." Hearing this, Hasujin turned pale in horror. She trembled as she watched the holy swordsman munch apples behind him, silently screaming, "Why has he appeared again?" Chansu casually said, "Rohan, yes, I agreed to let him live with me for a while." Hasujin held her head in despair at Chansu's bold decision. "I knew it would be like this. As expected, he always surprises people." She looked down at the black cat curled at his feet, curiously asked, "Where did this little one come from?" Chansu stroked its soft fur and said it came here on its own. "Its name is Night Sky." Seeing Hasujin eyeing the cage, he brought Hamdan in front of her. Hasujin marveled. "This little one is very smart." Chansu nodded. "Yes, very smart." He quietly appreciated Yang Sik's cleverness when it understood that eating ownership rights would ruin the mint tree's roots. Looking at the captivating cat, Hasujin commented that it was a rare, intelligent, beautiful monster, and if sold, many would hunt it. Chansu looked down at Hamdan rolling in the sphere, clicking his tongue. "A bit difficult." Hasujin suggested, "If it is hard to find, make a dungeon, the monsters will gather there." Chansu explained that because this cat came from another block, tracking its trail was very difficult. When Hasujin asked where that place was, he just shook his head since it came on its own, and she even wondered if it was a person turned into a cat. Su thoughtfully revealed that according to Rohan, Yang Sik was the ruler of the territory. Hearing that name, Hamdan in the sphere was terrified. Frozen as the enormous shadow of the legendary cat loomed over him, Hasujin frantically asked if that name existed in the monster book, but Chansu dashed her hopes. Yang Sik is not a normal monster. It is one of the 7 great calamities. Hasujin was shocked, screaming, "How can one of the 7 great calamities be here?" She trembled as she explained that this creature not only destroyed ownership rights, but also ravaged the block. Seeing her about to go mad, Su hurriedly clarified, "Yang Sik came here not for mint, but for sesame leaves." Hasujin was astonished, unable to believe a world calamity would come just for a few leaves of sesame. Chansu calculated logically, claiming a block requires at least 200,000 points, while blessing sesame leaves costs less than 10,000 points, despite appearing 20 times smaller. But considering the 190 absorption efficiency, the block's value to Yang Sik was only 2,000 points, while the sesame leaves yielded 9,000 points. The more than threefold difference led the cat to choose a practical solution. Chansu touched the tree bark, thinking that even without knowing the ratio, someone chosen like him had no other options. Watching his back as he walked away, Hasujin still worried, is it safe? If one day he returns empty-handed, it will be hard. Chansu was confident, trusting that as a territorial creature, Yang Sik would protect the block. Suddenly a shocking scream rang out, making Chansu jump, turning around in horror as he saw the cat doing something unusual. Chansu rushed forward, shouting in panic, "Stop it immediately." Yang Sik suddenly attacked Hamdan. Chansu yelled, "Hamdan is not for eating." He was helpless before the black cat's mischief. "I just wanted you to be friends." But Yang Sik still played around casually, ignoring his complaints. Seeing Rohan just standing with his arms crossed, Chansu exclaimed, "Why is Rohan just standing there?" The Sword Saint replied calmly, "If anything happens, I will stop it," making Chansu think Handori was nearly in danger. He checked if the little hamster was hurt, then warned everyone to be careful until they were truly familiar. Amid the chaos, Hasujin stepped forward seriously. "Chansu, I have something to say," Chansu asked back. She reported that the fraud claiming to be the owner of the Emperor apples had arrived at the company. Chansu P laughed, thinking there were really many tricksters in the world just for a few apples. The smile vanished when Hasujin revealed more. The fraud said that the blessing of prosperity was in the apples, so he claimed the right of a messenger. He produced a crude apple as proof, while also showing the prosperity item with a forged contract. Hasujin sighed in relief that everything could be completely denied, but she noticed Chansu radiating a dark aura. He gritted his teeth, clenching his hands with anger. "Is there any messenger besides me?" The image of a withered goddess appeared in his mind. Chansu was furious that the impostor dared to claim ownership of the land, even though he had never seen him before. He coldly ordered Hasujin to find that person. To Hasujin's astonishment, Chansu declared clearly, "No, actually I am the messenger of prosperity." The statement left her terrified, only able to stand in shock. With cold and calculating eyes, Chansu stepped forward, issuing a bounty. Whoever has money to buy immortals, let the bounty be posted. I will reward the artifact separately. Capturing him will earn 100 Emperor Apples. Chansu announced the massive reward, making Rohan also turn pale. 100 apples is an enormous number, enough to shock a sword saint. Meanwhile, a man in black trudged through a dark alley in the Denial faction's territory, full of schemes. Told himself that to persuade Rohan and his disciples, he had to act decisively. A Denial messenger without power was no different from a dish, without filling or ingredients. He clicked his tongue, even ugly Andas would do as long as the jealous ones didn't ruin it. He entered an old shop. The old shop owner saw the figure and sarcastically greeted, "Who is this?" The neighbor with empty hands. The man in the robe looked annoyed, urging the owner to serve quickly. The owner demanded payment. He pulled out a glowing black stone, asking if it could be accepted as a substitute for ingredients. The two haggled tensely, the young man insisting on buying the stone at an extremely high price. The old owner resolutely offered a price lower than the market, warning him not to go crazy. After some arguing, the young man muttered, "This may be the last time we meet. Hope the owner will show some leniency for our acquaintance." The old owner sighed, truly a talented person who can soften hearts. He changed the subject, asking if he knew anything about the Emperor Apples causing a public stir. Hearing about baseless fraud, the old man immediately corrected. Even the sensible are deceived. He leaned close, revealing hot news: a bounty of 100 apples for capturing the fraud, separate reward for recovering the artifact. Hearing 100 apples, the impostor's eyes lit up in astonishment. He smiled schemingly, then quickly left. He ran through the street, excited to finally find a life-changing opportunity. With a sinister and excited face, he shouted with joy, 100 apples are a precious gift for him. Soon, he appeared on top of Chan's house, kneeling and shouting, "Please accept me, I will work with all my effort." The scene chaotic like the year-end recruitment. Witnessing the bizarre scene, Chansu froze, sweat soaking his forehead. Is this enough mischief? He turned to seek help from Rohan, who was busy eating apples. What should we do, Rohan? Seeing Rohan indifferent, Chansu sighed helplessly. Fine, just eat apples to your heart's content. At that moment, the young man excitedly boasted his achievement. I have captured this one from Mr. Chansu, faster than a peak-hour delivery. He pushed the tied man, the fraud posing as a messenger who struggled wildly. Chansu was astonished. He analyzed, given the geographical distance. They captured him right after the bounty was announced. Just using 100 Emperor apples as bait. Everything happened incredibly fast. Rohan still glanced casually. The captive continued to scream and thrash. Let go. Chansu advanced, his eyes sharp, astonished. He felt the energy of prosperity radiating from his body. Chansu observed the captive, realizing he was ordinary, not special enough to deceive others. Despite doubts, the impostor continued to scream, "Hey, let me go quickly." He even arrogantly said, "This is an act of disobedience, do you understand?" Chansu approached, his gaze sharp, full of disgust. "I am not good at persuasion, but you really know how to annoy others." Seeing Chansu advance, the fraud sneered, confident that he could not be killed. Chansu gripped the sickle tightly. Seriously, if this is prosperity, he understands its basic skill. A sharp scythe pressed close to the stranger's neck, making him tremble violently. Chansu's eyes blazed with power, and he whispered softly, "I can even see exactly where and how to cut." Chansu withdrew his weapon and ordered coldly, "Check the divine relic first." The fraud still stubbornly shouted, "How dare you use chaining a senior as an excuse?" Chansu looked at him in disappointment and thought, he has been spouting nonsense all this time, truly unworthy of being called a senior. The young man hurriedly offered the white wreath. Here it is. Chansu received the wreath, examined it carefully, and came to a surprising realization. The energy does not come from the divine relic. Looking at the shimmering wreath in his hand, he wondered what that man was planning. The fraud screamed as the treasure was taken away. "No, give it back to me." Chansu sighed in disgust, unable to believe someone like this was his senior. He clenched his fist, his heart filled with anger. I cannot believe a man like that is a senior. No wonder the god of prosperity ended up in such a state. Chansu realized the betrayal. This man never searched for his own god, causing her to grow weak. He placed the wreath on the man's head and asked, "What were you thinking when you showed off the imperial apples?" The fraud remained stubborn. "I am a true apostle of the god of prosperity, and I have the right to enjoy what is properly mine." Chansu narrowed his eyes coldly and replied sharply, "You have not contributed a thing, yet you already think you have done well. Who gave you permission?" The senior laughed arrogantly and roared in challenge, What have you done? Everything was built on the foundation I laid from the beginning." Chansu asked calmly, "Are you saying everything was yours from the start?" The man madly insisted that from the apples, the lips, to the monsters, everything was thanks to his efforts. Chansu lowered his head, his eyes dark with fury as he thought of the fear and despair he had endured alone in that desolate place, telling himself, "This man is truly ridiculous with that meaningless talk." Suppressing the rage about to erupt, Chansu told himself to stay calm, because this was not something just any apostle could accomplish. He looked straight at the senior and gave a clear order, "Stop talking nonsense. Who is standing behind you?" Direct question startled the fraud, making him stammer in confusion, while Chansu continued pressing him with a razor-sharp gaze. Protecting the god and expanding her influence was their shared goal, yet he had abandoned his deity and left, so there had to be some kind of backing. Fraud cried as he explained, I have no backing. I was only trying to survive, and ended up driven to this wasteland. Chansu's gaze was cold as he declared that he had heard enough and demanded that he depart peacefully. The fraud screamed in despair, wait. The icy scythe stopped right against his neck, making him choke back sobs drenched in sweat. He screamed through tears, I had no choice, I am not strong like Chansu. I am only an ordinary person. I have never even held a sword. Chansu ordered coldly, stop talking nonsense and reveal who is behind you. But the man still insisted he knew nothing. Only when the scythe pressed even closer did he finally admit in terror that he had followed, because he was promised enough money to live on for the rest of his life, then bitterly confessed that he had also been deceived and had not received a single coin. Looking at the pathetic man, Chansu concluded with contempt, so you are completely useless. Spare me, I will not do it again, please. The nameless senior wailed miserably under the pressure. Chansu only replied coldly, it is too late. Looking at the motionless man, Chansu thought to himself, even if I wanted to, I still cannot bring myself to blow his head apart right now. Though full of resentment, Chansu softened again when he saw his subordinates settled in place. He told himself that even if this was a world inside a game, he still could not imagine truly taking a life. A bizarre system notification appeared. The god of denial proposes that you convert. He says that if you become an apostle, he can kill that man in your place. Chansu was stunned. What, the god of denial? What kind of stalker is this? He found it absurd, because he had never planned to kill anyone from the start, yet that god acted as if he were bound by some restriction. He asked his companion curiously, what happens if someone kills an ally? The young man explained solemnly, the god of denial is currently reviving, so that is an exception, but killing a fellow disciple is forbidden. He warned that if the rule were violated, Chansu would receive a severe punishment or be expelled. Chansu looked at the senior and realized he had a legitimate reason. If he wanted, he could have the god of denial do it. Yet the god of denial did not give up, continuously sending messages, you are a talent, you must become an apostle. Chansu began to grow irritated, just as expected, truly troublesome. He had already said he was not interested, and even when promised power far beyond his current level, he still refused. No need. The chat window that day spammed as fiercely as a midnight advertisement. Even when the other side offered a 1-month trial, Chansu still snapped, I said no, what faith? He pondered and realized that the appearance of those messages meant that God was connected to this place somehow. Chansu turned to the young man who had just rendered service and asked, you applied for recruitment, did you not? The man hurriedly knelt and nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. I do not need the reward money. Seeing that loyalty, Chansu decided to discuss the employment terms later. This would be his first mission. Keep watch over this traitor. Nanlung glanced at the bound fraud while system notifications continued appearing all around. Back at the temple, while Ari and Doji were still sleeping beside the ginseng goddess, the chick suddenly woke up. Chansu ambled in, holding the white wreath that radiated brilliant spiritual energy, softly calling to the goddess. Looking at the withered goddess, Chansu raised the treasure in his hand and said, I am returning what originally belonged to you. The ginseng goddess looked up at him, her eyes brimming with emotion. I am fine. I already have many things. He gently placed the wreath on the goddess's head. Immediately, a powerful stream of green energy surged forth. The central jewel erupted with a dazzling burst of light. Chansu was overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure. Ari and Doji's eyes widened as they witnessed the miraculous transformation. Chansu stared in astonishment at the petite figure that had just appeared before his eyes. He could not hold back and exclaimed in admiration, who is this? Witnessing the sacred moment, Doji and Ari could not stop their tears. They burst into happiness. The goddess had finally recovered her power. Still unable to believe the truth before his eyes, Chansu hurried closer. Is it really the goddess, truly the goddess? Chansu smiled softly in satisfaction. This day had finally come. Perhaps the goddess would soon recover her original form. At that moment, a system notification lit up, confirming that the prosperity god appointed Chansu as the chief apostle. Chansu froze, staring at the panel, never expecting this function to exist. System indicated that from now on he had authority over the apostles under his command. Looking at the list, Chansu realized that currently only he and Park Hyun-woo, the imprisoned 4th-generation chief apostle, were listed. He pondered, indeed only the two of them, yet the task had to be done. Chansu's gaze hardened, not handling matters extremely, but coexistence was no longer possible, despite Ari and Doji screaming in horror, wondering what that fool was doing. Chansu decisively pressed the expel button on the screen. Immediately, red letters appeared announcing Park Han-woo had been removed and completely lost apostle status. But the system's reaction left Chansu astonished. He realized the consequence, so the apostle position disappeared as well. Seeing the stunned and slightly weakened expression of the goddess, Chansu instantly felt regret. It seemed the goddess's power had diminished, making him feel uneasy. He bowed and apologized to the small goddess before him. Sorry, goddess, but we cannot allow the traitor to remain. To reassure her, Chansu smiled brightly and confidently promised to expand his influence further, so she need not worry. Prosperity Goddess looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with hope. A system notification appeared, indicating that the Prosperity God had granted the apostle a new skill. Soon after, two choices appeared before Chan Su: healthy prosperity and communication. Looking at the small goddess still forcing a bright smile, Chan Su worried, wondering if even skills could be granted. Perhaps she was overexerting herself. Behind him, Chick Ari and Pig Doji held their breath and prayed. In their hearts, Ari hurriedly urged him to choose communication. If so, future mishaps like this might be avoided. Yet, contrary to the followers' hopes, Chan Su did not hesitate to choose the healthy prosperity skill. He muttered, not knowing how to use this skill, and indeed there was no explanation provided. Then he speculated, could this be a passive skill? Perhaps anyone consuming something blessed by the prosperity god would become extremely healthy. Chan Su imagined Hamdan the mouse, after eating an apple, suddenly turning muscular and powerful. He wondered if this skill could help Rohan, as he seemed to eat only apples. Meanwhile, Ari and the ginseng goddess sat dejectedly in a corner. The chick thought desperately, so everything really has ended. Chan Su suddenly realized something was wrong, calling out, wait, goddess. The goddess's expression suddenly changed, her tiny legs beginning to vanish and sprout root-like branches. Chan Su shouted in panic, both legs too. A loud bang echoed. White smoke immediately enveloped the surroundings. As it cleared, Chan Su called out in shock, goddess. The small goddess had returned to the wilted ginseng root form she had at the beginning. She awkwardly scratched her head under everyone's staring eyes. Despite feeling slightly deflated, Chan Su smiled with relief and comforted himself, hoping the healthy prosperity skill would work across many aspects. In another modern world, a doorbell rang along with a message from the postal worker. Mail delivery here, I'll leave it at the door. The young man stepped out to the apartment corridor, seeing his mother struggling to carry a box inside. He sighed, asking, finally arrived, what did you buy now? Mother and son opened the gift box together. Inside was a plump red apple, placed elegantly, along with a letter from the Seong-ho company. The content sent a royal apple to scam victims as encouragement, also warning them of counterfeits and to buy only official products through the company. The apple's elegant fragrance filled the kitchen, leaving the mother in awe. Oh, it seems this is not just a temporary trend, the aroma is incredible. The young boy next to her jumped excitedly, repeatedly saying he wanted to eat it too. The mother quickly peeled the apple while gently telling him that eating apples in the morning was very healthy. Taking a bite, the boy's eyes immediately shone like stars. He happily shouted, Mom, this apple is so delicious. His words made the mother immediately frown. She sternly asked where he had learned such words. The boy held his head, whining, explaining she would know if she tried it herself, though still sternly reminding him that no matter how good it tasted, he should not use crude language. But as soon as the mother tasted a bite herself, her eyes widened in astonishment, her face flushed from the impressive flavor. In her heart, she admitted it was unbelievably delicious, deciding to write a review. A few days later, the mother sat intently at the computer, preparing to share her experience online. A post titled, I tried the royal apple going viral quickly attracted online attention. She wrote that despite the high price, it was worth it, as it helped her stay alert without coffee, making her body strong and mornings more cheerful. Admiring and envious comments appeared continuously, making the royal apple a unique product and creating a craze everywhere. Flaunting ownership of this apple quickly became a new challenge, sparking countless exaggerated rumors about its effects. On forums, some discussed excitedly, while others said it was just an overblown marketing stunt. Many still affirmed it truly benefited vitality and health. Even strange rumors appeared that this apple was grown with elf blood, throwing the forum into chaos that day. It was like a fandom suddenly erupting with a huge drama. In reality, all the strange effects and media waves originated from Chan Su's healthy prosperity skill. When the craze peaked in a dark office, a man wearing mysterious glasses was closely monitoring information related to the royal apple. On the screen, he slightly pushed up his glasses, smiled cunningly, and murmured, Royal apple. In the distance, morning light began to shine on a mansion both luxurious and antique. Lying in bed browsing an item catalog, Chan Su pondered what to buy, wondering if it would become famous. Ari and Doji also lay relaxed beside their owner in the warm room. Chan Su decided to temporarily postpone building a shrine as materials were too difficult to obtain. Moreover, he realized many forces were secretly observing him. Looking at the goddess in ginseng root form, he smiled slightly as every item looked appealing. Meanwhile, researchers were nearly going crazy as the purity of carnivorous tree resin collected by Chan Su reached 98%. Chan Su checked the map on his tablet, quietly satisfied to have captured the entire area around the shrine. Even knowing the location might be exposed, he reassured himself that with Rohan present, everything would gradually stabilize. Watching the sword saint calmly chew an apple, Chan Su worried if he might suddenly disappear. The quiet atmosphere was broken when Hasujin's voice called out Chan Su. Chan Su turned in surprise, asking if Hasujin needed something. He wondered as according to the schedule, she was not supposed to arrive until tomorrow. But Hasujin immediately interrupted with an extremely serious expression. She said it was not that matter, but a new rumor about the royal apple spreading. Now the apple had been exaggerated as a cure-all. Chansu began to feel uneasy as Hasujin hesitated, then told him not to be too shocked. Hasujin leaned close, her eyes glinting mischievously, then whispered that the rumor said it was very good for vitality. Chansu was shocked, breaking out in sweat, stammering vitality. The rumor spread too fast, netizens ordered before verifying. Hamdan the mouse beside him was also dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Rohan calmly held an apple in his left hand and ate it, while Ari and Doji wondered if vitality was a type of food. On Earth, where human vitality was gradually fading, rumors about this vitality-enhancing apple were no joke. In fact, that fanaticism had already caused consequences, with 23 people dying from using counterfeits or using them incorrectly. Thinking that those who saw no effect might turn around and criticize him, Chansu pondered quietly. In that case, rather than that, Hasujin asked anxiously, could Chansu's apples really have no related effect, even though quite a few people had reported results? Looking at Rohan, who was still focused on eating apples, Chansu calmly explained that perhaps everyone had simply mistaken it for the feeling of their bodies becoming healthier, because I have never added that effect to the imperial apples. Hearing that, Hasujin finally breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid being dragged down by baseless rumors, Chansu suddenly made a bold suggestion: why not try growing a fruit that is good for vitality and sell it? Hasujin's eyes shone with excitement, and she exclaimed that was not that a wonderful idea, since the marketing was already prepared. Hasujin curiously asked whether Chansu knew any suitable plants or fruits. He scratched his head awkwardly and answered that he was not very sure either. He listed several familiar names one after another, such as walnuts, carrots, asparagus, and tomatoes, because they were all said to be good for male physiology. Right then, Rohan, standing beside him, coldly added one name with absolute certainty: goji berries. The Sword Saint's unexpected knowledge left Chansu stunned. He looked at Rohan with admiration, thinking that it turned out he did not only care about apples. Seeing Chansu look at him with a suggestive gaze, Rohan asked back in annoyance. Chansu hurriedly laughed it off, then curiously asked which one was best, and Rohan answered decisively, goji berries. Chansu immediately searched the system, and was stunned by the effects of goji berries, from supporting testosterone and improving sperm quality to nourishing the kidneys, boosting vitality, and restoring energy. Determination surged inside Chansu, and he smiled excitedly as he told himself, then first, I need to find workers. He went to the group of prisoners being held. As soon as he saw Chansu, a burly man eagerly clasped his hands and shouted, please come in, do I finally have work to do? Hearing Chansu say he wanted to try growing a fruit good for vitality, that man broke out in sweat from shock, but still supported him enthusiastically. Chansu gently reminded them that this would not be easy, and that he would not force anyone to join. Right then, another muscular man stepped forward and asked directly, I have a question. What do you intend to grow, sir? Chansu replied calmly, I want to start with goji berries. As soon as that name rang out, the man's expression changed at once, his eyes widening in astonishment. He suddenly dropped to his knees, bowed his head hard to the ground, and cried out with emotion, please. The burly man cried until tears streamed down his face, pleading earnestly, I want to participate. Chansu froze on the spot, sweat pouring out at the man's excessively intense reaction. Seeing how desperately the other party begged, he smiled faintly and said, if you want to work that badly, is there anyone else who wants to join? Immediately, countless hands shot up. Even the bony arms of the undead all rose decisively at the same time. Looking at the crowd blazing with enthusiasm, Chansu broke into a sweat, thinking this group was frighteningly passionate today. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, the chained cat was still leisurely yawning. As for Hamdan and Doji, they were still absorbed in enjoying delicious roasted sweet potatoes. After the successful harvest, Chansu brought a basket of plump red goji berries to Hasujin and explained that if brewed and drunk, they expected it to support that function. The more serious the condition, the easier the effect would be to notice. Hasujin's eyes immediately shone like coins, and she cried out excitedly at the new chance to make money. Not stopping there, Chansu took out a bright red essence pill and introduced it, saying this would create a strong reaction within 30 minutes. Hasujin stared at the item in his hand in amazement, unable to believe Chansu had created it so quickly. He scratched his head shyly, because even he felt a little embarrassed. He secretly thought he was truly lucky to have accidentally met an expert in this field, one who even had an unusual passion for it. Looking at the prisoner who was far too excited, with bulging muscles and glowing red eyes, Chansu secretly thought this person would have been better suited as an apostle of lust or frenzy. Before that unbelievable sight, Chansu realized this was the first time he had used the blessing of prosperity in this way. Thanks to that special prisoner, strengthening a specific function became much easier. He predicted that before long, many more diverse pharmaceuticals would appear on the market one after another. Hasujin excitedly told Chansu to handle the safety testing, while turning these goji goji berries into gold could be left to her. Watching her leave, Chinsu quietly wondered what news Hasujin would bring back this time. The secret to making people willing to use nourishing foods was actually very simple: strike at their instinctive desires, because the more rationally they thought, the more reasons they found to avoid it. Looking at the basket of plump red goji berries, Hasujin believed that even if the brewing process was a little troublesome, confidence would still be a key to success. And then the first finished bottles of goji berry water were officially born, with a price that could rise many times over. Hasujin tasted a sip and was satisfied, because the flavor was mildly sweet and easy to drink, no different from plain water. Realizing the product had great potential, she immediately invited senior Ryuhon to try it. Although Ryuhon was somewhat hesitant and wanted to refuse, under Hasujin's urging, that man reluctantly accepted the bottle of water. Ah, women really know how to aim at weaknesses. When they force someone to drink like this, where is there to hide? He cleared his throat softly, then admitted that although he still did not know how effective it was, its taste was truly very good. Seeing that her senior had finished trying it, Hasujin immediately said goodbye and quickly left. Ryuhon absent-mindedly scratched his head as he watched her go, wondering whether he should follow her. Hasujin muttered as she walked that her senior only worried about strange things. She told herself that it was rare to have a chance to visit such a special place. Normally, medicinal effects would be certified through alchemy, but this time Hasujin chose a different route. She needed an organization specializing in the human body to grant certification. As soon as she finished speaking, Hasujin's winged shoes lit up. He carried her soaring into the air, gliding past the skyscrapers of the modern city. She landed in a district blazing with colored lights, a place known as the faction in charge of the world's night. Hasujin sighed softly when she realized this place had not changed at all. It was still a district arranged to remain hazy and dark, even in the middle of the day. Couples showing affection beneath the neon lights made the atmosphere feel both dreamlike and even lonelier for those alone. But Hasujin did not sigh with emotion. Instead, her eyes shone like coins as she looked at the crowd. To her, these people enjoying happiness were all potential customers. Hasujin walked leisurely through the radiant city, heading straight toward a massive structure, majestic and splendid, bearing the name Pure White Temple. As soon as he stepped into the Yuanga Hall, Hasujin was immediately stopped by a female staff member with a blank expression, asking for the purpose of her visit. She politely introduced herself as Hasujin from the trading company, here to request certification for the new stamina-enhancing medicine. Guided by the staff member, Hasujin walked deep into the long, endless corridor inside. Even though she had been here countless times, she still shuddered, never able to get used to the strange atmosphere. Hasujin silently sat in the reception chair and waited. Normally, mentioning the adult market ruling faction made people think of desire or lust, but the irony was so shocking that Chansu was stunned. Wait, she said it was about purity. Hasujin nodded, explaining that the definition in this world had changed. The faction called Purity now controlled the sensitive market. In the lavish room of the Purity Temple, a disciple with a saintly appearance, like a priest, smiled brightly. It has been a long time since we received such a fine item. He leisurely pushed the certification toward Hasujin, telling her to continue maintaining that dedication. However, the priest suddenly lowered his voice, remarking that the herbs she brought were very good, but still slightly lacking. He held up a goji berry, analyzing that it was an excellent ingredient, yet combining it with another would maximize its effect. The disciple of purity suggested that if she increased the effectiveness of other ingredients like goji berries, or grew more to combine, the results would explode. He confirmed that even so, the stamina-enhancing product would still sell under the paradoxical name, Purity. Asun carefully examined the dossier. Worried, she asked if success could attract a strong competitor. Would he be confident in not losing? Seeing her concern, the disciple stood, smiled mysteriously, then licked his lips skillfully. Not at all. We always crave new and stronger stimulation. He revealed that because no supplier could meet this insane stimulation demand, his faction had to produce it themselves. His face darkened as he extremely asserted that the appearance of a suitable producer was always the most welcome event. Hearing the strange words from the disciple, Chansu held his head in horror, sweating profusely. Even Hamdan on his shoulder was worried. Chansu glanced at Hasujin, puzzled why the Purity faction thought so strangely, while Doji and Ari still dozed, dreaming of roasted sweet potatoes. In truth, the disciples of the Purity faction were absolutely forbidden from sex. They believed resisting desire made them stronger, so they sought stimulation to challenge themselves. Even as a small faction, Purity controlled the night market, owning a solid economic and military foundation, leaving Chansu in silent awe. Hasujin continued, if the Purity faction recognized it directly it would be better, but outsourcing production to a third party was also fine. She handed Chansu a sheet of paper. These are the ingredients suggested by the Purity faction. What do you think? Chansu read the list with confusion: black raspberries, pink silk seeds, magnolia fruit, and gardenia. He admitted he had never seen them. She affirmed that they planned to provide this special tea to the entire high-end hotel system of the Purity faction. He exhaled in relief as the immediate goal was achieved, wanting to carefully develop this stamina-enhancing medicine. During the discussion, the piglet Doji suddenly made a gurgling sound, urging him on. If that is food, then give me more, disciple. Even Ari asked if it was tasty, making Chansu exasperated that the familiars demanded more right after eating. He told himself that with experts in this sensitive field assisting, leisurely development was certainly not a problem. Yet life always finds a way to create unexpected reasons, ruining all leisure. A white-haired man wearing scholarly glasses suddenly appeared on Chansu's land. He was the legendary Purity faction wizard, Hanjian, who maintained absolute chastity for over 40 years. Chansu was shocked by the uninvited guest, the great wizard of purity, Hanjian. He stammered, "Do you think you are about to lose your manhood?" Chansu asked further, "If that is lost, will you be expelled from purity?" The wizard only remained silently pained. When Chansu cautiously asked about recovery, Hanjian suddenly bowed his head. He could not believe his eyes when he realized the recovery ability of this legend was actually zero. Helpless to this extent, what business is left? No wonder he was the purest in the team. Initially, the Purity faction was exactly as commonly imagined. It was an organization representing absolute chastity, practicing a healthy lifestyle and self-restraint to transcend the mundane world. But the essence of the blockland competition world remained a territorial war. Because his faction was weak, Hanjian understood they needed strength to protect chastity. Then an ironic truth was revealed: purity did not necessarily mean chastity. As long as self-restraint was maintained, anything was acceptable. Thanks to this thinking, in just 1 year, Hanjian alone produced half of the faction's total points. Hearing this, Chansu broke out in sweat, hugging Hamdan and asking doubtfully if the deity really used that. Hanjian thoughtfully admitted that at first there were many rumors about expulsion and similar matters. But after witnessing the massive points, the deity himself was the first to endorse his method. Chansu was speechless, thinking it was simply excessive indulgence. Both sides had overdone it. Hanjian added that the spirit of purity develops further when enduring many worldly desires, an extreme training method difficult to comprehend. However, his skill had reached an extreme level, causing worldly desire to vanish before it even arose. The purpose of purity was to block desire and maintain loyalty, but if the source of desire disappeared, Hanjian would lose his standing. In desperation, he lunged to grab Chansu's hand and pleaded, "I beg you, your goji berry is the hope." Chansu was stunned, unsure how to help a man who had honed his skills to the limit over 30 long years. Hanjian reassured Chansu that his condition was not yet critical enough to worry too much. He handed Chansu a small pouch, urging him to fully focus on developing the product. While Chansu was still hesitant, because he was merely a disciple of prosperity, and this investment could cause losses, Hanjian promised full support in research. The moment Chansu opened the pouch, a brilliant golden light blazed out, leaving both him and Hamdan the hamster stunned, while the fee Hanjian offered made Chansu break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that this was someone who could use points to influence even a god, and people did say money could buy even immortals. Faced with a gift far too great to refuse, Chansu immediately changed his attitude, bowed his head, and clearly said he would help with all his heart. And in return, Hanjian also placed his trust in the boy. In a distant place, a majestic, pure white temple rose beneath the blue sky, where white-robed believers slowly walked along the stone steps, creating a solemn and silent atmosphere. Several apostles checked the electronic board, hoping the information would appear clearly, while a blue-haired apostle boasted of 30 days of seniority and the emergence of a new generation of mages. In another corner, 2 nuns whispered about size-altering magic, and just then, a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache dressed in deep purple robes swept past with his face flushed red from anger. He reminded himself that the chaste cult must not use vulgar language, especially during the sacred judgment, and this man was the 17th term apostle of the chastity faction. He stepped into a dark room with a large screen and a long table, where the senior members were already seated and waiting. Standing at the presiding seat, he quietly thanked everyone for coming in full attendance, the typical greeting of superiors who love displaying authority. Another apostle proudly said they could finally get rid of that useless man, but emphasized that the whole association could not simply sit still and wait. The GMF man continued, affirming that their principle was to restrain desire while maintaining absolute purity. He clearly declared the meeting of the true chaste ones open. When one member asked whether they should begin the presentation, the presiding men agreed and requested that they share the information they had gathered. The screen immediately displayed positive comments about the prosperity force's goji berry tea, from its fragrant taste to its miraculous morning effects, certified by the church, a truly impressive stamina supplement. The apostle of the chest cult presented confidently, proving the product's effectiveness. Consumers praised the goji berry tea for making hangovers disappear quickly. Even more effective than the Alchemy Faction's premium line, this product line was truly a success. Another point was that although the food division was in chaos, great alchemist Yoon Soo remained silent, making the Chastity faction suspect something was being hidden. The GMF apostle brooded over the rumor that the prosperity apostle was the disciple of Sword Saint Rohan, judging that if it were true, he would rather choose the sword than farming, so they should consider a suitable position for him. The bespectacled apostle warned that even if they had identified the block's location, going there directly would be useless, because Han Jian would drive them away the moment he discovered them. The presiding man curled his lips into a sinister smile, deciding to ally with alchemy to lure the prosperity apostle outside. The eyes of those in the meeting room lit up ruthlessly as they planned to capture Chansu when he was alone. In his own territory, Chansu sneezed, scratching his head in confusion as he wondered whether someone was badmouthing him, thinking to himself, they even want to catch me. In the sun-drenched forest, a strange scene unfolded as anti-skeleton soldiers and the residents diligently harvested goji berries. Chansu said to Yoon Hyuk, "There is something I need to discuss with you." Yoon Hyuk followed Chansu deep into the forest, and though puzzled, he still set down the basket of fruit and quietly followed. As the two passed by the corpses of the monsters that had been eliminated, Yoon Hyuk froze, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at the thing lying beneath the ancient tree, trembling as he uttered, "That is..." Recognizing Hejuan, Yoon Hyuk rushed forward in emotion and hugged the enormous monster, sobbing bitterly, "I thought I would never see you again." Prisoner tenderly lowered his head against the headless corpse, asking whether it had been preserved for him. Chansu could only give an awkward, strained laugh and reply, "Yes, probably," while thinking in his head that he had only left it there because he thought it was about to spoil. Watching his beloved prisoner cry from missing his monster friend, Chansu told himself he absolutely must not ruin Juan would definitely be angry with him, so Chansu decided to learn how to get along with it. Luckily, nothing had spoiled yet. Looking at the headless Hejuan standing suspended in the air, Chansu asked uneasily, "Is it fine without a head?" And Yoon Hyuk replied, "Of course." Even though it could only handle odd jobs, his labor force increased 17-fold, and it could even shrink. Chansu secretly admired the precise number and pointed toward the dried soldiers, causing chaos in the distance. Yoon Hyuk clicked his tongue and criticized the undead for lacking the ability to control a temporary head, unsure whether they could accomplish anything. Seeing the prisoner grow irritable, Chansu encouraged him gently, "They cannot do well from the start. If they keep trying, they will adapt." Yoon Hyuk folded his arms, snorting coldly, "It had better be that way. If they get in the way, there will be no reason to keep them." Seeing that man only nitpicked the undead so the work could be handled more easily, Chansu realized he was the perfect definition of a tsundere. Yoon Hyuk nodded, hoping to cooperate with Chansu, and Chansu cheerfully replied, "I am looking forward to it as well." A shrill scream rang out, startling them both, and Chansu looked around in panic. What came into view was Hanjian frantically chasing after a muscular man, shouting for him to listen, while that man ran and cried, "You always say that." Hanjian lunged forward to grab his target with a fanatical expression, saying, "You are very suited to chastity. I have finally found a genius to inherit my legacy." Pitiful man screamed in despair that he wanted to get married and live happily with his family. Witnessing the extreme recruitment attempt, Chansu froze and thought to himself that Hanjian truly was an expert in his field. Hanjian suddenly turned toward Chansu meaningfully and said, "What about you?" Chansu broke out in sweat and waved his hands in refusal, "Absolutely not," thinking that this senior should give up on the idea, while Hanjian sighed regretfully over missing a rare talent. To ease the atmosphere, Chansu took out 2 new pills and suggested trying them one at a time. Jian accepted one pill and bluntly tasted it. After sensing it, that man lightly pushed up his glasses and commented, "The pill reaches 33 points. Tested directly on a person, the second pill reaches 23 points, still far from the target of 90 points. Seeing Chansu discouraged, that man consoled him, "An ordinary person would have gone mad long ago. Do not be disappointed." While Chansu felt helpless, unable to understand why he could not break through the 40-point milestone, and Jian pushed up his glasses, his gaze razor sharp, and revealed the secret. One's mental state directly affects the effectiveness of the blessing. Before Chansu's bewilderment, the wizard explained that empathy was more important than any solution. That man used his hobby of reading forbidden texts as an example and suggested, "Chance, try it. Try casting the blessing while thinking about that sensitive content." Jian pulled out a mysterious book and showed it to Chansu, making him blush and shout in refusal. Chansu was exhausted, thinking to himself that this senior was truly insane, while Han Jian leisurely read the book and advised him to try real experience. The Hamdun mouse came running over excitedly and leaped up. Hasujin appeared and Chansu was delighted to see her return. Hasujin excitedly brought hot news but froze when she saw Han Jian's figure behind him. Chansu scratched his head and gave a strained smile to dispel the suffocating atmosphere. "It is nothing. So what was the hot news you mentioned?" Hasujin cradled the little Hamdun mouse and announced in a clear voice, "Do not be too surprised, but the alchemy faction wants you to join a dungeon raid." Chansu, Chadu cried out in shock. "Huh? What is going on?" He could hardly believe his own ears. Thinking of dungeons packed with giant monsters, he wondered in bewilderment why they would drag a farmer into something like that. "I only have a sickle and the touch reaper skill, and it is not even an attack skill. If the enemy has no neck, he could not even scratch them." Turning to Hasujin, he hurriedly explained, "Do I look like someone who goes around fighting monsters? I only sell tea and apples." Hasujin looked at him with suspicion and replied, "Probably that does sound reasonable, but something still feels off, as if a CEO were pretending to be a farmer." Hasujin explained that calling it a raid only made it sound impressive, when it was actually just a mission to collect monster byproducts. Wizard Han saw this and said goodbye before leaving. Chansu carefully read the glowing mission board and realized the freshness requirement was similar to ostrich tree sap. Fortunately, the things he cut usually did not spoil easily. He then asked if the target was a grass-type monster. Hasujin immediately denied it. "No, it is a high-grade water spirit." She said that if they were not defeated in one strike, they would absorb other spirits to recover, causing the byproducts to lose purity. That was why the mission needed overwhelming power, like a sword master. Chansu was stunned as he realized this conclusion made no sense at all, so they wanted to target Rohan through him. Looking at the sword saint casually chewing an apple, he thought the rumor that the two of them lived together must have spread, which was why they believed he could bring that person along. Looking at the goddess Ari and Doji sleeping soundly, Chansu told himself he could not abandon them and go too far away for too long. He firmly raised his hand and refused, "Thank you, but I cannot accept." That decision left Hasujin frozen as she kept asking again in disbelief. It seemed our guy was still clear-headed. Hasujin then offered even more tempting conditions, starting with the alchemy faction providing a weapon. That made him wonder, a weapon for a farmer. However, the moment she said they would also give him a water spirit as an extra reward, Chansu's eyes instantly shone with astonishment. He rushed forward, gripped Hasujin's shoulders tightly, and shouted, "Wait, did you just say water spirit?" In Chansu's heart, a water spirit was nothing less than every farmer's dream. It was an extremely high-end mobile sprinkler, exactly what he desperately needed. He was so excited that he nearly drooled, and even asked whether he could simply buy one with money. Hasujin said seriously that refusing this mission would not be wise, since the alchemy faction currently did not have much goodwill toward them. The reason was that Prosperity Goji tea was gaining popularity as a hangover cure, while that had once been the alchemy faction's flagship product. This mission was only an excuse to cool the tension. Although the offer was excellent, Chansu still hesitated because he was worried about the safety of his territory and found it hard to trust outsiders. It was right for him to be that wary, since being foolish could get him tricked into slicing oranges someday. To soothe that worry, Hasujin suggested that the group should prioritize completing the temple first. After all, they had already received construction materials from the alchemy faction, and this structure possessed a very powerful protective ability. Chansu asked in surprise, "Is that really true?" While Rohan still stood behind him calmly chewing an apple. Hasujin affirmed that the temple was not regarded as an important strategic resource for no reason. A few days later, a pure white and solemn temple was officially erected in the middle of the sunlit land. Ginseng goddess sat before the temple and softly sighed as she thought back on the troubles that had happened one after another recently. First, Chansu got acquainted with a swordsman, and then began taking over the entire area. Then came the conflict among the apostles, forcing him to excommunicate one of them. The image of that shameless apostle clinging to him, along with the temptation to change sides from the god of injustice, made the goddess extremely furious. Even so, she still felt fortunate that things had been more peaceful lately, now that Chansu was focused on internal matters. Sitting beneath the tree, the goddess let out a weary sigh. Behind her, Doji the pig and Ari the chick were whispering to each other. Doji trembled and said he had a very bad feeling. Who knew what terrible thing was about to happen? The majestic temple was finally complete, but the goddess of prosperity was still worried. If only the apostle had a communication skill, everything would truly be perfect. Just then, the system board lit up and announced that the temple's special skill, Last Fortress, had activated. The goddess, Ari, and Doji widened their eyes in horror when they learned it was a defensive skill meant for war. A surge of emerald spiritual power erupted and quickly formed a sturdy shield that covered the entire area. Seeing that defensive layer block even soared Saint Rohan's powerful attack, Chansu was wildly excited by its incredible defensive power. Contrary to Chansu's enthusiasm, the goddess and her dependents hugged one another and cried in terror. She trembled as she wondered what kind of horrifying war her beloved apostle was planning to cause. While the group was still panicking, Chansu, Rohan, and Hasujin were already ready to depart. Chansu scratched his head in confusion, feeling as if someone was speaking ill of him, while Hasujin cheerfully offered to escort him to the mission area. As they walked, Chansu suddenly remembered that he had not properly said bye to the goddess, but Hasujin's urging voice cut off that thought. Chansu hurried after everyone, telling himself he would return soon, so things at home should be fine. Fine. What fine? They were crying back at home. How thoughtless. Journey brought them before a modern and splendid skyscraper, the headquarters of the alchemy faction. In front of the headquarters gate, Hasujin breathed a sigh of relief and announced that the group had arrived safely. Chansu turned to thank Rohan sincerely, because thanks to the teleportation gate he had created, travel had become more convenient than ever. Looking at the system map displaying hexagonal blocks, Chansu felt quietly proud of his territory, even though he had once not dared to think about expanding because the cost was too high. In fact, if a player agreed to pay an enormous number of points, they could exceed the limit and purchase ownership of an area. But because the cost increased exponentially after each transaction, Chansu still could not take over all the surrounding blocks. Having completed her guiding mission, Hasujin waved goodbye and wished Chansu luck in the raid. He also did not forget to tell her to be careful on the way back. The two of them stepped into the luxurious lobby together. There, a woman wearing glasses with a professional air was already waiting. As soon as she saw him, she smiled brightly and greeted him in a clear voice. "You must be Chansu. We have been waiting for you." An employee of the alchemy headquarters handed Chansu a large suitcase and said this was the weapon he had chosen. Although she asked with some doubt whether he truly wanted to use this thing, Chansu still accepted it happily and affirmed that it would be very useful. He also handed 2 apples to Rohan and asked him to hold them so he could get to work more easily. Next, Chansu was asked to place a blessing on the potion in preparation for taming the water spirit. Wait, they were going to catch it. Yet they still needed a blessing too. The alchemy faction offered to provide a highly compatible type of blessing as food for the spirit, while warning that using his blessing would carry a very high risk of failure. Faced with that choice, Chansu curiously asked how compatible the blessing of prosperity was, but when he heard that there was no data yet, he still decisively chose to use his own power. After that, the employee led him through a forest door. That glowing door was the passage leading straight into the dungeon. The employee told him to listen to the rest of the explanation once they were inside. As soon as he stepped into the enormous hall with towering stone pillars, a female researcher was already waiting and announced that all preparations were complete. She introduced this as the common water spirit hunting area and said that as long as he burned the special incense in her hand, they would come in great numbers so he could hunt them to his heart's content. However, she emphasized that Chansu had to personally eliminate the exact boss required by the mission, while all the byproducts obtained would belong to the alchemy faction. Because the boss was in a separate location, the female researcher asked him to notify her when he was ready. At the same time, she asked him to bless the taming potion first. Chansu quickly got to work. He focused his energy to activate the blessing, causing the potion to radiate a brilliant blue light. Watching his accumulated points keep rising from 1,000 to 5,000, Chansu quietly wondered how powerful he would become if he could absorb points without limit. Looking at the potion glowing bright blue in his hand, Chansu asked anxiously whether this was all right. The researcher explained that this sometimes happened when too many blessings were applied at once and even praised his generosity. Hearing that, Chansu grew even more excited, smiled with determination, and said eagerly, "All right, let us keep going." Although warned that adding more blessings would not make the spirit stronger, Chansu still poured more points into the potion, making the number jump from 200,000 to 300,000 before stopping at 500,000 points. A powerful surge of energy enveloped Chansu, making him beam brightly while the female researcher could only stare in shock and murmur, "Chansu." Looking at the potion sparkling like crystal, Chansu still asked cautiously whether it was truly fine. The researcher admitted this was the first time she had seen such a scene, but curiosity won out, and she excitedly declared that she would bring a spirit over to test it immediately. Her speed left Chansu astonished, and he blurted so fast, barely managing to speak. She tossed a small water spirit toward him and urged, "Throw the potion." Chansu quickly threw the potion at the target. The blue liquid covered the tiny creature. He held his breath and watched, nervously wondering whether the effect would be as expected. Contrary to expectations, the water spirit trembled violently, its face twisted in agony and drained of color. It kept vomiting streams of blue liquid amid pitiful cries. Chan-su froze, sweat pouring down as he realized the harsh truth. Damn it, no matter how he looked at it, this was clearly a terrible combination. Looking at the poor creature writhing in pain, he could only scratch his head awkwardly. While he was at a loss over what to do next, Chan-su suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. He turned back in shock and saw a wave of water spirits charging toward him in a frenzy. The female researcher was also stunned, pushing up her glasses as she asked what was happening. They had not even used the lure scent yet. Instead of helping Chan-su, she frantically recorded this strange phenomenon, making him feel as though he had become part of the experiment. Surrounded by creatures that kept vomiting nonstop, Chan-su could only roar helplessly. This was no time to take notes. He struggled to hold out amid the swarm of spirits writhing around him. Meanwhile, the female researcher remained absorbed in her own work. In the middle of the lake, a green spirit suddenly grew enormous and began glowing abnormally. Chan-su pointed toward the lake and shouted loudly to draw her attention. It was being absorbed, yet the researcher was still focused on her record sheet. Chan-su snapped at her to hurry up and think of a solution, because she was watching without reacting at all. She thoughtfully speculated whether Chan-su had used some strange potion regimen, but he immediately denied it. The researcher explained that the dense amount of blessing Chan-su had poured in earlier had inadvertently acted as an extremely powerful lure scent. When he asked about the vomiting, she said it was probably because the spirits had eaten too much. Fortunately, the wave of spirits gradually dispersed, returning silence to the dungeon. Yet before a smile could form, the female researcher suddenly froze. Her pen dropped to the ground in shock. Impossible, something has appeared. The situation is starting to heat up. Warning bells rang as the system detected a major energy fluctuation. The researcher cried out in horror, "Wise the boss, the lure scent should not have worked." From the deep water, a gigantic tail swept past, heralding the appearance of a terrifying entity. Chan-su narrowed his eyes warily, realizing this was the enemy he had to defeat for this mission. A colossal half-human water entity emerged, radiating terrifying pressure, the boss of the dungeon itself. A high-level spirit with power far beyond ordinary spirits. Looking at the water entity expanding wildly, Chan-su shouted in panic, "Wait!" The overloaded blue energy from the potion caused the small spirit to absorb everything around it, creating an astonishing transformation. Amid their disbelief, the spirit suddenly grew beyond control, and Chan-su was stunned when he realized it had even absorbed the boss. The boss was absorbed before he could even do anything. However, instead of becoming stronger, the giant spirit began to suffer from overeating, its face changing color, its complexion turning pale, and painful groans escaping it. Looking at the creature writhing and vomiting nonstop, Chan-su held his head helplessly, telling himself this was exactly why farmers should not be allowed to raid dungeons. Witnessing the chaotic and hopeless scene, the female researcher collapsed to the floor and cried in despair. Feeling guilty, Chan-su walked over and comforted the suffering water spirit, admitting fault for carelessly throwing the potion. He placed his hand on the watery membrane and gently advised it to vomit everything out so it would feel better. Noticing the energy surging inside the poor creature, Chan-su focused his mind. He activated the blessing of prosperity with all his strength to soothe and calm the erupting power. When the light faded, the giant spirit shrank down into a tiny, incredibly adorable form. Chan-su breathed in relief when he saw it had stabilized, smiling as he praised this form as rather cute. It was cute, but unexpectedly, the little spirit sprayed a jet of water straight into his face. Though drenched, seeing the small creature bounce around happily, Chan-su could only accept his new friend's mischief. Eating until it was stuffed, then spraying water at others, this spirit was no pushover either. Looking at the sparkling bead in his hand, Chan-su was stunned when the spirit changed shape right after vomiting it out. The researcher came over and congratulated him on successfully taming the water spirit, but immediately afterward, she coldly informed Chan-su that he had in fact failed the mission. Failing to collect the high-level spirit meant he had violated the contract. Seeing Chan-su stunned, she gently pushed up her glasses and advised that if anyone blamed him, he should present 2 points to deal with it. First, the potion provided by the alchemy faction was the source of this whole mess. Second, ownership of the glowing water beneath his feet would truly bring enormous benefits. Chan-su looked at the puddle of vomit with a doubtful gaze, inwardly thinking this picnic had turned out to be far more troublesome than he had imagined. Before leaving, the female researcher still did not forget to remind him to give the service a 5-star rating. She also reassured him that the spirit would soon wake up with a completely new appearance once its power was restored. The silence quickly vanished when an alchemy faction manager stormed in aggressively, loudly declaring that Chan-su's mission had failed. There it was, the troublemaker had appeared. I knew things could not be that simple. That man smiled with malicious intent, forcing him to pay a penalty for taking the reward without completing the agreement properly. Chan-su retorted that the incident had originated from the faulty potion. The manager immediately shouted, shifting the blame back onto him for using it in such a bizarre way. He even threatened to confiscate all the water collected and the weapon that had been issued mood, making the atmosphere tense. Right at that moment, Rohan approached with an imposing air, his face cold enough to be terrifying. He calmly remarked that the situation before them was truly irritating. The Sword Saint felt that for a friend reunited after so long, this greeting was rather too aggressive. While the manager was still trembling in fear, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, making him startle as he realized the one who had just arrived was the Grand Alchemist. That person questioned what the food department was doing here, while also asserting that the manager had no business being in this place. Ansu stepped closer, the gaze behind his glasses flashing with a cold, threatening gleam. "You did not come here just because you hate prosperity Gojiti, did you?" He warned that if that was truly the case, not only would his apostle status be revoked, but the manager would also have to face a series of lawsuits. Ansu leaned close to the trembling man and delivered a final line packed with pressure. "Right, I trust you are not that stupid. That satisfies me. Scare him until his face turns pale. Teach him a lesson for being so arrogant." The manager was so frightened that he bowed deeply, crying as he explained that it was not like that. Ansu coldly ordered him to leave immediately. The manager turned tail and ran, while the female researcher still did not forget to wave and remind him to remember the 5-star rating. Turning to Chansu, Ansu politely introduced himself. "You are Chansu, are you not? Is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yunsu." He apologized for his rudeness during their first meeting and suggested that both sides handle business right here. Ansu also reassured Chansu that even though the raid had failed, there was still a way to resolve everything. He pointed toward the sparkling puddle and explained that thanks to the incident just now, this water had become extremely special. Ansu affirmed that water capable of luring even a boss would definitely make the alchemy faction restless, just like the previous Black Date Sap incident. Looking at the radiant pool, Ansu immediately made an offer, since in any case, you have no need for it. "We would be very happy if you sold it to us." He casually touched the icy water and gave a satisfied smile. Chansu was so shocked that cold sweat poured down his body, inwardly screaming in panic that this man really wanted to buy vomit water. Chansu added that if Chansu agreed to sell it, the raid mission would be counted as completed, but if you refuse, his voice suddenly became full of implication. Under that pressure, Chansu hurriedly agreed, "I will sell it right away." Ansu smiled in satisfaction, praising him for making a wise choice before beginning to calculate the price for this special water. He unexpectedly suggested a pharmaceutical processing facility, leaving Chansu stunned. Ansu explained that the place had machinery that could operate without alchemy skills, helping Chansu do far more than he could at present. Although the idea seemed very appealing, Chansu was still worried that making medicine himself would lead to new conflicts. Just like the previous Prosperity Gojiti incident, once money and benefits are involved, everyone wants to charge at each other. Yunsu smiled meaningfully behind his glasses, believing that Chansu was underestimating the power of inspiration. He said calmly that no matter what happened, he himself had nothing left to lose, because a talented person like Chansu would be welcomed anywhere. After leaving the alchemy headquarters, Ansu asked curiously to confirm a rumor. "So you are not Rohan's disciple, are you?" Seeing Chansu look awkward, he continued asking whether the relationship between the two of them was still fine. Chansu turned back blankly. "What do you mean?" To avoid making things more awkward, Chansu decided to speak more comfortably. He mentioned how Rohan had once launched a sword at Yunsu just because of him, but the Grand Alchemist only laughed it off. Ansu admitted that he had deliberately made the atmosphere tense back then, so that matter was not worth worrying about. In that case, both of them would learn from it, and things would be fine next time. Looking toward the Sword Saint, who was engrossed in drinking apple juice, Ansu inwardly sighed that this guy had wandered into Apple Land again. Chansu approached and asked Yunsu whether he could help with anything. Then he sighed and pointed toward Rohan. This guy, aside from eating apples, knows nothing else. Chansu listed all kinds of delicious apple dishes, such as pies, jam, and tarts, that he had painstakingly prepared, yet all of them had been ignored. He cried out helplessly that there was nothing he had not tried to make him eat something else. Even Ansu had to admit that Chansu truly was a very skilled chef. Chansu angrily shouted at Rohan, demanding that he eat a balanced diet instead of only taking in apples. Yet the Sword Saint still walked on leisurely, coldly advising him to give up, because that would be easier. Ansu could only stand there and watch, inwardly thinking that Rohan's stubbornness could not be broken by anything. He was no different from an apple worm, born only to eat apples. Suddenly, a luxurious black car rushed over and braked sharply in front of the group. A man in a black suit coldly asked if he was Chansu, then requested that he come along to be escorted. Chansu pointed at himself in astonishment. Me? Sitting inside the luxurious car, Chansu still could not shake off his bewilderment. He had not expected the Purity faction to want to meet him. He silently analyzed that since they were the distributor of Prosperity Gojiti, they must be a very important business partner. Chansu told himself this was not strange either, because they were surely very curious about the condition of the envoy Henjian after trying his product. Looking out the window, Chansu suddenly noticed something strange. Wait, it should still be daytime now. Just as Hasujin had once said, this land was always submerged in a brilliant night of neon lights. A city without sunlight. If day is the same as night, how are people supposed to live here? The car glided past couples being intimate on the street, then slowly stopped before a massive structure. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Chansu was overwhelmed by the majesty of the place before him. This was the Temple of Purity. The splendid white temple with rows of towering stone columns radiated a solemn atmosphere. The space here was quiet and dignified, completely different from the noisy street they had just passed through. The driver respectfully gestured. "I will escort you to the reception room," Chansu answered awkwardly. "Ah, yes, yes." The whole group walked together along the endlessly long corridor inside the holy temple. The guide stopped before a large door and announced that the elders were waiting inside. As the door opened, Chansu saw that three powerful figures of the sect were already seated and waiting. His appearance alongside the sword saint could not help but astonish the elders. Apostle Chansu and Rohan, what a surprise everyone, a farmer has the sword saint escorting him. An elder with a mustache lightly adjusted his clothes and politely nodded in greeting. "Welcome. Apologies for calling you here so suddenly." The first apostle of the Purity sect smiled as he received him. "You must be tired after the long journey." Chansu politely bowed in greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chansu." Behind him, the sword saint Rohan still wore his usual cold expression. After the formal greetings, the elder invited everyone to sit down and begin the discussion. "What is the current condition of Apostle Park Handaon?" Chansu took a small sip of tea, thinking pensively that telling the truth would probably be better than giving them false hope. Then he replied softly, "Unfortunately, there has still been no significant progress." A woman wearing a black veil seated beside them also spoke up to ask how far the drug development process had currently progressed. Chansu honestly explained that progress was slightly slow, but everything was being done step by step. While Rohan leisurely chewed an apple behind him, the woman continued pressing about the new medicine's chances of success. Chansu clenched his hands and stated that he would do his best. Why ask so persistently? It made people anxious. Suddenly, the sound of tea being set down rang sharply, followed by a cold denial. "No." Disciple wearing glasses suddenly jumped up, staring straight at Chansu before ordering, "Do not try." Chansu widened his eyes in surprise and asked again, "What?" That man remained calm, emphasizing once more that the medicine should not be completed. He even made a strange request, wanting Chansu to deliberately delay the process. Chansu grew increasingly confused at this contradiction. He wondered, "I do not understand. Wasn't disciple Hanjian crucial to purity?" Behind his glasses, the man's eyes were cold as he told him to think simply. He revealed his ambition plainly. If curing was difficult, wouldn't joining their side be better? The disciple with a steel beard also smiled calculatively, adding that no, they promised to pay double. Seeing his reflection in the tea, Chansu realized he had been drawn into a messy internal power struggle. He wondered if the sect was so large that divisions ran this deep. Any noble family would act selfishly for their own benefit. Chansu forced a smile to ease the tense atmosphere, saying sorry, but he would pretend he hadn't heard anything. In his heart, he despised those willing to betray allies for profit. Not wanting to stay longer, Chansu stood and signaled his companions. "I hope the involved parties reach a reasonable agreement. Let's go, Rohan." That decisive attitude angered the disciple with glasses. He slammed the table, shouting that on the way here, hadn't Chansu seen anything? He questioned if he understood the misery of living in darkness day and night, lasting years. He roared in fury, asking if Chansu really thought that was good for purity. He continued shouting, claiming the foolish disciples had overstepped and worsened everything, despite those around trying to calm him. Chansu looked straight at the elders and calmly spoke. "I do not know much, but isn't that the will of the god of purity?" Those words hit the weak point, making the mustached elder grind his teeth in anger. He shouted that this was not something an ordinary farmer could discuss. He threatened that if Chansu maintained this attitude, the sect would immediately revoke certification for the prosperous wolfberry tea. Chansu froze as he walked, realizing this was blatant abuse of power by the leaders of a major faction, truly bullying the weak excessively. He glanced back, noticing their faces seemed to conceal another plot. While the elder told both to stop talking further, Rohan suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, urging coldly, "Let's go." Their intentions obvious, though Chansu hesitated to leave like that. Rohan resolutely led him out of the room. Behind them, the elder raged that Chansu would regret it, but Rohan responded calmly, "Do as you wish." The door slammed shut, leaving those inside stunned. The woman in the veil worriedly wondered if Chansu had discovered anything. Why act suspiciously if afraid of being found out? As soon as the guests left, the disciple with glasses scratched his head, admitting his performance was poor. It turned out direct threats were their second choice. An elder GMF thought he had done well, After consecutive plan failures, the veiled woman began to worry about the next move. Elder GMF fell silent, then decided they must implement Plan 4. In the emergency meeting, the disciple with glasses thought they could not yield further, while the elder confirmed they would do everything to achieve the final goal. Her plan was to make the disciple of prosperity waste time on useless tasks, so he would have no mind for producing energy drinks. Truly dirty tactics. The business world is like a battlefield, but this is unsightly. Elder GMF smiled maliciously, declaring loudly that from now on they would turn him into a hero. At a prestigious school under the sunset, a man in a white robe held the goddess of prosperity in the form of a small ginseng root. He looked at her with calculating eyes and whispered, "Perhaps I should release you now." The moment his feet touched the ground, the goddess of prosperity in small ginseng form immediately ran for her life. Hanjian watched puzzled. She looked like she was being chased by a ghost. Well, isn't that understandable? At the moment he saw Chansu's figure, the little goddess immediately leapt into his arms, overjoyed. Chansu hastily caught her and jumped back in astonishment. "Oh my, a disciple." Chansu hugged the goddess tightly, while Ari and Doji clumsily ran up behind. He urged quickly to establish contact. She must be worried. Park Han-jian slowly stepped forward, asking if the trip had been safe. Chansu smiled slightly, replying yes, thanks to your protection of the area. But the atmosphere immediately turned serious when he revealed a shocking matter. "By the way, I have something to tell you. Do you know that the Elders of Purity are trying to stab you in the back?" Hanjian asked in bewilderment. "Stab in the back? What do you mean? That is merely a difference in life perspective, not hostility." Chansu firmly said, "They told me not to make the energy-boosting medicine." "Oh, that's harsh. I might cry." Hearing that, Hanjian's face immediately hardened, full of seriousness. "I apologize for this matter. I will handle it myself so it will no longer be an issue." Immediately, Sword Saint Rohan behind spoke to stop him. "No, it's best not to go." Chansu also hurried to stop him, telling Hanjian to listen to Rohan. Even if they spoke absurd things like revoking prosperous Wolfberry tea certification, the main goal seemed to be delaying the energy medicine's development. Hanjian pondered a moment, then nodded slightly, saying that sounded reasonable. Chansu continued his observation. "It seemed they had another plot, but I still don't fully understand." Park Han-jian waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry too much. Those people care about their own bodies, so they won't do anything too dangerous. They might even call to apologize." Chansu said in surprise, "Impossible. Do they still have pride?" Han-jian replied calmly, "Isn't that a good way to waste your time?" Seeing Rohan still silently observing, Chansu decisively declared that at first he did not intend to go, but now he certainly will not go. Han-jian looked at him meaningfully, then asked, "By the way, what do you intend to do from now on? Since you told me this, everyone can their work as usual, as long as daily life isn't affected." Chansu firmly affirmed that quickly producing the energy medicine would be the most fitting response. Han-jian stared at the young man full of passion and astonishment. Suddenly, brilliant light suddenly radiated from Chansu's lower chest, shocking both. Han-jian rushed in panic, grabbing Chansu's collar and shouting, "Have you thought about me so much that you've mastered the gift of purity?" Chansu just blinked, "Huh?" He hurriedly took out the glowing object. It was the recently harvested spirit glass orb, and he realized it seemed to be awakening. Witnessing the strange scene, the ginseng goddess and Ari were both alarmed. "Disciple, what are you doing again? What is that?" Meanwhile, little pig, Doji only cared about one thing: can it be eaten? The orb shone so brightly it was blinding. It immediately drew extremely serious attention from both Rohan and Hanjian. When it crawled out, he stared in a daze at the creature that had just escaped from its shell. But that smile immediately froze when he realized its true shape. Surprised everyone. "Looks like we have another new member." Before the group was a round, blue slime, so adorable that Chansu could only cry out in astonishment. "Is that a slime?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, the elder of the pure faction used his staff to point at a 4-step plan: reconciliation, intimidation, stalling for time, and building a heroic image. Old Man sternly instructed his subordinates, who were nodding rapidly. "Everyone must remember this well." The pale blue slime plopped down on the ground, its glistening eyes looking incredibly adorable. Chansu stared blankly at the tiny creature, then blurted out, "They said this was a water spirit, but it is clearly a slime." Even the mage Hanjian had to admit that he had never heard of any spirit with such a strange appearance. Chansu curiously reached out to touch it, and the soft sensation that came back left him unable to hide his surprise. Suddenly the slime sprouted 2 tiny fins, making Chansu jump in shock. He cried out in panic, "It has hands, and why is it this soft?" He bent down and observed the little creature wriggling in front of him. Inwardly, he wondered whether it could understand what he was saying. Hanjian stepped forward, lightly pushed up his glasses, and congratulated Chansu for taming a spirit, something that was extremely difficult. Chansu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, saying he had only gotten lucky, and it really was luck, all thanks to this gluttonous spirit. Just then, Ari and Doji also came waddling over. The little chick briskly asked about the new member, while Doji urged it to hurry and greet the goddess. Chansu smiled brightly and introduced it to everyone. Perfect timing, we have just gained a new member. This is the water spirit, but he suddenly realized he still had not named this little slime. He pondered deeply over what name would truly suit it. At that moment, the sword saint Rohan leisurely walked over. He looked at the soft creature on the ground and coldly suggested, with a body this squishy and since it is a water spirit, how about calling it Squish? Chansu immediately waved his hands, criticizing the name Rohan offered as far too bland. He said enthusiastically, I think bomb sounds better, making Rohan wonder about its meaning. Chansu explained that at first he had thought of a fountain, but bomb also carried the feeling of budding and sprouting, which suited a water spirit very well. He gently told the little slime, from now on, let us take care of each other, bomb, then looked at the familiars gathered around him. Chansu picked bomb up and said clearly, let us see what abilities it has. He was curious about how this little one could help. As soon as he returned, Chansu remembered he had been in such a hurry that he had even forgotten to eat or drink. After that, hungry stomachs began rumbling one after another. Not only Chansu, but the goddess Doji and Ari were also starving. Hanjian lightly pushed up his glasses and remarked, you are hungry too, are you not, apostle? It is almost dinner time. Chansu cheerfully invited him. Eat with us today before you go, I will cook something truly delicious. He quickly entered the kitchen and flames flared brilliantly in preparation for a lavish meal. Chansu energetically kneaded the lump of duff on the cutting board under Han Jian's curious gaze. What are you planning to cook? Chansu only smiled mysteriously. You will know soon enough. Suddenly he tossed an apple and the lump of dough into the air and called out loudly, Rohan, I am counting on you for this. The lump of dough and the apple were instantly carved and sliced by exquisite sword strokes in midair. Perfect strands of noodles fell onto the plate, delighting Chansu. Thank you, Rohan. Next time it will be 2 apples. Seeing a renowned swordsman used to slice noodles, Hanjian was so shocked his eyes bulged, sweat breaking out all over him. Is it really fine to use a swordsman like that? A dignified sword saint being made to handle kitchen work? What a waste of heaven's gift. Ignoring the still stunned mage, Chansu quickly finished a table packed with delicious dishes made from potatoes and apples. He brightly invited everyone. Sorry for keeping you waiting so long. Let us eat. The table was filled with all kinds of tempting dishes, from potato pasta and sugar-coated sweet potato dumplings to fragrant apple pie. The moment he tasted a bite, Hanjion's eyes immediately lit up in astonishment. So delicious, I never imagined I could eat such peerless food every day. He devoured it ravenously, regretting as he ate that he had missed the previous dinners. Chansu smiled proudly. There is plenty more. Take your time. Watching Ari and Doji fight fiercely over the food, almost as if they were creating a whirlwind, Chansu softly marveled, everyone really can eat. His gaze suddenly darkened when he looked toward Rohan, who was still quietly chewing a dry apple pastry sample made almost entirely of emperor apples. Chansu sighed, hoping Rohan was enjoying it too. Finally, he turned to Bomb, the little slime he had just taken in. You eat too. It eats blessings, right? Enjoy your meal. Oh, so this little one can fill its stomach just by receiving a blessing. Chansu watched the familiars eat with relish. Chansu was just about to begin dinner when he noticed Bomb's strange expression. Seeing the little spirit keep hopping around him, he wondered if it wanted another blessing. But when he saw it nodding repeatedly, Chansu realized in surprise that the little slime wanted to eat ordinary food, not divine energy. Curiously offered a plump red apple. Bomb's eyes immediately shone, filled with excitement. Then it rushed forward and absorbed the delicious apple, causing its body to begin changing color. As soon as it finished eating, a brilliant light like fireworks suddenly flashed. The light burst outward, turning Bomb into an incredibly funny heart shape. Chansu was stunned to learn that the taste of apples could make a spirit change its entire form. He smiled and told Bomb to eat as much as it liked, because apples here would never run out. The little spirit was so delighted that it instantly turned into a sparkling star. A cheerful atmosphere spread throughout the group of the goddess of prosperity and the apostles during the cozy dinner. It was a happy scene that countless families had always dreamed of. The next morning, while strolling through the forest, Chansu suddenly stopped, because he saw a flat road that had just been opened among the trees. He was still dazedly wondering why there was a road here when Yun Hyuk hurried over to welcome him. That captive loudly boasted that the whole team had worked hard to build this road, so Chansu could travel more conveniently, greatly increasing work efficiency as a result. Looking at the undead and captives laboring diligently under Yun Hyuk's command, Chansu could not help being amazed by such an efficient way of working. Although he was very happy, Chansu still secretly felt that the captives' enthusiasm was somewhat excessive compared to their status. Seeing Yun Hyuk curious about the strange creature in his hands, he introduced this little slime as a water spirit named Bomb. That news left the captive and the surrounding crowd stunned, unable to believe their master had actually tamed such an adorable mystical creature. Chansu sat down beside Bomb, deciding to rest for a while and observe the little spirit's true abilities more closely. But we will only know once it acts right. Maybe try urging it to do something. I am starting to get curious too. Chansu excitedly asked Bomb to show its power. Alright Bomb, show everyone your ability. The little slime immediately responded with full confidence. Bomb began controlling the water in the lake. Could it truly command water at will? A gigantic waterspout shot upward, forming a brilliant rainbow in the middle of the forest. Seeing that, Chansu shouted with delight, amazing. Well done, our Bomb. The prisoners and the and standing nearby also clapped nonstop, showering it with praise. But the stream of water suddenly swelled far too large, making Chansu turn pale and mutter, "It seems a little big. No, it is way too big." The enormous water vortex surged straight toward the bushes, making Chansu shout in panic, "No." The entire stream on the other side was pouring straight down onto the black cat that was still fast asleep. Its eyes suddenly flared open, revealing a terrifying fury. Chansu could only stare in stunned silence as the pitch-black shadow shot past with an incredibly dreadful aura. It was over now. This time Bomb had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The black cat landed with majestic dignity, but its face still brimmed with murderous rage. It slowly approached, frightening the little slime so badly that it broke out in a cold sweat. Chansu hurriedly picked Bomb up and warned it. Yang Sik is usually very gentle, but once it gets angry, it is terrifying. From now on, you have to be more careful, especially when you see resentment radiating from behind. Chansu immediately shouted, "Everyone scatter quickly." After a bout of chaos, Yang Sik finally calmed down, rolling back and forth leisurely on the green leaf carpet. Chansu plopped down on the ground and sighed in relief. The danger should have passed now. He turned to look at the little spirit and asked, "Bomb, can you make drinkable water?" The little slime immediately created a clear water bubble with excitement. Chansu smiled and said softly, "Thank you." Suddenly, a series of system panels appeared one after another, along with strange flashing error text about area ownership. Chansu stared blankly at the overlapping notification windows. He exclaimed in shock, "Did the system break? Did it short-circuit because the spirit and he were playing with water?" Sitting flat on the ground, he looked at the pile of errors with his mind in turmoil. He knew this system had never been perfect, but the situation before him truly left him at a loss. While he was still bewildered, Yang Sik suddenly charged over and bit hard into Chansu's hand, making him jolt and cry out. Yang Sik, the painful bite left him stunned, but something even more terrifying was still waiting behind it. Immediately afterward, a series of blazing red system windows popped up with flashing error text. Ownership of Area 31N4E lost. Entrance to that area is being closed. Chansu stared in shock as the territories he had painstakingly seized in areas 34N and 35N were closed one after another before vanishing. Chansu recalled his heartfelt promise, "If you protect this place, I will give you unlimited catnip." He had once hoped Yang Sik's territorial instincts would keep this place safe, but reality was cruel. After all his dedication, after building an entire natural catnip world with climbing towers and soft cushions, what he received in return was the collapse of the system. Chansu hugged Yang Sik tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in grievance, "Why would you do this to me? Why did it turn out like this?" The smile faded and behind it were tears, just like the lyrics echoing in my head right now. Poor him. Before his master's heartbreaking cries, the black cat merely tilted its head and looked at him with an innocent face, as if it had nothing to do with the chaos. Suppressing the anger rising inside him, Chansu told himself he had to stay calm and reconsider everything. He narrowed his eyes at the cat calmly licking its fur, then thought to himself, Yang Sik is very smart. There must be a reason it did this. He turned back to check the system control panel. Although he had lost ownership of the areas he had just occupied, what gave him a greater headache was, what bothered him most was the notification window going haywire with errors. Just then, Mage Han Jian walked over leisurely and called out, "There you are, young man." Seeing Chansu's gloomy face and lifeless eyes, Han Jian asked in surprise, "Ah, you have arrived. Where is Rohan? He is training." Seeing Chansu's dazed state, the mage asked worriedly what happened. Chansu sighed and began recounting everything from the beginning. Well, actually, he explained that the undead skeleton soldiers had been working normally when they suddenly went berserk. They lost control and charged into a fight right in the middle of the field. Hearing this, Henjion's eyes widened in shock. He cried out in astonishment, "What you mean possessing parasites?" The moment that name was mentioned, the mage's face turned deathly pale. While Chansu still scratched his head in confusion and asked what that was, Henjion declared firmly that it was one of the 7 great calamities, on par with even false heaven. Seeing that Chansu was still ignorant of the world's knowledge, he sighed in exasperation. "Do you live underground or something? Come on, not knowing is not a crime, look at his face." Henjion began explaining in detail the terrifying spread mechanism of this calamity. Imagine any area A has been infected. The moment someone buys ownership of that place, the buyer is immediately infected as well. The frightening part is that if the infected person continues buying other areas, those new lands will also be completely possessed by the parasites. That process repeats endlessly, creating an unbroken spiral of infection until everything is utterly destroyed. Henjion emphasized that this type of parasite not only multiplies continuously, but also hides with extreme subtlety. rapidly, making the infection very difficult to detect, even when the target has been infected for a long time. And Jian explained in a low voice that by the time you notice it, the infection has already spread widely, and that is exactly Chansu's current situation. When an area is invaded by parasites, it loses function, support effects vanish, and the entrance is sealed. Even land owned from before can become infected when you step inside, so you must be extremely careful. Looking at the notification that ownership of 10 plots at coordinates 35 and 9E had been lost, Chansu finally understood in shock that Yang Sik had not swallowed the land for no reason. It had only removed the infected area to protect the rest. So it was protecting Chansu. Sorry, I thought it was causing trouble. And Jian affirmed that cat would never destroy anything without a reason. Chansu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Sik with trusting eyes. I knew I could trust you. Though the cat only replied with a haughty snort, Chansu immediately used the blessing of prosperity to salvage the situation. Even so, his heart still ached when he saw the road he had painstakingly opened disappear, making all his efforts to connect to the city center go to waste. Chansu suddenly remembered that the hexagonal blocks near the city must have been occupied by other factions, and they were very likely infected as well. He excitedly asked if there was any deworming medicine for land, but Hanjian coldly crushed his hope by saying there was no certain way to handle a great calamity. In fact, soon movement between territories would be restricted extremely strictly. Amid the tense moment, Hamdan the hamster suddenly trembled and shone fiercely, startling Chansu. He was about to tell it to be quiet because he was busy, but the light from Hamdan grew brighter and stronger. Chansu's eyes bulged in terror. An ominous feeling surged over him, making him panic and shout for the goddess when he saw that Hamdan seemed to be suffering a serious malfunction. Could it have been infected by parasites too? Hamsters often burrow underground. Could that really be true? The solemn temple, the battle with the parasites had begun to spread there as well, while the goddess of prosperity in the form of a ginseng root remained restless with worry for her disciple. She wondered whether Chansu was doing well with his mission far away. Doji the pig gently comforted her and told her not to worry too much, but Chick Ari irritably called Chansu a foolish disciple for making everyone wait in unease. Ari was furious that Chansu had dared neglect the goddess just to care for a cat in the neighboring area. The little chick gritted his beak and declared that when his master returned, he would surely give him a proper thrashing to wake him up. But the atmosphere instantly shifted as a massive rift tore open the sky, radiating a terrifying purple energy. Standing beside the trembling goddess, Ari cried out in shock. The rift, a strange fragrance began to spread everywhere. At the same time, blazing red energy tentacles wildly broke through boundaries, and a ghostly voice emerged from the darkness, praising the enticing scent. Upon hearing mention of food, Doji's eyes lit up and he bombarded everyone with questions about where it was. Ari pecked at his comrade and scolded him for being foolish, since the other was referring to them. That aroma was from the roast pig, wasn't it? The figure hidden in black smoke threatened that if they did not leave immediately, they would regret it. Even as the goddess cried, trying to stop them because they could not win, Ari and Doji charged forward, declaring they would not be lured by food. A tremendous burst of fire erupted, engulfing both of them. In that critical moment, Doji suddenly transformed into a giant wild boar with razor-sharp tusks full of power. Little chick Ari also transformed into a blazing fire phoenix, spreading massive wings that covered the sky. With their new power, both unleashed their full strength against the rift, thinking it was over, but after Ari's fiery kick, the black smoke remained ominously silent. Suddenly, a surge of deep purple pressure exploded violently, hurling both away. Ari and Doji fell to the ground, their strength nearly depleted. Both lay motionless, eyes spinning, as the enemy strolled forward. Carelessness indeed, celebrating too early only to suffer. The ginseng goddess ran over in panic, asking Han, "Are the children okay?" She looked at Ari and Doji lying flat on the ground after the enemy's counterattack. In this perilous situation, Lady had decided there was no retreat, and though the points accumulated by the apostles were precious, she still used them to summon ultimate assistance. Immediately after, Sword Saint Rohan appeared. He dashed straight toward the intensely glowing spatial rift. Goddess gasped in astonishment as she witnessed Rohan unleash a powerful sword strike. The slash tore apart the dark energy. An explosion reverberated, thick smoke engulfing the group. As everything gradually returned to silence, Ari, Doji, and the goddess were all safe, embracing each other, trembling amidst the rubble. The goddess looked up at their savior, slowly sheathing his sword, her heart filled with gratitude for his protection. To the goddess's astonished eyes, Rohan suddenly bowed respectfully, causing her even greater confusion. She wondered why he bowed, perhaps because he respected her as a goddess. Rohan casually took out a plump red apple, the sweet fragrance immediately drawing everyone's attention. The alluring scent made Doji spring up, asking repeatedly where the apple had come from. Meanwhile, Ari remained bewildered, thinking the group had just defeated the monster themselves. The goddess gently reminded her followers that they owed the swordsman, since he was a friend of the apostles and surely not a bad person, just as Chansu hurriedly ran up. Is everyone okay? Are you still fine? Seeing Chan Su, Ari immediately shouted in reproach, looking at us like this and still asking if we are okay, cruel master. Doji meanwhile paid no attention and continued happily chewing his apple, causing Ari to angrily scold him as a glutton who would never learn. Chan Su sighed with relief, then turned to Rohan and bowed in gratitude. Rohan, you saved them. I sincerely thank you for protecting everyone. Rohan calmly chewed his apple, explaining that the possessive parasites blocked the way, so he dealt with them along the way. Chan Su silently marveled that thanks to the Sword Saint, the place was temporarily safe, but those parasites were troublesome. Did they want to conquer the world? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as Hanjian warned. Chan Su asked in shock, have they not been exterminated? The wizard pushed up his glasses and replied seriously, this is only the beginning. Chan Su's eyes widened, shocked by the grim news. Rohan coldly added a harsh truth, from now on they would appear continuously. Chan Su stared after Rohan, horrified, asking, what do you mean it's not over yet? The Sword Saint remained cold, confirming in a deep voice that what he had just slashed was clearly only a very small part of the entity. Rohan concluded that behind those insects, there was certainly a larger entity controlling them. Hanjian pushed up his glasses, thoughtfully speculating that it might be like a queen ant, since these parasites did not reproduce on their own. There must be a coordinating entity behind them. But why did they suddenly appear now? Looking at the majestic temple, the wizard guessed this place was special, so they wanted to devour everything. Chan Su squinted, checking the system console again. He realized the unusual point was that here, no ownership issues arose like in other places. Rohan slowly approached, looked straight at Chan Su, and asked succinctly, so what do you plan to do? Chan Su looked at the ginseng goddess and her small followers, trembling with fear. His gaze immediately grew resolute, then he declared firmly that they must protect this place. Seeing Chan Su's determination, Hanjian smiled challengingly. Sorry to spoil your mood, but how do you intend to protect it? Leaving Chan Su stunned. He quickly regained confidence and declared, if there is no parasite cleanser yet, I will make it myself, surprising both Rohan and Hanjian. The wizard asked how he planned to do it, and Chan Su smiled confidently, reminding them that he was an apostle of prosperity. He explained that he had previously enhanced the special functions of crops when making tonic, so creating a new remedy was entirely possible. Then looked at the plump red goji branches in the sunlight. Chan Su clenched his fists, confident that he could make a trial version. Moreover, to the west there were plants resistant to parasites. Despite Chan Su's confidence, Hanjian remained doubtful since this was not easy, and he silently thought he should ask Hasujin about other plants. A few days later, under the sun-dappled canopy of an ancient tree, Chan Su and Hanjian stepped into the green forest, beginning their search for new ingredients. Stepping into the gloomy forest, Chan Su asked uneasily whether they really had to come all the way here. Hanjian confirmed that this place had been completely infected. Chan Su thought to himself that if something went wrong with the temple, the consequences would be extremely serious, but since this place was already infected, it was suitable for experimentation. He immediately opened his backpack, urging Hanjian to begin while Rohan stood guard. The wizard checked whether Chan Su had brought the cleansing medicine, and he promptly confirmed that of course he had. Chan Su hurriedly reminded Hamdan to stay inside, because the outside was extremely dangerous right now. Fortunately, the box of cleansing medicine was still intact after the entire journey. Chan Su operated the system screen, deciding to try buying back ownership of Area 35 AE, which had just been lost. When the purchase success notification appeared, Chan Su narrowed his eyes and checked the list of the 10 ownership rights he currently held, his expression full of calculation. Watching the system's blue light flare up in the middle of the forest, Chan Su noticed that nothing showed any abnormal signs yet. Aside from the temple and Yi Tian being exceptions, the basic statuses had not shown any new symptoms. Hanjian believed the parasites would not spread to other areas. Chan Su laughed, then decisively took out the medicine and drank it to begin the experiment. The moment the pill slid down his throat, the system screen suddenly glitched severely, displaying overlapping and distorted lines of text about area ownership. Chan Su had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking everything was over, when he froze upon realizing the system was abnormal, and the ownership he had just bought had also vanished. He had wasted money again. If it were me, I would feel so regretful I might faint. And Jion judged that the parasites had definitely reacted. Refusing to give up, Chan Su labored to drive stakes into the ground and declared that he would use the cleansing medicine on the entire area. Seeing Chan Su holding a torch as if to burn more, Hanjian worried that he was going too far. But Chan Su answered firmly, to eliminate weeds, you have to pull them out by the roots. He quietly hoped that even if he could not wipe them out completely, this attack would at least produce a clear effect. Suddenly, Hanjian noticed the new weapon at Chan Su's waist and admitted he had never seen it before. Chan Su drew the sword and introduced it as a shape-shifting sword from the alchemy faction, capable of changing its trajectory flexibly in real time, leaving the wizard amazed. Although its durability was not especially high, Su still felt that this shape-shifting sword suited him extremely well. Since the head-taking skill originally targeted only the neck, this sharply curved sword shape would be very convenient for cutting down enemies charging toward him. Suddenly, a pitch-black vortex of energy appeared in the middle of the forest. Chansu immediately grew vigilant and shouted loudly, "Look over there." A strange creature had just popped out of the black hole before vanishing at once, leaving him staring blankly and wondering. He wondered whether it just dissolved into thin air. Chansu called out boldly in challenge, "Come here." Looking at the tiny fluffy bugs crawling around, Chansu muttered doubtfully, "What is this?" Did they look like this at first? Far too harmless for something called a great calamity. Even the wizard Hanjian admitted this was the first time he had seen them in this form. However, from the black hole, the bugs began pouring out like a waterfall, making Chansu panic. Why are there so many? He fumbled around searching for a weak point, but could not determine where their heads were to use the head-taking skill. Hanjion's expression suddenly changed when he realized the flow of resentment was shifting. The wizard shouted for them to retreat while firing a dazzling surge of spiritual power to block them. The small bugs began convulsing, then transformed in a terrifying way. Their rough shells cracked open, revealing ghastly sharp teeth inside. In the blink of an eye, they turned into giant insect monsters with glowing red eyes and savage mouths. Park Han-jun roared a warning as one monster charged straight at Chansu to attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Chansu tightened his grip on the sword, his gaze turning cold as the system announced the activation of the head-taking skill. It seems the bigger they are, the easier their heads are to take. A targeting circle immediately appeared right below the monster's throat. Chansu swung a brilliant blue slash, tearing through the sturdy armor covering the enemy. Fragments of the monster's corpse rained down like black rain. Chansu lightly dodged, thinking he had already expected this since hunting the immortal monster, but he had not imagined it would be this horrific. Chansu asked his senior in a low voice to take care of Hamden behind him, because those horrifying things were beginning to grow their heads back. Once the system shone brilliantly, announcing the activation of head-taking and mass head-taking, the monsters were wiped out in the blink of an eye, making Hanjian inwardly sigh that it was fortunate Chansu was on their side. If he were an enemy, his head would probably have fallen like those bugs. After the tense battle, Chansu plopped down on the ground and panted, saying it was finally over. Hanjian walked over and praised him, saying he had done well. Chansu nodded lightly in response. In the distance, the spatial rift gradually closed. Although the queen had not appeared, the atmosphere remained heavy and gloomy. Looking at the ruins, Chansu understood that this attack was still not perfect. Hanjian said thoughtfully that his energy drink was effective, but like his own problem, it still could not cure the root cause. He patted Chansu on the shoulder and encouraged him not to lose heart, because this was something with no precedent. Hanjian suggested that combining it with the newly ordered anti-parasite plants would yield better results. Chansu smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, sir." He thought to himself that Hasujin had probably arrived, but the entry permit had been delayed because parasites were rampaging in other areas. Just then, Hasujin's voice rang out from the woods, "Sir Chansu." She rushed over in a fluster, apologizing for arriving later than expected before asking worriedly whether anything had happened. The moment she saw Hanjian, Hasujin could not help being surprised that this apostle was still here. He was about to take root on the spot at this rate. Chansu's gaze suddenly shifted to the unfamiliar woman quietly walking behind Hasujin. Who is the person behind her? The woman with a calm demeanor, Edwin Paracel, stepped forward and held out her hand with a friendly smile and a meaningful greeting. "Hello, we meet again. Have I introduced myself yet?" In Chansu's memory, this was the enthusiastic female researcher from the alchemy faction, the one who had once managed the water dungeon and kept pleading with him to rate the service 5 stars. Chansu tried to keep calm, reached out to shake her hand, and introduced himself. "I am Chansu from Prosperity." When Edwin expressed her joy at meeting him again, Chansu immediately turned to ask Hasujin why the two of them had come together. Hasujin hurriedly waved her hands and explained that they had only met by chance on the way, so she did not know the true purpose either. Under Chansu's scrutinizing and suspicious gaze, Edwin placed a hand on her chest and declared firmly, "Actually, I came here to apply for a job." What now, another person coming to cling on or beg? Chansu was bewildered, unable to understand why an employee of the prestigious alchemy faction would want to join the Prosperity Force. Edwin said frankly, "I want to research the new water spirit." Although he knew she was a very passionate scholar, Chansu still could not help worrying about the dangers always lurking in this place. Edwin immediately reassured him that she had even prepared medical items to provide support when needed. Her face flushed red, her eyes blazing with fanatic light, as she insisted she did not want to miss a single moment of the spirit's growth. Edwin muttered that if she had not been tied up with handing over her work, she would have followed Chansu from that very day. He glanced worriedly at Hamden the hamster trembling on his shoulder. Chansu cautiously asked whether she planned to use strange medicine or dissect his familiar, making the little hamster turn pale with fear. Edwin immediately denied it, promising that she would only study it through ecological observation. Chansu had no choice but to agree to accept her, but the moment he mentioned salary, Edwin waved it away. Her eyes burned with passion as she shouted that food and lodging were enough. Chansu intended to ask her to research something else, but Edwin insisted nothing was more important than her own goal. What salary at a time like this? This is work for passion. But if someone as poor as me has no food money, I will withdraw. Chansu looked at the newly arrived girl with suspicion, thinking that her appearance was perfectly timed, but offering to work for free was far too strange. Though he was still afraid she had some scheme, he currently had no other choice, because developing a cleanser to deal with the parasites was the top priority. Chansu patted Edwin on the shoulder and said, "First, wait until confirmation is complete, then we will discuss it further." Afterward, he turned to ask Hasujin about the items he had requested. She replied cheerfully, "I brought them here. Give me a moment." Chansu held a bag of items that gave off a pungent smell, with garlic, mugwort, and cloves inside. He believed eating them would definitely have an effect, though he still wondered whether a great calamity could truly become human. Seeing Chansu holding the strange bag, Han Jian curiously asked what he planned to use it for. Chansu explained clearly that he wanted to make a cleanser for possessed parasites. Edwin Parasol was stunned when she heard the name of that great calamity, then tremblingly confirmed that it was indeed so. The research I mentioned is also related to cleansers. It seems two great ideals have truly met. Edwin asked worriedly whether this would be too difficult, but Chansu answered decisively, no. Just leave it to me." Hearing that, the female researcher immediately grew excited, declared that analysis and research were her specialty, and quickly got to work. At that moment, Hasujin stepped forward with a serious expression. "Chansu, there is something I want to tell you." She opened the electronic panel and announced that the Chastity faction had sent an apology, promising to cancel the withdrawal of certification and continue receiving supplies. Chansu asked whether he could enter the human world now, but Hasujin reminded him that the entrance had been blocked by the parasites. Even so, if there was an invitation from the Chastity faction, he could still enter. Chansu worried about the matter of returning, and Hasujin bowed her head apologetically, admitting that it would be very difficult. She said she had sent a request to Apostle Hanjian, making the wizard flinch in astonishment. Chansu sighed in exasperation at that cult's dirty tactics. There should be a limit to playing dirty. He was annoyed because they appeared reasonable on the surface, but in truth they only wanted to delay the development of the energy potion. Looking at Hasujin's gloomy expression, Chansu suddenly realized that she might be worried about him. Chansu comforted her softly, "Do not be so sad. Is it not thanks to you that I found out about this news?" Those sincere words of encouragement made Hasujin smile shyly before she replied, "Thank you." Turning to the whole group, Chansu spoke in a low voice about the latest rumor, that eating or possessing items from the human world would cause people to be infected by parasites. Hanjian asked suspiciously whether this was a scheme by the Chastity faction. Chansu judged that many forces wanted to monopolize Emperor Apples by controlling information. Witnessing the tense discussion, Edwin only felt dizzy because she did not understand what everyone was talking about. Her specialty was not gossip and intelligence. How could she understand? Chansu worried that although the parasites were still weak now, their wrath would grow over time. He decisively urged everyone to hurry and set out. Chansu turned back and told Hasujin to meet him in the western area, because he would bring Bomb along for support. With a cold, sharp gaze full of determination, Chansu declared firmly, "Let us go wipe out those bugs." A shrill scream rang through the forest as a frost soldier was defeated in the blink of an eye. Edwin stared at the computer panel in astonishment, unable to believe the spirit's unprecedented transformed shape. It really became like this. Meanwhile, Chansu held Bomb tenderly in his hands, wearing an indulgent smile. Edwin frantically took notes, unwillingly shouting that a water spirit was supposed to have a human form, not be a slime. Seeing her scold the undead to work seriously while being overly enthusiastic, Chansu calmly introduced it as Bomb, then asked whether a slime form had any combat advantages. Edwin lightly pushed up her glasses, her expression becoming extremely serious, making Chansu hold his breath and wait for an in-depth analysis. Yet she confidently delivered one blunt conclusion: "It is cute." Chansu could only give a strained laugh at that completely emotional answer. "Ah, yes, it really is cute." He lowered his head and asked the little slime whether it agreed to let Edwin observe its ecology. Bomb happily nodded in agreement, causing Chansu breathe out in relief. It agreed, right? This spirit cooperates quite quickly as long as it is praised. Chansu began discussing working conditions with Edwin. When she said she only needed food and lodging, he immediately corrected her, saying he would still pay the minimum wage. Chansu even made an unbelievable offer, promising to pay her 1 Emperor Apple every day. Seeing Edwin still stunned, he explained that each apple was worth up to 200,000 gold, so this treatment was already more than generous. Chansu also set strict rules. Edwin absolutely could not enter the shrine, but she could eat and drink here. The conversation was suddenly interrupted when several dry skeletons appeared, laboriously carrying baskets of fruit. Edwin and Hasujin panicked when they saw the skeletons looming before them. Edwin clung tightly to Hasujin and screamed after realizing this was a place where the undead lived. Contrary to their frightening appearance, the skeletons were rather friendly, and even joked that Edwin was praising them. That optimism was quickly extinguished when manager Yoon Hyuk shouted loudly and ordered everyone to return to work at once. Edwin collapsed completely, sinking to the ground in despair after realizing she had to live together with these unusual beings. She earnestly begged Chansu to reconsider, because she would definitely have nightmares every night. Chansu smiled and reassured Edwin that although the process was a bit special, these skeletons were actually all laborers hired by the Prosperity Force. He affirmed that she did need to worry about being harmed, because he paid them very fairly. Looking at Yoon Hyuk enthusiastically working with the undead, Chansu emphasized that they only looked frightening, but in truth, they were all good people. Edwin sighed, understanding that she had no choice but to accept the reality before her. Her mood immediately improved when she saw the black cat Yang-6 strolling past. She cried out in delight because she had finally found a cute friend in this place. There it goes again, do not touch that she-devil, you might get beaten. Seeing Edwin about to step closer to the cat, Chansu shouted in panic to stop her, but the female researcher had already quickly sat down and stroked its smooth fur, innocently asking if there was a problem. Right as Chansu was about to explain Yang-6's true identity, the cat suddenly changed form, its eyes glowing with terrifying light. It was the Earth Devourer, one of the 7 great calamities with terrifying destructive power. Edwin turned pale with fear and screamed in terror after realizing she had just touched a living disaster. Chansu smiled and reassured Edwin that as long as she did not provoke it first, Yang-6 the cat was actually very gentle. Edwin collapsed onto the ground, crying soundlessly after learning that she had accidentally stepped into a place where 2 great calamities dwelled. She could only scream for help in her heart, regretting her disastrous choice. 15 days later, the forest was still brimming with life beneath the brilliant morning sun. Chansu stomped hard on the ground and shot into the air to begin a new hunt. He tightened his grip on the shape-shifting sword in his hand while telling Hamdan to hold on firmly to his shoulder. Powerful slashes struck down one after another. In the blink of an eye, every monster blocking the way had been swept clean. Once everything had been handled neatly, Chansu let out a relieved breath, because the battle had finally come to an end. He excitedly checked the system panel and discovered that he had fully secured 100 ownership rights, turning Area 35 and AE into property of the Prosperity Force. He had finally finished chewing through this thorny cake. That achievement came from the Tremor Cleanser that Chansu and Edwin had worked tirelessly to research in order to prevent infection. Edwin was extremely proud of the special medicine that could cure infected people, while Chansu only hoped the Tremor Cleanser for soil would be effective too. Suddenly, a crimson spatial rift appeared, leaving him stunned. Chansu narrowed his eyes at the energy current violently swirling right before him. From within the rift, enormous bony hands began to reach out. Chansu slightly curled his lips into a provocative smile, because the two of them had finally come face to face. A dark entity with countless spider legs and terrifying crimson eyes slowly stepped out from the darkness. It was the queen entity. He observed cautiously and realized that aside from the fur covering it, its form was completely different from its minions, far more terrifying. The monster roared violently, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth as if it wanted to swallow its target whole. That roar made Hamdan tremble in fear on Sue's shoulder. If it fell now, it would be no different from offering itself to the monster. No matter what, Chansu firmly cast aside his stray thoughts and focused on the fight. He realized that although its shape had changed, that horrifying mouth was still exactly like the monsters he had faced before. Immediately after, the glowing system panel appeared, announcing that the skill mass beheading had been activated. However, Chansu was stunned to see the monster Ali dodge the fatal attack. He watched the mist strike create a violent explosion on the ground below. Inwardly, he sighed in admiration. It seemed a calamity truly lived up to its reputation. He gently lifted the trembling Hamdan in his palm and comforted in a soft voice. Hamdan, do not be afraid, rest for a while. Chansu carefully placed his little friend into his pocket, preparing to enter the life and death confrontation ahead. Looking at Hamdan still trembling in his pocket, Chansu told himself that it was time. He declared decisively, then let us begin another round. Chansu quickly realized this battle was not easy at all. The beheading skill would be useless if it failed to hit the neck, while the monster's ranged attacks were so fast they were difficult to dodge. Amid the relentless waves of attacks, he frantically dodged while telling himself, then there is only one way left. Chansu tightened his grip on the sickle's handle, preparing to make a highly dangerous decision. This monster was stubborn too, knowing that he had a beheading move, so it dodged extremely quickly. Facing it head-on, Chansu immediately rushed straight toward that enormous body. When he witnessed the opponent's new method of attack, Chansu could not help being surprised when countless young insects began emerging from its body. Wearing a confident smile, Chansu quietly let out a line. Well, it is still hopeless. A crescent-shaped slash instantly swept away all the young insects in the blink of an eye. Pieces of monster corpses scattered in every direction throughout the deep forest. Seeing the leader monster begin to retreat, Chansu frowned and asked, "Are you planning to run away now?" The queen entity tried to crawl into a spatial rift to escape, but Chansu had moved one step faster than it. He swung the shape-shifting sword with terrifying power, coldly declaring that it was too late to turn back. Fatal slash fell, ending the dark entity's existence. Chansu landed on the ground, his breathing uneven amid the ruined scenery. The space sank into silence, and the spatial rift vanished completely as well. He gently reached into his pocket. "Hamdan, you can come out now." Looking at the little mouse spinning from dizziness, he smiled faintly. Even resurrection magic did not activate. Well done. Suddenly, the glowing system panel appeared, announcing that unknown points had been detected. Chansu asked blankly, unknown points. Does that need announcement too?" Looking at the new line of information on the blue screen, he wondered in shock. Is this real? Good heavens, can I even believe this? It went far beyond expectations. Chansu was astonished to realize that the points he received were even greater than when he had killed the immortal demon. He hurriedly pinched Hamdon's cheek to see whether he was dreaming, making the little mouse squeak in pain. A bold idea flashed through Chansu's mind. Maybe I should build an entire parasite farm. He thought to himself that things might have been simpler if he had left the queen alive earlier. However, Chansu quickly cast that thought aside, because nurturing a great calamity was far too dangerous. Moreover, these insects evolved extremely quickly. If they became immune to the medicine, this world would soon turn into a deadly horror story. Standing in the forest, Chansu remained deep in thought about the danger of the parasites becoming a calamity if they developed drug resistance. Just then, Hasujin's call rang out, cutting through his thoughts. She ran over in a panic and reported that there was a rumor Chansu possessed medicine to treat the parasitic species. Hasujin anxiously asked whether it was true and whether the tremor cleanser was ready. Chansu immediately grew suspicious of the one who spread the rumor, wondering whether a spy was hiding nearby or whether the Chastity faction was behind it. Setting those doubts aside for the moment, he confirmed to Hasujin that he had just completed medicine for both people and insects. These people have sharper noses than vultures. The moment I have something, they know right away. No different from the neighborhood aunties back home. She asked worriedly about the scale of the infection, just how many areas had been affected. Immediately, the electronic map appeared with countless blazing red hexagonal blocks, showing that the spread was extremely serious. Chansu was startled to see so many red areas, then asked Hasujin in suspicion whether someone had deliberately released them. Chansu's sharpness surprised Hasujin, who asked how he knew about that. She explained that after each great summoning, the territory expanded and attracted new apostles. Land speculators moved quickly upon learning of the fifth expansion to seize land for profit. Hasujin revealed they had once used parasites to sabotage the competition, but the plan backfired severely, making Chansu sigh at their stupidity. She also mentioned a conspiracy theory spreading. The faction aiming to destroy them was actually the one that released the parasites. Chansu was shocked to realize that a single misstep could turn him into a villain in this plot. Even though Hasujin advised selling the quit-smoking pills instead of cleaning the entire area, Chan still felt somewhat responsible. He closed his eyes, telling himself he had to at least clear the accessible areas. His sense of responsibility was high, he was not lazy. In a distant land, the battlefield was tense. Amid the ruined fragments, a helmet lay shattered on the dry ground. Behind it, a gray-haired man in heavy armor panted from exhaustion. He was the third-generation apostle of violence, his face full of rage as he looked at his fallen comrades. Yen hissed, "Damn it, were they planning to eliminate us?" He bitterly recalled the harsh truth. At first, the monsters looked very cute, but no one expected them to turn into terrifying beings, multiplying uncontrollably. He swung his leg to kick away a piece of monster. The apostle heard rumors from dying comrades that the one who created them was Rohan's disciple. This news drove him mad, veins bulging on his forehead. A swordsman. They adjusted everything to their own crazy standards. His eyes blazed with a fire of hatred. He immediately opened the system panel and frantically operated it. "Fine, just wait." Enraged, the apostle shouted threats. "I will show you the wrath of a client." Meanwhile, in Chansu's land, a new day began peacefully under golden sunlight. An endoskeleton soldier leisurely harvested among the apple trees. Life here was so simple. I also want to blend into nature like this. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before Chansu. A review had been posted for an item sold in the shop. Wow, Shu sat back, stroking the black cat in his arms. He asked in surprise, "A review, huh?" Since he decided to sell online rather than consign to the department store, getting direct feedback like this was interesting. Chansu excitedly accessed the system, so let's see what they wrote. Meanwhile, little Hamdan happily jumped on the soft body of Slim Bomb. Chansu skimmed the comments, seeing the oral form of the quit smoking medicine rated fairly well, but reading about the burned type made his face darken. A series of one-star reviews appeared with harsh words. One angry person, "Is this really hell mode?" Another complained, "I nearly died." Someone even claimed it was a trick to eliminate competitors. Chansu stared in shock at the blinking text on the screen. He stammered, "Who gave a one-star review, huh? This is not Shopee." However, in the midst of the brick and stone forest, he paused at the rare 5-star review titled, "Achieve Success by Quitting Smoking." He was surprised to see even more 5-star reviews. But reading the details, the flavor exceeded expectations. Chansu's eyes widened in shock, sweat pouring as if he had bathed. He stared at the screen, shouting in horror, "Delicious! What the hell? Why are you eating this?" The scene shifted to a distant coastline, where the third-generation apostle of violence fought alone. Amid countless monster corpses on the sand, he panted heavily from fatigue. He only managed to utter, "Damn it," as his body reached its limit. The apostle's armored hands trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but because nicotine withdrawal tormented his mind. He bitterly recalled advice from an acquaintance. A representative of violence must always hold a cigarette to maintain aura. But the fear of aging and side effects made him crave quitting more than ever. Right, quit to be human. If my child smoked, I would knock out his teeth. Holding Chansu's quit smoking fragment, he hesitated. Should he keep it since he couldn't return today? No, my will is not that weak. The apostle roared decisively, cast aside hesitation, and chewed the fragment with determination. But when the rich yet nutty flavor spread, his eyes lit up in surprise. Contrary to criticism, it tasted better than imagined, and he immediately wanted to know the price of these miraculous sticks. Back with Chansu, users like Quizmoking Success or Google Quizmoking continuously praised the taste and claimed it helped them quit smoking. He did not understand how the quit smoking fragments aided quitting. Only heaven knew their thinking, suddenly discovering the medicine had 2 functions. While he was still puzzled, Sujin's voice called from the forest, "Chansu, it's me." The black cat in his arms silently watched her. As Sujin approached and curiously asked, "Have you checked Jun quit smoking reviews?" Chansu scratched his head, showing unease. "Actually, I have always worried about that." Contrary to his anxiety, Sujin enthusiastically asserted, "Based on what I've read, this product will definitely become a craze." She held the cat Yang sick, explaining it not only supports quitting smoking, but also creates trends like a new spice. Chansu stopped, unable to believe his eyes. "A spice, huh? I don't really get it." He hesitated, since there was already an edible form. Trying the burned type made sense. But he didn't understand why they did it. Sujin confirmed that eating it caused no harm, and handed him the sample. "Haven't tried it yet, just taste it." Chansu hesitantly took the dry fragment from her hand. As soon as he bit a piece, Chansu's eyes lit up in surprise. "So good, this flavor would surely drive little Doji Pig crazy with desire." Seeing the blue spiritual aura from the fragment, Chansu reassured himself, thanks to the divine prosperity effect, it won't harm the body. However, he still realized that being edible and please eat were 2 different concepts. Sujin smiled and asked, "Delicious, huh?" She explained that the tingling flavor had conquered the person quitting smoking. Chansu realized they used it like chewing gum, but couldn't admit it became a famous spice. Watching the cat Yansid move sluggishly, he thought few people would bother seeking out this quit smoking medicine. Seeing Chansu confused, Sujin clicked her tongue. "You seem to understand nothing about this world." She explained the population structure: believers, apostles, and ordinary citizens. Locals who obeyed the primal deity were believers, while people from Earth like Chansu and her were apostles. Sujin emphasized that ordinary citizens had no land ownership rights, so they were unrelated to the parasite incident. However, merchants quickly intervened to exploit it. They spread false rumors that all items could be infected, causing panic. As a result, the rush to buy quit smoking fragments increased rapidly. Was it a crowd effect? Luckily, the parasites caused no direct harm, but turned fertile land into worthless. Amid the chaos, the rumor that the burned quit smoking fragment helped quitting started spreading strongly. On the online forum, the post, "Is this the new tobacco?" attracted tens of thousands of views with images of warriors holding the fragments. Comments were lively. Some confirmed it was prosperity quit smoking medicine. Others said it chased away parasites. Some even asked if Chansu helped with alcohol quitting. Sujin affirmed this was why many people tried it. She emphasized they used it as a spice due to its unique flavor found nowhere else. Chansu held his head in helplessness, shouting in shock, "It's supposed to be a parasite-killing item. How did humans get involved like this?" "Everything is edible, truly omnivorous." The uses for this medicine were diverse. Sujin excitedly recounted. She heard they put it in chocolate and even stick it into ice cream. Chansu could only hold his head at the customers' over-the-top creativity. She announced that everyone had begun dividing the parasite cleanser into small sticks for retail. Looking at the box of neatly divided sticks resembling packs of cigarettes, Chansu felt worried. while Hasujin wondered if this size would attract the parasites. She explained that each small stick would only summon one monster, but Chansu objected, hundreds of them, when would they all be defeated? He suspected a sinister plot. Weren't they trying to create drug resistance in the parasites to ruin his business? Despite his worry, Hasujin remained optimistic, reminding herself life was precious, then asked Chansu for a solution. Chansu sighed, admitting that if he could he would ban everything, but it was probably impossible. Consumers could use it as they wished. Instead of banning it, he decided to create an edible version as a seasoning, satisfying diverse demands. Truly a businessman, he knew how to seize the moment, hitting the market's pain points perfectly. While the small followers played nearby, Chansu declared he would divide the parasite cleanser into even smaller portions, while advising customers not to overdivide, hoping to limit reckless use. Hasujin still worried, asking if he wasn't afraid of the parasites developing resistance. Chansu admitted that at the moment he did think so. She thought he was a bit too anxious. Chansu silently watched the followers play happily in the forest. He hoped it was only needless worry, yet he knew this was one of the 7 great disasters that kept him uneasy. Chansu wondered, as Hasujin said, if he was overreacting. Why was he being so negative? He suddenly wondered if the god of injustice was silently observing him. Hasujin looked at the enormous produce, lamenting that if the parasite cleanser was divided into small sticks, her hard work growing the crops would be wasted. Garlic heads as big as a human and mugwort plants as large as umbrellas, and the gluttonous creatures still lugged them around. Chansu smiled awkwardly to reassure her, it's fine, it's all for efficiency. In Yunhyuk had to strain, groaning in pain carrying giant garlic cloves. Looking at the enormous, oddly shaped produce, Chansu felt embarrassed, but tried to remain optimistic and ask Hasujin if it was all right. Just thinking of his pets calling him boss of the weirdos, he recalled the horrific human-dog hybrids in anime, not wanting his followers to become like that. The worry was half justified. A few days later, in the sunlit forest, Ari urged Doji to hurry, making the little pig sweat profusely as he struggled to move. From afar, the ginseng goddess observed the loot and excitedly asked, "How much is this worth?" But then she startled herself, thinking she shouldn't praise it too much, as earning more meant risking life. The goddess worried that Chansu was stepping into a dangerous battle without realizing it. Even after returning, he remained radiant, neither tired nor injured. He still tended the plump red apple branches, but the goddess's small worries persisted. The goddess thought that the apostle was perfect, needing a new skill granted. Seeing Ari and Doji trying to sneak away, she called out sharply. The 2 followers startled and obeyed her authority, as she explained that the apostle had been tired lately, and she intended to grant an additional skill. Hearing this, Ari and Doji were overjoyed, their eyes shining, finally allowed to communicate, thinking he was too excited to hear his own thoughts. Goddess worried, wanting to grant the communication skill, but feared insect control might appear, forcing Chansu to eliminate the worms. Doji thought the apostle was already fine without support, but this time would choose the communication skill. Ari agreed, finding it reasonable since the skill had appeared 3 times. Seeing the followers united, the goddess smiled, affirming they were correct, eagerly calling the group to meet the apostle. All 3 ran happily to greet him. In the sunlit forest, a call to Rohan rang out, causing the sword saint to turn around in surprise. Just arriving, Chansu beamed, carrying little Slim Bomb, excitedly announcing, "I'm back." Seeing Rohan standing solemnly, he worriedly asked what had happened. Chansu was surprised to see the goddess Ari and Doji happily run out to greet him, asking why everyone came out to meet him. System board appeared, announcing that the goddess of prosperity had granted a new skill, including a fixed communication skill and a random skill. Chansu silently prayed, hoping the mundane skill would appear. The 2 choices were prosperity land and communication. Ginseng goddess was excited, analyzing that prosperity land would only enrich the soil, not needed for the apostle now, giving Chansu the opportunity to choose communication. With sparkling eyes, the goddess thought to herself that the apostle would choose communication, right? Chansu hesitated, sweat dampening his forehead before the important decision. He trusted the apostle, but Chansu still had a secret fear. Looking at the choices of prosperity land and communication, he told himself communication seemed the choice, but with too much accumulated karma, he didn't want to select it. Fear of punishment was evident in Chansu's mind. He imagined the Elf Guardian clan would punish him, shooting arrows at his head, not wanting extra trouble. Chansu looked at his followers, reassuring himself that even without a skill he could understand them. He knew Doji only cared about food, and Ari only reminded him about eating. Bomb shouted to attract attention to play with him. He deluded himself into thinking the goddess wanted him to choose prosperity land, his beloved apostle. Hamdan also agreed. There was no reason to pick communication, and Chansu decisively made his choice. He smiled brightly, tapped the screen. This one, and the system notified, "You have received the prosperity land skill." Contrary to Chansu's joy, the goddess, Ari, and Doji were shocked, eyes wide, their souls seemingly flying from their bodies. Seeing the goddess lying helplessly, Chansu quickly ordered Slim Bomb to spray water on her. Bomb immediately shot a strong stream of water at the goddess's face, leaving her drenched and trembling. Next time, no need for a rescue like this. Looking at the poor goddess shivering in the water, Ari could only think silently, we just saved her. Chan-su was carefree, unaware, thinking the pets developed slowly, feeling as if 3 months had passed. He stared intently at the little chick and pig, thinking they say birds grow fast, so why is this one still a chick, and Doji still small? Chan-su asked Rohan, who was eating an apple, if the brown pets wouldn't grow. Never mind, test the skill first. Chan-su decided to get to work, while Doji and Ari lay exhausted. Immediately, a system notification appeared, guiding him on how to cast the Prosperity Blessing through Prosperity Land, since the status window was unclear. Chan-su focused, shouted Prosperity Land, and pointed forward. A sapling suddenly shot up rapidly, leaving Chan-su amazed. He realized he could bestow blessings from afar, though he still had to clear the weeds around it by hand. While Chan-su was engrossed in experimenting, Rohan suddenly appeared right behind him, making him startle and ask, "Don't tell me you want me to use it on the apple too?" Seeing the holy sword nod solemnly, Chan-su thought to himself that they were already big enough. He wondered how much more they wanted to grow. Probably the holy sword's obsession with eating apples was still small, so asking for a little more was normal. He focused all his energy to activate the skill. A blinding light bursting from his fingertips, Chan-su shot a radiant beam of energy toward the distant trees, silently worrying whether this power would reach its target. As the light hit the target, Rohan rushed like the wind to check the result. Chan-su sighed, sticking out his tongue, thinking, it's too late, just accept it. Meanwhile, the goddess of prosperity looked extremely displeased at the disciple's decision. He said disappointedly that this skill was convenient but a bit boring. He had hoped for something that would accelerate germination more. The goddess's face flushed with anger, tears falling. She shouted, "That's why I told you to choose communication instead of that weird skill, you fool." The next day, Chan-su and the witch Hanjian were at the western area, coordinates 35-9E. Chan-su pondered, thinking farming was not difficult, but he desperately wanted a skill directly related to seeds. Hanjian lightly tapped her glasses, noting that the score was increasing, but currently only at 79. Chan-su realized he had just hit a difficult wall. The chart showed that 79 points was only a C rank, needing 80 to reach B, seeing area at B. While Doji was still C, Chan-su had a headache calculating how to upgrade the seed from C to B. He felt frustrated relying on bizarre word games to level up. Hanjian comforted him, "Don't be discouraged, we still have time." Both watched Little Slim playing. Jian assessed that although the trembling elixir was a good experience, they still hadn't eliminated the parasite completely. Even with support from the waters of Baum and Edwin, Chan-su understood they still needed something stronger. Hanjian suggested checking similar issues or paying attention to other disciples of the White faction. Chan-su thought to himself, hadn't those people already taken the medicine and were fine? Suddenly Chan-su's eyes lit up, full of vigilance. A red notification board appeared. Lee Min-su, disciple of the Violent faction, wants to enter Area 35-9E. Chan-su froze, realizing the Violent faction had truly arrived. A muscular man appeared, making him jump. Chan-su slowly removed the wool hat from the man's head, revealing a shiny bald head with only a few strands of hair on the sides. With a serious face, he stared at Chan-su and asked, "I heard you can make hair grow, right?" His identity was Lee Min-su, 4th-generation disciple of the Violent faction. Chan-su went silent, face red with embarrassment, thinking, why are such strange rumors spreading again? At the Violent faction branch office, coordinates 34N8E, snow covering the rooftops. Lee Min-su now had better hair, excitedly showing, "Haha Sujin, I checked. The quality is still good." Hasujin smiled and asked if he needed anything else. Min-su rubbed his head, laughing heartily. "Thanks to you, we lack nothing." Hasujin silently thought not to laugh at his self-mockery. Suddenly, Lee Min-su became serious. "By the way, haha Sujin." Hasujin was startled and replied, "Yes." Looking at Hasujin's voluminous hair, Lee Min-su exclaimed, "Your hair is so shiny, even in your shoes." The muscular man stepped closer, asking if she had been nourishing her hair recently to share the secret. Probably his bald head made him insecure. Hasujin dodged. "No, nothing special." Min-su still mentioned their long acquaintance, even though they were bound by a long-term contract. Hasujin touched her hair, feeling wistful, remembering friends praising the positive changes in her face and skin. Some even suspected Hasujin of secret dating. Upon hearing the question, she thought to herself to care for hair and skin well without loving anyone. Hasujin's eyes suddenly lit up. A bold business idea flashed in her mind, a vast beauty market with high profits. Back in reality, under Min-su's urging, Hasujin confessed, "If I had to choose, I ate black beans grown by the disciple of prosperity." She affirmed that although slightly exaggerated, Chan-su's produce from apples, tea to trembling elixir all brought strong effects to the body. Mentioning Chan-su, Lee Min-su's face became serious. Initially, he saw Chan-su as a cunning merchant, but now he acknowledged him as a true farmer. Seeing Chan-su occupy surrounding areas, Min-su declared that that if he could fulfill our long-standing wish, he was naturally a brother. He revealed that initially he planned to attack the Prosperity faction over territorial disputes, but now everything had changed completely. In front of Mike Rowe, Lee Min-soo declared to withdraw all attack plans and officially become a Prosperity ally, emphasizing that attacking Prosperity was also attacking the violent faction. If Prosperity had only one ally, it was violence. Immediately after, he turned to threaten Ha Soo-jin with a sharp gaze. He gritted his teeth, saying if she betrayed expectations, he would pluck all grass and hair to ensure she was treated according to Prosperity. In front of the horrified team, Ha Soo-jin cried out, apologizing to Chan-soo for accidentally revealing everything to the violent faction disciple. Ha Soo-jin panicked, bowing to apologize to Chan-soo for speaking out and causing the violent faction to come trouble them. Chan-soo was dumbfounded, thinking she didn't mean it. Everything was exaggerated beyond recognition. Lee Min-soo, with a threatening look, said Prosperity had taken over all surrounding areas. Are you planning to block the violent faction? Initially, he didn't know the village existed. If encroached, it was a mistake. The violent faction was ready for war. He suddenly changed attitude, looking at Chan-soo like a savior for his bald head. Now it didn't matter. If Prosperity healed our pain, he was a benefactor. Chan-soo was shocked, thinking, why are these people bald in batches like this? The atmosphere turned cold as Lee Min-soo glared, threatening. Don't joke around. If you deceive, you will understand the true meaning of violence. His terrifying face made Chan-soo clutch his head and scream in despair. Why does everyone do as they please? In his heart, he shouted, I am a farmer, not a doctor. Immediately after, Ha Soo-jin explained the troublesome area map clearly. White was unclaimed, res violent territory, blue was Chan-soo, orange was the area being encroached. Ha Soo-jin pointed out many areas were still not fully purchased 100% ownership, meaning others could still co-own. She concluded that because Chan-soo occupied the block around the temple, the violent faction was angry. According to her, whoever had money could buy it. The latecomers had only themselves to blame. Cornered, many minds were filled with negativity. In the block-land competition world, compatibility with a god is life. Injustice is hard to avoid. Those who nurtured rage from despair often accepted mysterious warnings. Lee Min-soo had been promised a bright fate, but the truth exposed him. He was shocked. Don't joke with me, did it turn out like this? The bright fate turned out to be the head born to mock. On the chair, Min-soo was miserable, regretful. Are you joking with me? If I had known, I would have chosen the unjust god, he cried, rending the remaining strands of hair, blaming himself for being lured by flattering evaluations. Even with a hat covering, the heat didn't escape, making everything worse. Mitsu, bloodied, realized this affected the remaining hair, making him want to shave it all. However, hair loss when using power is an unavoidable law of the violent faction. Everyone hoped they were exceptions, but reality was harsh for the bald. A true strong one lacked nothing. That was when cruel choices appeared at the crossroads. Protect the hair to remain a low-level disciple, or give it up to receive ultimate power and become a true disciple of violence. Now this faction was renamed the Teasing School, which sounded quite amusing. However, the harsh reality was that even if these men had not completely given up their hair in exchange for power, their fate would still be bleak. Lee Min-soo patted Chan-soo on the shoulder and smiled warmly. I only said that as a precaution. Do not worry, from now on we are brothers. Chan-soo could only sweat profusely and answer awkwardly, while secretly wondering what that man was talking about. Looking at Min-soo's hair, with only the sides and back remaining, Chan-soo could not help feeling sympathetic, wondering how to help that man recover the empty patch on top of his head. Chan-soo naively suggested, have you tried going to the Injustice faction? There is nowhere better at reviving fallen hair than that place. The words struck right at his sore spot, making Min-soo's face darken as a cold wave of resentment radiated out, forcing Chan-soo to hurriedly mumble an apology. Watching from afar, the wizard Han Jian, along with Little Slim and Hamdun, calmly ate popcorn and even wore 3D glasses. Han Jian judged that the violent apostle must have tried every method before coming here. Jai-soo looked at his hand, wondering whether it was all right to cast a blessing directly on a human. He gathered his strength and activated the blessing of prosperity, and in an instant emerald spiritual energy enveloped his body, making Chan-soo's black hair grow long in the blink of an eye. But the target was the bald man, not him. Lee Min-soo's eyes bulged in shock as he shouted, did you just grow hair? How did you do that? Chan-soo stared blankly at the long hair reaching his back, secretly thinking the new style was not bad and might be useful for changing his appearance. However, when he touched the new hair, he realized this method was not optimal, because he could not tell whether it was old hair growing longer or completely new hair. Standing beside him, Park Han-jun lightly pushed up his glasses and analyzed. The skill looked impressive but consumed too many points, so in reality it was not efficient. Chan-soo pondered for a while, then looked straight at Min-soo with determined eyes. I want to try something. He smiled faintly and asked whether he could experiment on Min-soo's head. The violent apostle eagerly presented his bald head and shouted, do whatever you want. Chan-soo awkwardly pushed that man back a little, because there was no need to stand that close. He focused and cast a stream of brilliant green light directly onto the top of Minsu's head. Immediately afterward, hot steam billowed up, making that man grimace and shout, "It is too hot." Amid the pale white smoke, Minsu eagerly asked whether hair was growing, and Chansu told himself, slowly, "There is no need to rush." Chansu told himself he had not expected this as he looked at Lee Minsu's bald head, which was still steaming after the experiment. The violent apostle rubbed his head and explained. The immense heat generated when using his skill had made all his hair fall out. Chansu felt fortunate that he belonged to the prosperity faction, realizing the trade-offs of the other factions were far too harsh. Seeing Minsu wonder why he, a farmer who grew crops, could not grow hair, Chansu snapped, "Ask a doctor." But he still reminded that man to be patient. Growing hair was difficult. An idea flashed through Chansu's mind, and he believed this might be the answer for the new stamina support medicine. He immediately went to find Edwin and saw her absorbed in research until her face was flushed and her breathing was heavy. She was startled and dropped her pen when he called out loudly. Chansu seriously asked her to help with an important task that had strict requirements. Chansu handed over a bowl filled with walnuts and black beans, wanting to create a special mixed effect for customers. Edwin immediately analyzed, researched, and processed them with intense focus. After the dry ingredients were prepared, Chansu ordered Little Bomb to spray water into the bowl to blend everything together. Under skillful kneading hands and the energy of the water spirit, a glittering pill was born. Chansu excitedly showed it to Minsu and asked whether that man wanted to try it right away. Lee Minsu said eagerly, "Why would I not try it? I will take it right now." Chansu told him to check the effects carefully, because the medicine still needed further adjustment. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Minsu shouted because an uncomfortable tickling sensation spread across his scalp. Believing that hair was growing, Chansu watched nervously, but all he saw was steam rising. Chansu told Minsu to keep monitoring the absorption process, while he went to find more ingredients to perfect the medicine. 2 days later, the peace of the temple was shattered by a large crowd. Seeing the muscular group with gleaming bald heads approaching, Chansu was stunned. "Those bald heads are violent. Why are there so many of them?" All the violent apostles knelt at his feet in unison. The dazzling radiance from their bald heads made Chansu and Hamdan cover their eyes and cry out, "So bright." Amid the tense atmosphere, they shouted in unison, "Apostle Chansu of Prosperity, please save us." He wondered why everyone feared baldness. They could just leave it that way for coolness and save shampoo money. It turned out that after seeing hope of growing hair, the Steel Warriors found the motivation to defy their harsh destiny and pleaded, "Help us." Though moved, Chansu reminded Minsu that the goods had not even arrived yet. Minsu insisted they had prepared nearly all the ingredients, listing everything from brown rice to the black seasoning usually sprinkled on food. They even drank green tea regularly after meals, making Chansu ask curiously, "Surely you also use makeup?" Minsu thumped his chest confidently, "Of course." Chansu was left speechless, wondering why they had prepared everything so thoroughly in advance. With fierce determination, the violent apostles ran off to carry the ingredients, and Chansu told himself, "Just let them do it." Chansu watched their backs and warned, "I am not sure I can cure you, but even if I say that, they will not believe me." However, he promised he would guarantee one thing, showing everyone hope through his own effort. The bald men's passion erupted, and they shouted excitedly, "If you help us, we will do anything." That one sentence was enough. Chansu smiled faintly as he schemed. He needed people to help anyway, so this was killing two birds with one stone. At the end of the day, under the sunset glow, the whole group, from messengers and wizards to violent apostles, gathered around the banquet table, and Chansu called out eagerly, "All right, everyone eat." A special meal containing blessings was laid out, filled with delicious dishes made from Prosperity Farm produce. Seeing the carefully prepared ingredients, the violent apostles asked in surprise whether Chansu had used magic to grow the crops so quickly, and he calmly said, "This is the blessing of prosperity," secretly praising its effect even on seaweed. Park Hanjun nodded as he ate. This is a good combination for physical strength. Seeing them eat with such enjoyment, Chansu felt temporarily relieved, but he was still worried. Looking at the bald heads steaming like ostrich nests as they ate, Chansu had a bad feeling. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The bald men were drenched in sweat, their faces flushed red as if they were about to explode. Chansu turned pale and told himself, "I am finished," and to put out the fire he forced a smile. "Now then, anyone who wants more can say so. Keeping them focused on eating will make it less embarrassing." Seeing that man emotionally thank him with sincerity, Chansu told himself he had to protect his village chopping expert. Suddenly, a strange change appeared on the top of the violent apostle's head. That man abruptly stood up, his muscles tensed hard and his body twitched. That left everyone around them stunned, and they hurriedly asked what exactly was going on. Every gaze immediately fixed on the top of that man's head, where black strands of hair were miraculously sprouting. The apostle burst into tears, clutching his head as he cried out in joy. His hair had grown back. After so many days of waiting, the tiny strands of hair had finally appeared on that smooth, gleaming head. The whole group of violence apostles erupted, clutching their heads as they sobbed. It grew back, everyone's hair grew back. Thank you. From now on, prosperity and violence will become one. Chen Su sighed inwardly. All his initial doubts about food instead of medicine had completely vanished. Even so, Chansu quickly regained his serious expression. He should have been happy, but it was still far too early to breathe a sigh of relief. He warned that their hair might fall out completely again when they used their power, so the two decided to duel and verify it. The match broke out at once. Minsu tensed his body and unleashed the signature power of violence, making the entire space tremble. Chansu defended while silently assessing him. This man absolutely could not be underestimated. The wizard Henjian stood outside watching, moved as he recalled the days when he had still been full of vitality. After a while of fighting, Chansu signaled for them to stop. Minsu asked in a trembling rush, "Then how is it? Did it fall out?" Chansu raised the mirror in front of that man's face and confirmed that the hair was still completely normal. The violence apostle froze. Chansu immediately teased him, "Then do you want to try touching it once?" Minsu hesitantly raised his hand to his head, muttering that he really had to do it. Then he lightly touched the soft layer of newly sprouted hair. Immediately afterward, that man burst into violent tears, lamenting to the heavens that the trial was far too cruel. Chansu watched him collapse from emotion and quietly understood that feeling. Chansu asked curiously whether he could try touching it too, but the very moment his hand touched it, Chansu flinched and pulled his hand back. "Ah, too hot. Wasn't it abnormally hot?" The heat from Minsu's head was so intense that Chansu thought he could set a pan on it and fry an egg. No wonder hair struggled to grow. It was no different from being scorched bare the moment it met hot water. Looking at the bald head steaming in the middle of the forest, Chansu clicked his tongue. In a hell this sweltering, it would be stranger if anything could grow. Chansu looked awkwardly at Li Minsu and his subordinates, then suggested whether it absolutely had to be real hair. He proposed wigs, creature fur, or plants with better heat resistance. However, Minsu immediately lowered his head and firmly refused. He admitted that he was very afraid, but he still wanted to save his own real hair. Seeing Minsu's resolve radiate a surge of burning spiritual power, Chansu could only cover his face from the glare. He decided to try a method to ease the temperature. "For now, let us keep eating regularly and try to grow the hair a little longer." Chansu asked whether anyone would volunteer for an experiment. A burly man anxiously asked in return, and he explained that they needed to check the hair when it lacked a dish containing the blessing. The moment they heard about having to try skipping a meal, the entire group of violence apostles instantly went dead silent, their faces pale with terror. Chansu suggested that, to be fair, either all of them should try skipping a meal together. In the end, they decided to play a life or death game of rock, paper, scissors to choose the one who had to sacrifice himself. Sure enough, their hair was their fatal weakness. The result was clear, and the loser screamed in despair. That man collapsed to his knees, wailing as his head once again became smooth and shiny. The painful truth was revealed. Without a meal containing the blessing of prosperity, the hair roots would lose strength and fall out completely. Chansu kept bringing more food, telling himself he had to improve the menu. While monitoring the recovery process, Chansu noticed a positive sign. Each time the hair grew back, it became thicker. Minsu asked in surprise if that was true. Chansu nodded in confirmation, though he still had to acknowledge the harsh reality. When their body temperature rose too high, the hair would pop out like popcorn. Minsu nodded sadly. Chansu muttered calculations as he walked. If the hair grew a little longer, combined with cooling hair gel, and if that still did not work then. That devotion moved Minsu deeply. The violence apostle looked at him with gratitude, never having expected him to take this matter so seriously. Minsu suddenly offered an invitation. "Apostle Chansu, would you like to tour our sector?" Chansu froze for a moment. Stroking the hamster Hamdan on his shoulder, Chan said he was rather curious too, but he did not know whether that would be all right. Hamdan also squeaked excitedly. Minsu smiled warmly, and answered with certainty of course. They would add another entrance inside, since they were brothers anyway. The two of them moved together to the violence branch at coordinates 35N, Sector AE. Before the glowing teleportation gate amid the white snow, Chansu was surprised, because the scale was smaller than he had imagined. Minsu explained that only true warriors were allowed in, so a small entrance made sense. Pointing toward the snow-covered mountain, Li Minsu said this was an ideal resource mining area, a training ground where skills improved rapidly. Chansu looked at the men struggling in the bitter cold and thought to himself, could they be cooling their heads to stimulate hair growth? But when he looked closely, everyone was wearing a hat. He realized this method did not seem to be producing the expected results. Seeing Chansu keep staring at the apostles who were struggling to hold onto their hats, Minsu told him not to look at them like that. Chansu hurriedly apologized. In his heart, he became even more determined to complete the remedy that would save their heads as soon as possible. Looking at this scene, he felt as if he were seeing Shaolin Temple. Curious about the vegetation here, Chansu asked what was growing on the snowy mountain. Minsu said it was snow ice grass, a precious medicinal herb with powerful cold energy. Chansu immediately had an idea, wondering whether it could support the cooling hair gel he was researching. Minsu said that although it was expensive, eating it would weaken the power of the violence faction. Chansu realized it could suppress skill authority, truly the perfect ingredient. Chansu carefully confirmed the appearance of snow ice grass again, avoiding mistaking it for any other weed. Chansu excitedly laid out a promising business plan, thinking that he could make the most of its effects. We will plant more and sell it at a high price, while also using it as an ingredient for hair gel. A few days later, at the temple, the atmosphere suddenly fell into chaos because of the shrill scream of the chick Ari. Ari saw Chansu bring another heretic named Edwin into the territory. Ari shouted in anger, while the piglet Doji struggled to hold him back. He could not accept his master casually bringing a stranger into the goddess's dwelling. Edwin curiously pointed toward the chick making a scene. Chansu smiled and explained that he was probably still wary of strangers, and his name was Ari. He silently hoped that Edwin, who was normally obsessed only with research, would not cause him any more trouble. Meanwhile, Ari kept grumbling that Chansu never knew how to observe proper rules and only liked doing things his own way. Edwin sincerely thanked Chansu for inviting her to the shrine. Even though this place was highly guarded, she calmly began her research, disregarding the disrupted silence. Not wasting any time, Chansu immediately began manufacturing the new medicine. First, he carefully squeezed pure aloe vera gel into the experimental flask. Next, he added the essence of the water spirit balm along with a few fresh mint leaves. After adding enough eucalyptus, he boiled the mixture. Chansu added the most important ingredient, snow ice grass obtained from the violence branch. Immediately, a surge of cool blue spiritual power burst forth, marking the birth of the completed cooling hair gel. Chansu smiled and thanked Edwin for his devoted help, but she only humbly said it was her duty. He also praised little Slim Bomb for creating such an excellent source of pure water. Bomb really was useful. Without water, everything became difficult. Chansu continued encouraging Hamdan the mouse for his tireless efforts all this time. Just then, Rohan and Hanjan Double Reward walked over, curiously asking whether the coolant had truly been completed. Chansu nodded in confirmation, hoping it would perform as expected, though he knew the group still needed more testing. In a corner of the garden, Ari the chicken and Doji the pig secretly ate with relish, trembling in fear that the goddess would get angry because only the two of them got to enjoy it. But the tiny goddess paid no mind to that. She was emotionally running straight toward Chansu, calling her apostle's name again. The ginseng goddess rushed over and hugged Chansu's leg tightly, leaving him utterly surprised. Seeing her tearful appearance, Chansu blamed himself for not spending enough time with his goddess lately. He gently lifted the goddess up and softly spoke comforting words to soothe her feelings. Seeing that the goddess had calmed down and begun blushing shyly, Chansu smiled and promised he would return soon. He told her not to worry too much, because he was still doing very well and every effort was meant to develop a prosperous force. Chansu solemnly declared that to him the goddess would always be his top priority. His goddess was a little quick to tears, true, but she was incredibly adorable. Hearing those sweet words from her head apostle, she flushed bright red with happiness. Amid the snow-white mountains of the violence branch, Chansu stepped forward and waved excitedly. "I'm here." Lee Minsu immediately replied, "You're here. Our hair has grown a little longer, hasn't it?" Minsu smiled in satisfaction, saying every achievement was thanks to the group's efforts. The burly apostle eagerly asked whether the thing he had been waiting for was finished. Chansu took out a small, glittering glass jar and introduced it. "Yes, this is hair gel. Would you like to try it?" Crowd around them was stunned and began murmuring, wondering if they had misheard when someone from the violence faction was about to hear gel. Chansu smiled and encouraged everyone to feel free to try it. Minsu immediately spread a layer of gel over his head. That man's hair suddenly became glossy and stylish, making all his underlings exclaim in admiration that it looked incredibly cool. To test its durability, Minsu intended to circulate his power and use a skill on his new hair. Chansu panicked and stopped him at once. He explained that this was only a temporary method, because once Minsu emitted heat, the gel layer would vanish even if the hair remained. Chansu came up with a new idea. How about putting hair gel inside a hat and wearing it? Carefully smeared gel on the inside of a bucket hat and handed it to Minsu. Seeing that the idea was rather good, Minsu suggested testing it through a sparring match. Although the match went quite smoothly, Chansu still wondered whether this method could truly make a difference. After the match, Minsu hugged the hat tightly, afraid that if he took it off, all his hair would fall out. Though that man begged, another apostle still snatched the hat away and scolded him for being an idiot. Mitsu cried out in pain as the hat was yanked hard from his head. Chansu was surprised to see that his hair was still intact, but Mitsu grew gloomy over a few strands of hair left inside the hat. Chansu observed in thought, then asked frankly, "By the way, you held back because you were afraid of losing hair, didn't you? How can you fight at full strength like that?" Looking at the current situation, Chansu rubbed his chin and offered a bold idea. "As expected, we'll have to grow snow ice grass on your head." The moment he heard that, the violence apostle Lee Min-soo flinched violently and shouted loudly, "I refuse." Seeing that man react so fiercely, Chansu hurriedly reassured him that he did not mean it that way. Not growing it directly on your scalp. He really was a true farmer. Seeing land made him want to plant something. Even a bald head was not spared. Instead, he proposed a more fashionable method. "I'll grow it on a hat." Flower hats aren't exactly rare, are they? To persuade the muscular man, Chansu mentioned the feathered hats of indigenous people, then the feathered helmets of ancient Roman warriors. Hearing the words masculine, Minsu's eyes instantly lit up. That man began to think the idea was rather cool, while Chansu thought the biggest problem was the heat from Minsu's head. Unlike snow ice grass, this species of grass lived by absorbing heat from its surroundings, making it very suitable for Minsu's hot head. But Chansu warned that it grew in an extremely distant and dangerous place. Hearing that everyone had been busy building the parasite farm recently, making collection very difficult, Minsu could only nod uneasily. Even so, Chansu still decided he had to confirm whether heat-absorbing grass was truly a plant before setting out. Without wasting any more time, Chansu urged him, "Why are you still standing there? We have to go explore right away." And so, the whole group set off together. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Prosperity, the atmosphere turned strange as the small dependents secretly observed an unfamiliar figure. Hammy the mouse wondered what that man had come here to do. Ari and Doji grew suspicious when they saw that man lingering around the goddess instead of following the head apostle. The two worried they were secretly eating something delicious, making Hammy immediately scold them for only thinking about food. Turning to the ginseng goddess, Ari worriedly asked about her health. Goddess let out a soft sigh and reassured the dependents not to worry too much, though her heart was still filled with unease. The goddess wondered how dangerous this mission was for Chansu to leave even Hammy behind to protect her, though she still tried to trust her apostle. She understood that everything Chansu did was for the prosperity of the world and her own future. He would be fine. The goddess only needed to guard the temple with peace of mind. The goddess softly called Hammy's name while the little mouse still looked up at her with wide, round eyes. Goddess of Prosperity gently comforted Hammy, who was sad because he could not go with them. She gently said the apostle would surely take the children along next time. Hearing that, Hammy nodded lightly with understanding. Behind them, Doji was still busy thinking about apples, while Ari secretly rejoiced that everything was all right. Chansu's group officially set foot in the area 42N AE, where a volcano was erupting violently. Chansu looked up at the treacherous summit and asked, "The heat-absorbing grass is up there, right?" He breathed a sigh of relief because the group had arrived without any major trouble. Walking behind them, the violence apostles secretly whispered to one another, everyone's face full of worry. Was this really reasonable? They shuddered as they recalled the rumors about Chansu's strength. "I had heard of the Sword Saint, but I never expected Apostle Chansu to be this strong too." The image of Chansu swinging a single slash that tore a giant monster apart appeared in their minds, making them tremble. If we declare war, it would truly be a disaster. Seeing them keep muttering, Chansu turned back and asked what was going on. The whole group jumped and denied everything, then hurriedly shifted to the rumor about the calamitous storm that had once swept through this place and changed everything. "But folk rumors are usually not wrong, sir." He immediately urged everyone to hurry before the storm arrived. The whole group rushed headlong across the scorching rock outcrops. The violent apostles suddenly froze, horrified to see Chansu sitting on the mechanical spider legs extending from his sword. He calmly explained that it was a transforming sword, able to change into many different forms. A burly man, drenched in sweat, admitted he had seen it on the road before, but had never imagined it could be used to move like that. Chansu merely clicked his tongue and said he lacked imagination, while that man could only scream inwardly at the absurdity. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent swept in. Chansu immediately shouted a warning that there was an ambush and everyone had to be careful. From the air, a giant eagle spread its majestic wings and dove down to attack. Chansu narrowed his eyes to observe, then blurted out in a mocking voice, "Well, they really are bald." Noticing that the violent apostle seemed hurt, he quickly corrected himself and said he absolutely did not pity them. "I already have hair gel, so there is no reason for me to avoid this battle." That man's face turned fierce, killing intent surging up with his flaming fist. He launched a thunderous punch straight at the monster's head, leaving it only enough time to cry out miserably before it was pinned to the ground, dust billowing everywhere. Chansu watched with an uneasy look, saying he was truly grateful that the man had dealt with them. "Why are you carrying that thing with you?" The burly man held up the monster and excitedly said that according to Jin Jun's culinary secrets, this was an extremely rare delicacy. Chansu asked blankly, "Jin Jun, you mean?" It turned out that the legendary cookbook was the very source that had given the apostle valuable information about this volcanic region. After crossing the sheer cliffs, the whole group finally reached the place they had been searching for. Before them lay a field of crimson flowers beneath the sunlight. Chensu exclaimed that they had arrived. The heat-absorbing grass was right ahead. The violent apostle was stunned as the surrounding air suddenly became cool and gentle. He had thought he would die from the heat here, never expecting this place to be so comfortable. Chensu explained that the heat-absorbing grass was absorbing the surrounding heat, then urged everyone to gather it quickly and test whether it could solve the problem. However, the research results showed that the heat-absorbing grass could only absorb heat and had no other special effects. To overcome the cruel fate of the violent faction, Chensu realized that relying only on the frost snow grass would not be enough. Thus hats combining both kinds of herbs were born. Chensu carefully placed the laurel wreath on the apostle's head and smiled, saying it suited him very well. The burly man lightly raised his hand to touch the leaves, hesitation clear on his face. He muttered doubtfully, "Does this not look a little fragile?" Those words struck Chansu's pride and made him furious. He grabbed the man's collar, explaining everything from the special adhesive that fixed the leaves in place to the mechanism that transferred heat from the heat-absorbing grass to the frost snow grass. But the man still thought it was too weak. Chensu angrily tossed him another brilliant flower wreath, telling him to use this one if he was not satisfied. As soon as the man put on the flower wreath, he happily praised it as much better. Chensu could only grit his teeth helplessly, thinking that if the man wanted to walk around with a flower on his head, then so be it. It did not look that different from a laurel wreath anyway. He decisively ordered Minsu to try raising his spiritual power. Li Minsu braced himself, poured all his strength into his fist, and continued increasing his power even further. Heat rose in thick waves, causing the ice and snow from the flower wreath to melt into mist. Minsu trembled as he raised a hand to check his head, his eyes widening in shock. Tears of happiness rolled down his cheeks as he shouted joyfully that his hair had not fallen out. He emotionally placed a hand over his chest and solemnly swore that he would never forget Minsu's grace. From this moment on, violence will be the sword, the hammer, and the torch in your hands. The others also knelt down together in reverence, declaring that Chansu's enemies were their enemies as well, and they would crush them all. They thanked him again and again, leaving Chansu frozen before he awkwardly congratulated them on that unexpected loyalty. After all, he was the one who had saved their hair. Chansu forced a smile, sweat pouring from him as if he had been drenched. "I am very grateful, but is this not all happening a little too fast?" Another burly man asked excitedly whether they could call him Big Brother. Chansu gave an awkward smile in response, and though he found it a little abrupt, he understood that they had completely placed their trust in him. Cooling hats were crafted with extraordinary care, beginning with the simple laurel wreath style. Then came knitted caps woven from leaves, and even a magnificent tribal hat. All of them had once been expected to create an explosive fashion wave. But reality was entirely different because those cooling hats were permitted only for true warriors. Even so, other pharmaceuticals such as cooling hair styling gel flourished, bringing great benefits to the violent faction and to those who always feared hair loss. Chansu smiled in satisfaction, feeling that the profit rate compared to the effort invested was truly astonishing. Watching the burly warriors and skeleton soldiers enthusiastically harvesting in the fields, he told himself that with the violent faction's support, they now had more manpower and nothing left to worry about. Chansu excitedly told Li Minsu that he only needed to use the blessing of prosperity skill. When the apostle asked about the exact number of points, Chansu laughed loudly and explained that thanks to the title Apostle of Prosperity, the amount of points he received was truly not small. Minsu understood that Chansu earned points by helping them keep their hair, but he still felt uneasy because he seemed to have spent even more than the points he gained. While Hasujin was in charge of circulating goods, Bakhanjan oversaw training to accumulate points. Chansu chose his own way to display the authority of the Prosperity faction. To him, the action most suited to this title was dealing with monsters, because Prosperity was originally a faction inclined toward rule by force. Chansu leisurely walked toward the encircling army of immortal demons, his hand resting on the hilt of the transforming sword as he carefully calculated every moment of this display of power. The instant the system announced that the promise of prosperity skill had been activated, Chansu immediately unleashed an attack as swift as lightning. In a single breath, the entire group of monsters had been swept clean. Witnessing a scene that unfolded far too quickly and terrifyingly, the burly apostle Li Minsu stood frozen, hugging his trembling body before Chansu's strength. Chansu calmly sheathed his sword and announced that the welcoming ceremony for the guests was over. Minsu was still dazed, admitting that no matter how many times he saw it, he could never get used to it, then asked why he could remain calm before immortal demons. Chansu answered simply, as long as he cut them down at once, they would not have time to leave behind a curse. Chansu's eyes widened in shock when he heard Chansu say he had hunted more than 100 monsters. Chansu answered calmly, as if saying, if you dodge the blade, you will not get hurt. He even corrected the exact number to 443, leaving Minsu frozen before the unbelievable strength of the young apostle. Night fell, and Minsu sat deep in thought beside the fire until a comrade came over to check on him. Ah, you are here. Your hair has grown longer. Why are you wearing such a dazed look? Minsu thoughtfully asked whether immortal demons could be hunted, and when he received the answer that they could, though it was somewhat troublesome, he continued asking about the possibility of hunting 400 of them a day. Stern Man advised him to focus on developing his muscles, because persistence would help him reach his goal. Minsu shouted in frustration. Chansu did not seem bewildered, yet he was extremely powerful. The comrade placed a hand on Chenan's shoulder and said, you fool, everyone has their own method. Prosperity is prosperity and violence is violence. Each house follows its own swordsmanship, right? He firmly urged Minsu to focus on training his muscles. At once, a feverish training atmosphere swept through the branch of violence, and the warriors poured all their strength into tempering their bodies, striving to become stronger than ever before. Seeing everyone so overheated, Minsu wondered why they kept talking about muscles, and his comrade explained that they had to hold back before, because the heat from training made their hair fall out. But now, thanks to Chansu's full meals, their muscles could grow quickly without fear of hair loss. He pointed and emphasized, that is why we must develop our muscles and conquer the dungeon, while Minsu asked blankly, why bring up the dungeon? Perhaps, thanks to the large-scale parasite hunt, many abandoned dungeons had been revealed. Minsu and his comrades resolved to become stronger. They wanted to accumulate many reward points so they could repay Chansu soon. Despite the warning that there were still 42 sets left, the rough man gripped the bar and lifted the weight to the middle rack. The action horrified his training partner, and despite the anger, the apostle still laughed, insisting that the feeling of his muscles being stimulated was wonderful. A few days later, the forest of the Prosperity faction became peaceful beneath the golden sunlight. Doji the pig sprawled on the grass, feeling relieved that everything had been going smoothly lately. Ari the chick nodded in agreement, and Little Slim Bomb explained that it was probably because Chansu was always taking care of the goddess, while Doji only cared about the delicious food each day. Chansu stood at the stove, fully absorbed in preparing dinner with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, the ginseng goddess sat beside him, watching, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She was secretly satisfied with her current life and wished these peaceful days would last forever. Suddenly, a call for Chansu rang out from behind, making him turn back in surprise. Seeing Hasujin appear, Chansu greeted her cheerfully. Ah, you came, have you been well lately? But seeing Hasujin's awkward manner and worried expression, Chansu felt that something was unusual and asked what had happened. Hasujin forced a smile and said it was nothing serious. Her face suddenly darkened as she revealed that a new type of drug-resistant parasite had appeared, and Chansu was stunned, shouting that this was an enormous problem. They could take over the world if they resisted the medicine. Sujin announced that they had finally developed resistance to Trun bleach and could even appear freely without needing a host. Chansu froze and asked, appear on their own. What happened? Hasujin explained that when the force of violence acted aggressively, the other factions, worried about losing credit, withdrew some of their parasite hunting forces, causing the firepower to drop, yet they still burned Trun bleach. The hunt failed, and the surviving parasites evolved to a new level. This made small dependents like Doji and Ari do nothing but tremble as they hid behind the ginseng goddess. Chansu clutched his head in tension as he remembered the image of the burly Minsu excitedly setting out to subjugate dungeons, truly an unexpected backlash. Sujin said solemnly that the new type of parasite was causing horrific damage to humanity. All the blame fell on the defeated war faction, and they sent a request for cooperation with an earnest attitude. Chansu received the scroll from Hasujin and muttered, they admitted their mistake, so that is only right, but how polite can those bastards in war be? When they fall into a deadlock, they have to bow their heads. He understood that feeling too. Chansu opened the letter and read the extremely formal words addressed to the Apostle of Prosperity, hoping the letter found them in good health, saying they should have met in person, but asking forgiveness for making first contact by letter, and Chansu was bewildered by how genuinely polite it was. Suji judged that for a major force like war to humble themselves this much, they must certainly be completely deadlocked, and at the same time the products of the Prosperity faction currently had powerful global influence. Chansu continued reading the letter and frowned. They want me to create a new Trun bleach with high resistance breaking ability. Is that feasible? He thought for a moment and realized something strange. There was no mention of jailers, only a suggestion about a divine artifact. Chansu's eyes lit up as he asked about the divine artifact of prosperity, but Hasujin shook her head and explained that divine artifacts required a certain level of compatibility. Chansu guessed whether it was the divine artifact of the war faction, but Hasujin's answer was even more unexpected. She pointed mysteriously, her grave face looking toward the gloomy castle beneath the blood moon. The jailer is the death god. They say it is the death god's divine artifact, and this jailer is enormous. Fine, what money is there to talk about at this level? Hearing that terrifying name, the ginseng goddess Ari and Doji hid behind a tree root and trembled. The death god Hasujin explained, officially it is a payment, but it seems they will give it away if compatibility is good. While Chansu gazed into the distance, wondering whether he suited that power, he asked curiously, what kind of force is the death god faction? Sujin pondered. The death god did not get along with injustice, and Chansu wondered why she was speaking of it in the past tense. Hasujin explained that injustice had skills resembling death, controlling the undead and denying death itself. Suji emphasized that when the major faction absorbed the minor faction, the death god vanished from the world at the hands of injustice. She said the injustice faction should have obtained the divine artifact after forcing the minor faction to submit, but because they were incompatible, the treasure slipped from their grasp. Chansu inwardly felt lucky that they had collapsed, wondering whether the vanished apostle of the death god might appear to demand the divine artifact, since that thing was not his, only something borrowed while they were away from home. Chansu asked about the item's effect. What effect does the divine artifact have? And the witch Henjian sighed, saying that even they did not know. Seeing Chansu deep in thought beside the map, Hasujin asked how they should reply to the letter, and Chansu judged that a divine artifact was a vessel containing a god's power, admitting that he was tempted by that authority. With eyes blazing with determination, Chansu declared, "Tell them I accept the request." Amid the peaceful dusk, Chansu leisurely played with the black cat wearing chains. He teased the animal with a fishing rod fitted with feathers. At the same time, he muttered in confusion. They said they could move easily through multiple blocks, yet there is still no sign of them. They should have arrived long ago. The moment Chansu spoke, the system notification panel lit up brilliantly. Li Kanghie of the war faction requested entry into block 33N10E. Chansu sighed lightly, telling himself these people always showed up, exactly when he spoke to himself instead of entering properly. Meanwhile, the cat Yang Sik ignored everything, engrossed in chasing a toy as the door opened. The door slowly opened and it continued playing as if entertaining guests was the master's duty, not its own concern. From the beam of light, a woman in a magnificent white uniform, exuding an aura of solemnity, stepped out slowly. She adjusted her hat slightly and introduced herself firmly. "I am Li Kanghie, sent from the war faction. Pleased to meet you." Chansu replied politely, "Honored to meet you. I am Chansu, an apostle of the prosperity faction." Without beating around the bush, Li Kanghie immediately got to the main topic. She explained that the war faction was frantically trying to deal with the parasitic intruders occupying territories. In return, they were willing to support everything, including the most dangerous divine artifact. Li Kanghie slowly opened the black box, revealing an intricately crafted bracelet exuding a dark purple ominous aura, introduced it. "This is the death god's divine artifact." Seeing that grim treasure, Chansu silently evaluated its appearance and curiously asked about its true function. Li Kanghie explained that if the wearer caused harm to enemies, the wound would suffer an additional poisonous curse. Moreover, each time a life was taken, the wearer's physique would temporarily be greatly enhanced. Chansu pondered and realized this mechanism was similar to immortal demons, so he anxiously asked about side effects. Li Kanghie's face became serious. She warned that if compatibility was too low, the curse could backfire the moment the wearer defeated an opponent. Chansu was horrified, realizing that without sufficient control, he could completely lose his mind. Did this thing only obey those stronger than it? Li Kanghie suggested that Chansu not use the divine artifact to fight, but instead create a trembling purge potion containing the death god's curse. Chansu pondered whether this could embed the curse onto objects, making the war faction commander curious at his doubt. Chansu decided he must first test this treasure. As soon as he touched it, the blue-green spiritual power of prosperity radiated out. Chansu inwardly felt that his compatibility with the item did not seem low. Chansu decided to try wearing the divine artifact on his wrist. He reassured himself that even if the curse backfired, Rohan the Sword Saint and the assistant were still beside him. Even the great wizard of the white faction was always ready to support him. Chansu followed Li Kanghie's instructions. He brought his wrist close to the box, and the bracelet automatically clung to him. The moment it touched him, the bracelet suddenly trembled violently. Chansu was shocked as he felt a tremendous power gripping his wrist. He was stunned, realizing this was truly the legendary death god's divine artifact. Seeing Chansu grimace from the tight bracelet, Li Kanghie reassured him that it would remove itself according to the wearer's will. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, of course, otherwise he would never dare touch such a deadly item. To test the new power, Chansu brought out the wooden trembling purge sticks for experimentation. He planted them in the ground, then transmitted energy to activate the curse from the divine artifact. However, a pitch-black aura erupted, staining and devouring his blue-green spiritual power. Chansu collapsed in shock as he saw the sticks transform into dark, grotesque, frightening shapes, losing all of their original effectiveness. Next morning, seeing the goddess still melancholy from the night before, Chansu could not help but wonder what had caused her to be so Suddenly the goddess became determined. She blushed and snapped that if he wanted a divine artifact, he only had to say the word, and she could make it herself. The goddess angrily asked why Chansu kept such a terrifying and cruel evil artifact, making her subordinates shiver in response. She could also create divine artifacts. How terrifying. Hating the enemy's aura, the goddess focused all her power on the bracelet radiating dark ominous energy. She gritted her teeth. Filthy, unjust, disappear. She declared firmly that her strength alone could eliminate that injustice. A system notification appeared, confirming the goddess had used a touch skill. She roared at the evil item to shut up, for Chansu was her apostle. Seeing the goddess exhausted, Chansu quickly carried her up and stopped her. Your hand will hurt. Please, that is enough. Even though she was fatigued, the goddess refused to give up, recognizing the current situation was very concerning. To overcome the death god's divine artifact, she resolved to pour all her spiritual power into creating a unique prosperity divine artifact for Chansu. Seeing the goddess exhaust herself completely, the dwarf Doji warily wondered if this was necessary. Immediately, Doji was scolded by Ari for daring to disobey the goddess. A new interface appeared, monitoring divine artifact performance. Using one to control the other, the goddess was truly skilled. Chansu looked at the bracelet radiating dark ominous energy and understood it was originally a curse, but he believed it would bring unexpected benefits. For him, clearing obstacles was now as easy as giving a toy to a child. Chansu calculated inwardly that the rotten things after fermentation could be used to make gochujang or doenjang. Remembering the alcohol ban on Earth, he thought of brewing liquor to sell at a high price. The prosperity goddess standing beside him confidently affirmed that the prosperity faction could accomplish anything. However, the power of this divine artifact exceeded imagination. When it contained multiple types of mystical energy, could restore a fragment of a divine soul to confront a colossal dark entity, while simultaneously enhancing physical strength and elevating touch skills to a new level. Even when facing skeletal soldiers, Chansu swept them away in the blink of an eye. He even cast a terrifying curse, making the monsters tremble, astonishing the minor subordinates into silence. The prosperity goddess watched this scene in dismay, silently wondering how such a thing could exist. She found it unbelievable, unable to understand how Chansu wielded it so proficiently. Truly strange, how could he use the enemy's item so well? Nevertheless, seeing the divine artifact more useful than imagined, the goddess proudly affirmed that Chansu was truly her apostle. She brushed aside all doubts and shouted, "He is my apostle, understand. Apostle, avenge the injustice." Fierce flames erupted, enveloping the goddess, making Chansu exclaim in surprise, for it was real fire. Immediately, the young Slim Bomb received orders to spray water to cool down his goddess. The powerful spray soaked the goddess from head to toe. The scene was both comical and alarming in the horrified eyes of Ari and Doji. The goddess frowned, realizing the situation was very bad. She told herself that if she could not create a better divine artifact yet, at least she must grant him a new skill. Although still slightly resentful, the prosperity goddess reminded herself that she truly trusted her apostle and believed he would not abandon her. Seeing the tiny goddess deep in thought, Chansu anxiously bent down and asked, "Goddess, are you feeling any better yet?" Keep Chansu from leaving, the goddess temporarily set aside communication skills and prepared a truly enticing new skill, making him unable to refuse. She would not let him be affected by darkness. A few days later, the working atmosphere in the territory remained bustling, with humans and the undead skeleton soldiers coordinating smoothly. Chansu gazed intently at the divine artifact on his wrist, amazed by its perfect compatibility and the fact that it caused no side effects at all. He wondered why he was so compatible with the forces of death, and whether it might be thanks to his diving skill. Chansu noticed that the flavor of the products had become much richer and more distinctive than before. He was stunned to see Edwin chewing through a pile of Tremor Cleanser, worriedly asking whether it would harm her if she kept eating, but she continued enjoying it calmly. He declared that things like this were always the tastiest, and praised the Tremor Cleanser's effectiveness for having improved noticeably. However, Edwin grew serious as she reported that the parasites no longer seemed to react to the Tremor Cleanser. She worried that they were developing resistance to physical attacks, so she could not yet draw a definite conclusion. This made Chansu extremely anxious, exactly as he had predicted earlier. With a cold gaze, Chansu clenched his fist and declared, "In that case, we have no choice but to verify it ourselves." He smiled and thanked Rohan for opening the way, while the Cold Sword Saint requested a simple payment, an apple. Chansu agreed cheerfully, but the peaceful atmosphere vanished when he realized he was facing a terrible mess. The moment they stepped into the area, they were immediately assaulted by waves of monsters. Chansu quickly drew his weapon at once. The system panel shone brightly, announcing that the decapitation skill had activated. Another swarm of teeming insects continued flooding out, making little Hamdan on his shoulder grow alert as well. Chansu's gaze sharpened, and he focused his strength to unleash an even stronger move. The system confirmed that the great decapitation skill had activated, and a massive arsing slash swept through the monsters in an instant. Chansu looked at the pile of monster corpses, wondering why they still kept pouring in such numbers. Suddenly, he was astonished to see the creatures frantically retreating from Rohan's direction. Chansu remembered the rumor that they had become resistant to attacks and difficult to hunt, wondering why they were now fleeing in fear and whether this was a sign of a new power. Not missing the chance, Chansu tested the new tremor cleanser right at the spatial rift, deciding to fight it out on the spot. He drove a wooden stake soaked with the cleanser into the ground and waited patiently, but the monster's reaction left him stunned as a tiny bug poked its head out. It curiously tasted it, then immediately ran away, leaving Chansu frozen and unable to understand what was happening. He told Rohan that they still needed to create a new kind of tremor cleanser, otherwise the creatures would remain resistant forever. Chansu wondered whether there was any method more effective than using medicine. He came up with a bold idea like placing a curse through a blessing. At once, the dark resentment from the divine artifact roared, "Yes, use me, even if I am difficult to control." Chansu's eyes lit up as he found the key, and he exclaimed, "That's it, a blessing. Why didn't I think of that?" A blessing could be used in many ways, depending on how he interpreted it. Chansu squeezed the dry soil, and just as expected, it crumbled completely. This solution seemed feasible. He reflected that fertile soil helped plants flourish and served as a place of rest. People could harvest abundant crops from it. If the crops were damaged, every effort would be in vain. Chansu realized that preventing disease and pests was a condition for prosperous soil, and he decided to expand the scope of the prosperity blessing. By imbuing health and the promise of prosperity, he strengthened the soil, and if the refined blessing spread across the entire area, everything would change. Chansu placed a hand on his chest and made his vow. "I, Chansu, disciple of prosperity, I swear this land will overcome disease and pests and become prosperous." Green spiritual power erupted, covering the entire space as the prosperity blessing spread. The spreading power made the ground tremble violently. Rohan drew his sword warily as he sensed an abnormal disturbance. The sky suddenly split open, revealing a crimson void filled with evil. From the rift, tens of thousands of red-eyed parasitic bugs poured out madly like a flood. Before the horrifying sight, Rohan still kept his cold expression. Chansu could only break out in sweat as he stared at the teeming creatures covering the sky. He exclaimed in shock, "So it really is like this." He looked at the enormous rift continuously spewing out grotesque monsters. Purple-black resentment from the divine artifact began to envelop the sword. Chansu stated confidently, "But I don't think we're gonna lose." He charged straight into the monster encirclement with eyes bright with killing intent, asking Rohan for help. "Hamdan, help me." Amid the frenzy of slaughter, the dark soul within the divine artifact roared, "A massacre, human? Give me more blood." Chansu felt power surging inside him, killing intent accumulating after every slash, and making him stronger than ever, while the soul in the ring performed even better than a pump. He spun wildly, creating a vortex of purple energy that tore the monsters apart. He declared excitedly that they could handle it themselves without needing Rohan. Watching from afar, Rohan silently judged that Chansu's swordsmanship was only ordinary, but his ability to take lives was extremely efficient. The sword saint quietly looked up at the sky, thinking there was no need to teach swordsmanship to a farmer. He alone was enough. As the spatial rift gradually closed, Chansu ambled over to Rohan, calmly chewing an apple, scratching his head as he laughed. "I came to test parasite extermination medicine, but in the end I wiped them all out." Seeing Chansu suddenly radiate black spiritual power, Rohan wondered what was going on. Chansu looked at his body, where purple smoke coiled around him, and realized he had been infected by parasites. He quietly realized that the deathly killing intent was powerful, but its presence was too conspicuous and troublesome, excessive and without an on and off mode. Answering his question, Li Kang, he shook her head lightly, regretting that the Reaper relic could not be adjusted, causing Chansu to sigh in disappointment. Putting aside the matter of crossed arms, Chansu asked to confirm, "Does she know what those parasites liked?" Seeing the female commander's bewildered eyes, he explained they had just tasted poison and fled immediately. Therefore, he planned to create a bait scent to lure them, as they had recognized and rejected the old scent, and no one dared touch it. Unsure whether it would work on a calamity, Edwin appeared unexpectedly and affirmed there was a powerful insect lure scent. Ichu asked curiously what was it. Edwin did not answer but rushed to hug little Slim Bomb, her face flushed with excitement. Chansu felt apologetic and told himself, "Sorry, Bomb, just bear with it a little longer." Seeing the water spirit distorted by the squeeze, he knew this was a familiar item. What Edwin mentioned was ostrich grass tree resin, but unlike its use in alchemy, this was pure resin taken from the top. Harvesting the top was extremely dangerous without skill, so Chansu asked the violent faction apostles for help. With strong muscles, Lee Minsu carried the huge bags of ingredients, boldly declaring, "Leave them there for me." Chansu combined the treetop resin with some sweet ingredients, pouring all his heart into the pot, not forgetting to add the transformative blessing, creating the perfect bait scent. He placed the lure in the empty patch during the night. Chansu smiled with satisfaction when he saw the parasites rush madly, the result exceeding expectations, a perfect trap for the gluttons. He was confident the rest was to hunt and eradicate the parasites, as they panicked from the Reaper's blessing. The female commander of the war faction hesitated, wanting his and Rohan's support for the hunt. Sensing the opportunity, Chansu teased, complaining that farm work had been too busy lately. Master Chansu hesitated when the female commander worried about the cost of hiring a famous swordsman. She decisively gifted him the Reaper's divine artifact, and immediately Chansu's attitude brightened, welcoming the guest, enabling the parasite hunt to proceed smoothly. Chansu thought everything was going smoothly, but upon entering the forest, he and Rohan were shocked to see all the parasites had vanished without a trace. He sensed no calamity would flee without reason. There had to be a hidden cause. At that moment, the system alarm bell rang red with an urgent alert. Warning: greedy insects invading. Prepare for the full-scale attack of the parasites. They advanced again, the bait scent unable to stop them, gathering in large numbers. Chansu was horrified, wondering if greedy insects was the true name of the parasitic overlords. Over 300 infected areas simultaneously converged for the attack. He sneered challengingly, "Are you that dissatisfied with me?" Park Han-jian looked at the tactical map, voice serious. A major calamity targeting a single faction was unprecedented. Chansu laughed optimistically, "Haha, but it has happened. Well, I must have angered them." The violent faction apostles behind him were sweating from his casual attitude. Jian pushed up her glasses and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Chansu's eyes became sharp. He said decisively, "If they attack, what I must do is clear. I will take their heads." The imprisoned negative faction member shivered, thinking silently, "Lucky he is on our side, right?" Immediately after, Chansu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Will everyone give a hand? Haha, so many, I cannot handle alone. Just now heroes were bold." Li Minsu immediately tensed, declaring clearly, "Of course, I have trained hard for this day." Han Jian also brimming with spirit, ready to support, "Leave it to me." Imprisoned negative faction members also wanted to join. They shouted, "We will help too." Edwin reported she could not fight directly as she needed preparation, but was ready to heal anyone injured. Chansu told himself with Edwin handling medical care, there would be no more concern for casualties. He ordered the negative faction apostles to assist Edwin. Time was short. Chansu opened the map and explained the plan. "We will not have much time. I will present first." Because of the numerous enemies, he assigned the violent faction to hold areas 36 and 9E and 3510 Teddy. Park Han-jian took 37 10E. Rohan handled 3711E. The rest was under his care. Han-jian noticed a gap. Wait, there was still an area unassigned. Chansu smirked confidently. "No, it is covered." He looked at the black cat twisting its chain at his feet. "Yes, I will assign this area to you." Han promised to treat the cat to a feast after the mission. Han-jian was speechless, treating a major calamity this way. "I rely on everyone." At that moment the sky turned red, the system alarm bell rang. The invasion of greedy insects began. "They are coming. Whoever finishes first can go home to eat first." When the invasion started, the temple function activated, creating a solid protective barrier. The goddess of prosperity, along with Ari and Doji, hugged each other trembling, while sending blessings for safety. Meanwhile, on the deep forest battlefield, Chansu frantically swung his scythe, sweeping the bugs. He judged the formation too easy given the scale of the attack, while worrying about the condition of other teammates. Although the enemies were numerous, their strength was nothing compared to Chansu. Thanks to the Reaper's divine artifact, he fought continuously without fatigue, purple resentment aura covering his powerful body. Suddenly a huge hand, full of stitches and blazing red eyes, reached out from the darkness. The situation was tense, seemed manageable, but unexpectedly dangerous. Chansu realized the weak parasites earlier were just bait, meant to isolate him when alone. Knowing he had fallen into a trap, he hurried toward the teleport door, wanting to regroup with Rohan immediately. However, the system notification appeared. The escape door was completely ineffective. Chansu froze as he realized he had been surrounded by swarming bugs. He slightly smirked, admiring the insect's intelligence. With no way back, he had to face the cruel reality. From the fog, a gigantic dark entity, terrifying in form with countless spider legs, emerged. Chansu realized the full presence of all kinds of parasites. From common species, the queen specimens, and even strange new species never seen before poured out like army ants. He silently understood the harsh truth from the beginning. The sole target of all of them had been him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chansu immediately swung his weapon and charged straight into the chaotic battle. Right after that, the system announced that the Great Executioner skill had been activated. Before the overwhelming power of the young apostle, the dark entities were slashed apart in the blink of an eye. Chansu fought wildly, purple resentment covering his entire body and filling him with exhilaration. He was confident he could clear out these small fry before the real battle began. However, a heaven-shaking sound rang out as a gigantic foot suddenly stomped down hard right beside him. Chansu went pale, sweat pouring out as he realized the size gap between the two sides was far too great. He stammered and suggested that the other party stop and talk, because there might be a misunderstanding. Negotiating the moment he could not win. He really was clever enough to take all the wisdom under heaven. A gigantic foot covered in thick fur slammed into the ground again, making Chansu cry out in terror. "This thing is way too huge. Is that only one foot?" He hurriedly flipped away from the thunderous stomp, unable to stop himself from screaming in panic. Realizing the opponent would not be easy to deal with, Chansu looked at the bracelet emitting dense black resentment and muttered, "You were the one who refused first." At that very moment, a gigantic dark entity erupted from the divine artifact. A gigantic wraith in a tattered cloak slowly emerged, exuding immense pressure. Chansu nimbly slid through the gap between its two legs. Immediately after, another foot came crashing down hard. He was forced to keep moving without pause to find a way to escape. Right then, the system issued a terrifying warning about a fused wraith. Could revive up to 44 times. And if they were not all destroyed immediately, they would leave behind a horrifying curse. In truth, each gigantic wraith was no different from a nuclear bomb worth 10 million points. He knew his money, but it was far too hard to swallow. The monster roared, stretching out its gaunt arms as it rushed in with a relentless barrage of attacks. Chansu kicked off the ground and shot forward, deciding to pour all the deathly killing intent he had accumulated into his weapon. The shape-shifting sword in his hand immediately began to transform, stretched into a gigantic reaper's scythe radiating dazzling light. At that moment, the system panel appeared with a reminder, "Tip, you can use the executioner skill." Chansu swung an extremely powerful arc slash. The system instantly announced that the executioner skill had been activated. The sharp scythe swept past, severing the monster's neck in an instant. As the enemy collapsed, Chansu landed on the ground but still warily looked back behind him. A bell rang out, signaling that Chansu had officially conquered the seventh great calamity, the greedy insect. He plopped down on the ground and panted, inwardly thinking that although it had been somewhat difficult, he had finally managed to eliminate it. Looking at the glittering reaper's scythe in his hand, Chansu clicked his tongue and thought the death faction seemed suited only to children who liked showing off. He had not expected the weapon that could transform at will to become this flashy. Chansu felt that his strategy was a little off, and unconsciously thought of the Black Flame Dragon. The reward summary was quickly completed, granting Chansu a skill that was currently sealed. His smile instantly stiffened when he saw that the unsealing fee was over 4.4 billion points. This was not point exchange at all, it was blatant robbery. Chansu was shocked to realize that the system seemed intent on taking back all the points he had worked so hard to earn, no different from a scheme to drain his currency dry. Even so, overwhelming curiosity still made his trembling hands press the unseal button. After confirming Chansu obtained the ownership trading skill, he felt deflated because he had lost 4.4 billion points, yet the system still explained it in an annoyingly perfunctory way. However, after looking more closely, Chansu discovered that he could sell ownership rights in unnecessary areas while also tracking prices elsewhere. He froze at the notification about Area 36B, then realized he could buy land ownership without personally going there. Chansu inwardly thought he would soon reclaim the areas he had just lost this time. He guessed that part of the movement restriction would also be lifted. As long as there was empty land and reward points, he could create an entrance anywhere. Suddenly, Park Han-jun rushed over in panic and asked, "Are you all right?" Chansu smiled and replied, "As you can see, I'm fine." Then he asked whether everyone was safe, and at a glance they all seemed all right. Han-jian said they were very surprised when the parasites suddenly vanished in the middle of the battle. Lee Min-soo stood beside him and laughed loudly, insisting that no one had been injured. The wizard asked in rapid astonishment, "Did you defeat the greedy insect?" Chansu scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly, "Haha, well, things went about as usual." Right then, a system notification appeared suggesting that he could see the areas owned by the other party. Information appeared before Chansu's eyes showing that Han-jian owned Area 10N, along with a purchase suggestion button. Han-jian fell into thought, while Tsu stared blankly at the text. He recalled the old rule, ownership rights could only be traded within the same faction, while between different factions, there was almost nothing left but war. Seeing Chansu standing frozen, Rohan calmly pressed an apple against his face. As for Han-jian, he panicked and shook him, hurriedly shouting, "Hey, snap out of it." Chansu found this utterly insane when the system asked whether he wanted to forcibly buy back Park Han-jian's land. Han-jian worriedly thought that the battle with the Great Calamity had drained Chansu's spirit dry. Lee Min-soo panicked, thinking he was about to die because he kept standing there blankly. Chansu realized this was precisely the forced buyback skill, with the price pushed up to an absurd degree. He gently brushed the apple aside and thanked Rohan for worrying. Chansu understood that the core of this skill was forcibly seizing other people's areas. Chansu took a large bite of the apple, making Han-jian ask again with even more concern, "Are you really all right?" Min-soo, standing beside them, also looked awkwardly at the apple because he wanted to eat it. Chansu inwardly thought he could possess every area in a single night. He smiled and said he was fine, because now almost everything was within his grasp. but deep inside he was still shaken by the potential of the new skill. Even the center of human territory could belong to him. Looking at the divine artifact on his wrist, Chansu inwardly calculated that if he kept expanding with this skill, he could become a fake regressor in the blink of an eye. But he quickly understood that this was the seed of discord left behind by the greedy bug. If he used it recklessly, he would become everyone's target, so for now, he should only use it as a substitute for movement rights. He turned to ask everyone whether they should head back now, and immediately a hand pinched his cheek painfully along with the question, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Chansu could only cry to the heavens at such excessive concern. After the turbulent journey, Chansu eagerly ran toward the temple, calling out, "I am back," but the atmosphere at home turned strange when he saw the pig Doji rummaging around, drenched in sweat and hiding behind a bush with an anxious look. Chansu froze, blankly wondering, what is going on here? From the look of this, there must be points involved. My child is still the same at home. Before him was the sight of Doji and Hamdun hugging each other and crying, sobbing as they called out Apostle, while the chick Ari cheered, "Chirp, he is back." Chansu stood stunned when he saw the goddess of prosperity appear once again in the form of a beautiful little girl. Radiant amid the brilliant sea of flowers, the goddess. He hurriedly rushed over, took her hand, and asked in rapid disbelief, "Has your power fully recovered this time? You will not transform again, right?" At that moment, a blazing system notification appeared. The god of prosperity bestowed a new skill upon the apostle, and Chansu froze as he recognized the familiar feeling. Had this not happened last time when she returned? Chansu looked at the little goddess smiling and thought to himself, since she has bestowed it, I suppose I have to accept. He sat down flat on the ground, staring intently at the lush green system panel, but his eyes rolled back when he saw the choices appear. Leisure of Prosperity, Grim Reaper, and Worker. Chansu wondered in shock. Why would skills like these appear here? Looking at the words Scythe of the Hired Reaper, he fell into thought. No matter how he considered it, this was a skill bestowed by Prosperity. The skull and scythe symbol really appear hauntingly in his mind. He was not singing about the white impermanence, so why was he receiving a Grim Reaper scythe here? Chansu carefully sensed it. It truly matched the decapitation skill, and seeing the goddess's anxious expression, he guessed that it was strange for it to belong to a death god, but probably not. Suddenly, the divine artifact in his hand trembled and roared. "Choose me, human," Chansu thought to himself. The goddess is a terrifying deity who created decapitation. Perhaps this was a skill from her dark past, created around that same time. He sighed regretfully, intending to choose communication, but it was not here. Seeing the skill they had hoped for disappear, the goddess, Ari, and Doji all froze like stone statues in despair. Chansu firmly waved his hand. "Forget it, let us move on. The goddess's dark past is already over, so I will choose this." He eagerly tapped the screen. The system immediately announced that he had received the worker skill, and the image of a hammer appeared brilliantly. Chansu and Hamdun jumped up in celebration. Labor was always welcome, but before his joy could become complete, he suddenly grew suspicious. This does not assist workers, does it? Meaning I become the worker myself? The note saying physical abilities were enhanced during labor made Chansu turn pale, while the goddess and her familiars could only cry at their master's innocence. Chansu hurriedly looked away. "Anyway, goddess, since I have already chosen it, I will accept it now. Labor is glory." He gently held the tiny hands of the little god and sighed in relief. "Oh, you really have grown." Chansu knelt before the goddess, yet wondered why she looked so gloomy. Thinking she was thirsty, he lifted little Slim Bomb up. "Bomb, give her some water." Chansu told himself that since the goddess was no longer a ginseng root, she needed more careful care, and Little Bomb immediately sprayed a powerful stream of water into the goddess's face. Chansu asked worriedly if she was all right, and the answer was the goddess standing frozen in place, soaked from head to toe and trembling, her face deathly pale from being blasted with water. After being blasted with water, the goddess of prosperity shook her head repeatedly to regain her senses. The moment she saw Chansu affectionately holding little Slim Bomb, she erupted in jealousy. He charged over fiercely. "Hey, get away from my apostle at once." In the middle of it, the resentment of the god of negation appeared and laughed mockingly. "Kahaha, apostle, choose my skill next time." The goddess was furious, using her tiny hands to pummel Chansu's arm while shouting, "How many more times must I say it before you understand that you are my apostle?" Looking at this energetic state, Chansu could only smile awkwardly. "Haha, I am glad you have recovered. A little water, and you are fine right away." Suddenly, Chansu froze as he sensed a strange energy surging forth. What is this aura? He stared in shock at the egg glowing brightly in his hand and quickly shouted, "Everyone, step back." This was the reward from the subjugation of the greedy insect, consisting of one sealed skill and one mysterious egg of unidentified origin. Chansu placed the egg on the ground, his eyes full of vigilance. It was the egg obtained after defeating the greedy insect. He could not let his guard down for even a second, and he gripped his sword tightly, ready to act depending on what emerged. Meanwhile, little Slim and Ari, Doji and the goddess nervously hid behind the corner of the wall to watch. The egg cracked beneath the halo, and Chansu held his breath, awaiting a life-and-death confrontation. Yet when the shell shattered, a small white snake appeared with pink eyes and a lovely flower on its head, looking incredibly adorable and harmless. Chansu was surprised. A snake, this spoil of war, does not seem related to that monster at all. Everyone, watching the small creature wriggle, he silently wondered whether this was a combat familiar or just an ordinary pet. Brushing aside his doubts, Chansu eagerly invited everyone to welcome the new member. Everyone, let us greet it together. He hurriedly turned around and thought he had to name it quickly before Rohan came back, or that man would give it some strange name. Chansu smiled and declared, Bammy, I will be counting on you from now on. The little snake bowed respectfully to the goddess of prosperity. Bammy prostrated itself at the goddess's feet, apologizing for failing to protect her all this time, and the goddess gently comforted it, saying that it had been a difficult time for everyone, and there was no need to dwell on it too much. She immediately entrusted Bammy with an important task, because she knew the little snake was skilled in magic, and the goddess pointed at Chansu, solemnly ordering, remnant of an evil god is clinging to the apostle. Make sure it does not harm or mislead him. Bammy respectfully accepted the order but then mocked Ari and Doji. The goddess must have suffered greatly living with a bird brain and a pike head, and as soon as they met, it started a fight. Will this really be all right, little snake? Insulted, Ari flew into a rage and cursed Bammy as a cold-blooded animal that only knew how to sleep when it got cold, while Chansu stared blankly at the familiars arguing, silently wondering whether they were establishing a hierarchy. Bammy inwardly assessed that Chansu had accumulated impressive strength, then approached and called out in a friendly voice, come here. Seeing Bammy approach their master, Ari warned that if Chansu found out the whole group had grown even larger, they would probably all be eaten. The little chick even threatened Bammy to be careful. It did not want to be soaked in liquor, and Doji chimed in that although Chansu was good, his personality was terrifying, while Bammy looked down on the timidity of its two companions and insisted that they were worrying too much. If Chansu were truly evil, he would not have let Yuswan survive until now. Hey now, this one really is a venomous snake with a venomous tongue. Chansu sat beside Bammy and gently asked whether it wanted to climb onto his hand, and the little snake was grateful for his kindness. When it touched Chansu's hand, Bammy was stunned to sense the dense dark resentment emanating from the divine artifact. Realizing that Chansu did not yet have a communication skill to understand the danger, Bammy immediately used its body to purify that energy. The little snake lunged forward, intending to bite the bracelet apart. Chansu swiftly grabbed it by the neck and coldly ordered, stop. Chansu's gaze turned grave as he warned Bammy not to touch the bracelet carelessly. He inwardly told himself that this divine artifact was unexpectedly useful. It not only helped set curses but also assisted with brewing liquor, while he watched his master's solemn face asking whether he understood. Bammy was so frightened his face turned pale, and he could only tremble while nodding again and again. Seeing Bammy terrified, Ari and Doji immediately seized the chance to mock him, making everyone burst into laughter. 30 sensed the terror through magic and knew this apostle was anything but ordinary, and now he had also learned how to be polite to his master. Meanwhile, the goddess of prosperity had begun acting strangely as soon as she woke, making Ari the chick worry and wonder inwardly why she was like this. Chansu guessed that the goddess was still hazy from just waking up, or hallucinating after using magic that was too powerful. Looking at the gathered dependents, he sighed. Now there was one more mouth to feed. Chansu panicked and blamed himself. Where had his mind gone? He had to prepare the liquor quickly before he forgot the celebration banquet after the great calamity subjugation. Hearing liquor mentioned, 30 the snake was so frightened his face turned pale, inwardly thinking that just one small cup would turn him into liquor on the banquet table. As twilight fell, the banquet officially began in an extremely lively atmosphere. Beneath the ancient tree, everyone from envoys, witches and apostles to fog soldiers gathered around the lavish banquet table, while Yangsik the cat still leisurely chewed sesame leaves on the grass. Tasting a glass of powerful 98% golden apple wine, Rohan nodded and praised its flavor, jokingly asking whether it was snake wine. Edwin revealed that this wine was mixed with pure water from Little Slim Bomb. The apostles of violence ate heartily, constantly urging, boss, give me more bean rice and wine. Chansu quietly watched, thinking that he had never imagined such a scene would happen, so different from life on Earth, and realized that his previous worker skill had been an omen of his current role as cook and server. Though serving the crowd was exhausting, seeing the cheerful atmosphere around him made Chansu smile. This feeling was truly pleasant, and everything seemed to be moving in the right direction toward the prosperity of the territory. However, this peace would be hard to sustain when uninvited guests began to appear. In another land, a crowd approached the border. A guide holding a white flag with the words Prosperity Tour invited everyone to follow this way. Sitting at a wooden table beneath the sun, Hasujin began lecturing about the faction structure, with members mainly divided into two groups. Chansu innocently asked, "Gods and apostles." Hasujin shook her head and corrected him, "Apostles and believers." Chansu laughed, saying he was only joking because he still remembered the earlier explanation. In reality, people from Earth like Chansu and Hasujin were apostles, while believers were native residents. Outsiders could buy land, while natives could not. What a strange law. Hasujin praised Chansu for having a good memory, saying only apostles could expand factions, so the gods were very upright. But she also warned him seriously not to ignore the natives, because they made up most of the population. Among them were many extremely powerful people. Chansu looked at the sword saint radiating power and wondered, is Rohan like that too? Hasujin's expression changed and she broke into a sweat as she looked toward Rohan, inwardly thinking that he probably did not belong to any faction. Chansu nodded in confirmation. Hasujin explained that although the gods discriminated, people still accepted becoming believers because of the buffs and debuffs from jobs and hexagonal blocks. Watching Rohan walk past, Chansu thought to himself that he was even more formidable than expected. Why'd he only learn this now? To help Chansu understand, Hasujin asked about the buff of negation, the largest faction in the world. Looking at the little one frolicking among the flowers, Chansu guessed, getting spanked. Hasujin confirmed it was close enough, saying it turned humans into something like assassins. Chansu widened his eyes, that is called a buff. She explained that it negated aging and reduced fatigue. Meanwhile, Rohan still sat there calmly chewing an apple. Beside him, she added, daily activity time increases by 4 hours. Chansu exclaimed, no wonder it is popular. But the downside is that fierce internal competition leaves them exhausted. Hasujin concluded that this was why apostles of negation were always trying to change factions. The goddess of prosperity, Ari and Doji listened intently, while Chansu wondered, is changing factions that easy, even though it is faith? She explained that compared to apostles, believers receive fewer benefits, so their obligations were lighter. Chansu nodded, I get it, you get what you pay for. More benefits mean more responsibility. Fewer benefits mean quicker goodbye. Sudi judged that after resolving the parasite possession issue, the reputation of the prosperity faction had soared. She excitedly suggested that this was a golden opportunity for Chansu to attract more believers and expand his power. Faced with the tempting proposal, Chansu slowly thought about attracting believers. Meanwhile, at the center of humanity, the atmosphere was completely different. Amid the tall buildings, 2 men stood chatting during their break and asked about the force of prosperity. The exhausted middle-aged man was bewildered, hearing the name for the first time, which shocked his younger colleague. He could not believe there was someone so uninformed in the world. While Prosperity's imperial apples and smoking cessation medicine were famous everywhere, the young man excitedly listed the miraculous effects of imperial apples, helping the body change positively, reducing weight from 112 kilograms to 78 kilograms, and stimulating hair growth. He insisted that many people wanted to abandon their zombie-like lives in the negation faction and return to farming for prosperity, raising chickens and releasing fish. Noticing that the barrier to entry was at a record low, he warned that if they did not hurry, it would be hard to squeeze in later. The middle-aged man began to waver, muttering about returning to farming. When he learned that the nearest location was at coordinates 33 and 10E, he was shocked to realize that place lay outside humanity's control. Yet his quick-witted colleague pointed toward a large building with a dazzling advertisement sign. It turned out that a travel company belonging to the Purity faction had launched a special tour package for anyone who wanted to meet the Apostle of Prosperity. The young colleague wondered why the Purity faction was doing this, guessing it was a political marriage alliance, or because Prosperity was famous for wind carriages and health products. He advised his exhausted friend to take a trip and relax his mind. At the same time, he reminded him to buy some food, because he had heard the farm products there were delicious beyond this world, so traveling and shopping at once seemed very convenient. The middle-aged man dreamily thought that place must surely be peaceful, and the Prosperity Day carriage officially set off, but it was not carrying only good people. On the carriage was also a female swindler who smelled money from a small cult with loud advertising. Sitting in the back, a spy silently plotted, believing the Prosperity faction was about to collapse and looking for a way to earn a massive amount of points. A conspiracy theorist wearing a hooded coat also doubted whether they were truly comrades. As everyone fastened their seatbelts, the driver with gleaming glasses announced the carriage's departure. In truth, he was an apostle of the Purity faction, grinning sinisterly as he inwardly vowed to keep Chansu busy, so he would no longer think about energy drinks, and sneered, you foolish apostle of prosperity. Become a hero for the Purity faction, Chansu. Dream on. If you cause trouble, you will pay the price. The carriage came to a stop in the sunlit forest. The fresh air left the crowd from the city unable to hide their surprise. Looking around, many of the people seemed pale, and they whispered among themselves. They truly looked rather frail. Standing behind the recruitment sign with the hamster on his shoulder, Chansu clapped excitedly. All right, let us begin the test. The sickle had barely been swung before it lodged firmly into the log. The first applicant clutched his head in regret, and Chansu said coldly, "Unfortunately, you fail next." Watching the candidates struggle to swing their swords while sweating profusely, he sighed, wondering how they would survive if they could not even manage this basic task. For Chansu, the basic skill of the prosperity faction was beheading, and taking the target's head was required to cast the blessing of prosperity. He told himself that if they had only come to do manual labor, it would be meaningless. Even if he chose only one person, he had to find someone with true potential, a butcher, not a farmer. After eliminating more than half the people beneath the sunset, Chansu announced clearly, "Begin the second test." He stood beneath a tree holding a sword, hung up small pieces of wood, and explained that this was the next test. Chansu demonstrated a training technique that made crowd below gape in astonishment. He casually held up a piece of wood he had just cut and explained, "You only need to cut it long and thin like chopsticks. This material is very easy to cut, simple, right?" Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Chansu encouraged them. Just like the first test, they could use any kind of knife. After waiting for a long time without anyone moving, he asked, "Does no one want to go first?" Immediately, a spirited young woman dressed in leather and wearing a cap stepped forward. "I will try." Chansu quietly expected her to cut it as easily as slicing a radish. "Forget it, I withdraw. Do whatever you want. You act as though everyone is as skilled as you." The girl gathered her strength and swung her sword hard, but only a dry crack rang out. Chansu froze. "At least swing it vertically." She looked displeased and challenged him. "Are you deliberately trying to drive us away?" Chansu was surprised. "Is the test really that difficult?" A burly man flew into a rage and shouted, "Why is an agricultural faction like Prosperity making us take this grand combat test?" Chansu clenched his hand, realizing he could not keep hiding the beheading skill forever. To expand his faction, he decided to be honest with those who wanted to join. Chansu clearly explained to one applicant that beheading was the basic skill of the Prosperity faction. In the face of the other party's surprise, he emphasized that once they took a target's head, it would become an offering for the goddess and accumulate points. Even if farming relied on blessings, anyone who wanted points had to know how to take an enemy's head. In short, even farming required combat skills to protect the territory. Chansu's firm statement left the middle-aged man so shocked that he burst into tears. The crowd erupted in anger, shouting, "This is why the Prosperity faction collapsed." They all left at once, furious. "Do not waste any more time. Let us go back." Chansu stood there helplessly watching them leave, quietly admitting that he could not argue with their reasoning. In the empty forest, a few people still stubbornly remained. Only 6 were left, and Chansu sighed. The number was far too small compared with the more than 100 at the start. He told himself that at least the agricultural products had sold well, so he was not completely empty-handed. The girl in the cap stepped forward. "I am here too. With practice I can definitely do it." Noticing her desire to improve, Chansu smiled and decided to observe a little longer. He stood before the remaining group and declared, "You do not have enough skill to become official believers immediately. Everything must be learned step by step." Chansu smiled brightly and offered a solution. Everyone would start as trainees and later become official believers. Surely no one had any objections. The whole group rejoiced and cheered their thanks to Chansu, while the girl in the cap rushed in and hugged him, leaving him flustered as he asked her to step back. Chansu's gaze turned sharp as he glanced at the burly man laughing behind them. He grew suspicious and wary. That man was clearly strong enough to pass, yet had deliberately ruined the test. The video ends here. If you enjoyed it, do not forget to like so Bear can release more stories. Thank you and goodbye.